Oi, it's St. Paddy's Day. Everybody's Irish today. And if you don't have a really big Irish hat, you need to stop right now and you need to head to the store. And if you don't have a shirt that has some green on it, you have to go to the store too. So I'm going to give you an opportunity to just head over to the Walmart and you pick up a case of beer and a green shirt. So I was just here. I just saw you guys. Whoa. What, why are you playing again? Stop it. We are going to try to, we're going to do 3 quick matches. We're going to do 3 quick matches today, assuming I can get my bones. Assuming I can get the bone thing to work. I'd like to get my rewards. Thank you. I love the hat. I love the hat. This hat has been with me for a while now. I think I got this the first year I streamed, and it has a beard in it. Like I have the beard tucked up in the hat because it's just so ridiculous. Let's see, a level 24 duelist paladin. We're just gonna do this. I'm not really too concerned about the quality of the PvP. We're gonna do Ashes of Creation mostly, but we're gonna throw 3 matches down. Might as well get the bones, and I want to see if I can finish my quest. So that's gonna be you guys do your thing. You're smart people. Let's see. Ashes of Creation. Lots of good conversations happening. Lots of good conversations happening all over social media. Everybody's being pretty middle of the road, which is really good. There are a couple of content creators who are trying to blow the delay out of proportion. There, of course, is the one idiot in the community that's been banned for like 2 years. I mean, I don't know what kind of special kind of person it takes, but if you've been banned out of a community for 2 years, it's probably time to move on. Same individual that was notified by Blizzard that due to their behavior, any other emails get sent right to the legal team. When you get an email back from an organization that says all of your inbound email traffic goes directly to legal, that's just a really good way to understand that you probably shouldn't send in any more inbound traffic. You know, I'm not trying to throw no stones, but you shouldn't really post an email like that to the general world. It doesn't really paint you in a good light. I'll tell you right now, if Steven told me any of my communications would go straight to legal, I would say, okay, time to stop communicating. I don't think that is a very complex decision. 2, 3, 4, 5. Rocking the pocket watch. It's been a while since I had a manual pocket watch. So, I did have to say I started talking to you guys about this one last night, and then we were going off the show. Guy responds to a YouTube comment on my Ashes of Creation video about $15 a month doesn't support the game. And he's like, well, I'm going to correct you because you're a community leader and people need to know the truth. And I'm like, okay. I'm always interested. I'm a software developer. Also, okay. Goes on to tell me that my numbers are wrong. Doesn't even factor taxes into his equation. That's a big problem. Then I go over to the official Discord to talk to people about this, and this is great. If you've made it your life's work to correct me and to jump on me every time I talk, and I say Intrepid pays about 30% taxes, and then first of all you Google the corporate tax rate and you come up with the wrong thing. I don't even know how I tried to Google for that. I couldn't find where they got it. All you have to do is go to irs.gov and look up what the corporate tax rate is. It's 21%. It's not complicated. It's always funny when people are like, I'm going to get you, but I'm going to be wrong. Like, make sure when you go to correct somebody, make sure you're actually right. That's a bit of a big piece about correcting people. Make sure you're right. You can ask any Ashes of Creation question you want, because we are wondering where the hell the Q&A is. Where is the open Q&A? There you go. Q&A is open. I don't know why the sign wasn't on. I got a lot of work to do today. I got a lot of work to do getting ready for Friday and the unveiling. Yeah, there it is. It's the right thing. I don't know why that was off. Oh, you know what? Gotta get my eucalyptus. My smooth brain tells me that you're wrong. Yeah, it's always funny too. That shit amuses me when people are like, when they'll be like, well, I'm a business owner. Okay. And what? I'm the CEO of a corporation. Does that, what the fuck does that mean? What value does that add to the conversation? Because you can say you're a business owner and I can say I'm a CEO of a corporation. I don't know if your statement is true. I know my statement is true. It's suddenly, subject matter expertise is a very difficult position, is a very dangerous position to argue from. You should never argue from you should never ever argue from the subject matter expertise level. Let that come up when, yeah, you're a business owner. That's awesome. I'm a dog owner. Exactly. You should never argue from, the subject matter expertise level, because the moment that you appear wrong, you invalidate yourself. Just make your argument. Like Tywin Lannister tells Joffrey, the man that says, any man who has to say, I am the king is no true king. That is like the greatest advice you can ever, don't ever make the argument that I'm right because. Just make your argument. You might be wrong. Do you have a proper tip for me? I've been finding myself slacking and procrastinating more and more, and I'm just becoming lazy and ineffective. Yes. Set goals. You guys, if you could see my desk, and one day I'll have the other camera set up, and which will then require me to keep my desk clean. But I have multiple things on my desk. So this is the carry around notebook. This notebook goes with me if I'm gonna leave the house, if I'm gonna leave the room. This is the notebook that comes with me. It travels around with me everywhere in the house. That way, if I have an idea, I always have this notebook with me. I have yellow sticky notes, big ones with lines, so I can write neatly and nicely. And these get stuck to the bottom of my monitors. And these are the things that I have to get done. And then these are the talking points, because you should always, well, not you should always, but I write out what I'm talking about when I'm talking, so that I can, put a couple of points together. The big part is, just make a list of what you want to get done. What is it I want to get done today? Oh, I didn't switch over to the battle. Bad streamer. What is it you want to get done today? What is it you're trying to accomplish? What is it you're trying to do? What are your goals? What's your objective? So I have a video on my Jahlon channel called the 5-second rule. I forgot her name. Oh, I don't have that book at the moment. Wolfus Moon borrowed that book from me. It's by Mel Robbins. Really, really good book. She says, sometimes you just have to set a goal, and then you know what the goal is, and then you need to turn around and the next, like you say, I want to work out in the morning. The next morning when you wake up and you're like, I'm tired, I'm sore, I 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, get up, put your feet on the floor, let's go. That's how you do it. You gotta have a goal. You gotta write that goal down. The biggest part of achieving your goals is writing it down. Then you've made it more than just a pipe dream. You've made it a task. Take your goal, break it down into tasks, and go. Hope you're doing good. I watched your video on monster coins. You proposed a fix that was something like players replace up to X% of the mobs and players can't destroy buildings. Craftman, I missed something about your statement. I'm worried that people defending by using monster coins with alts. What do you think? All of your alts share your citizenship. So you cannot take over monsters for an event that affects your town, and all of your alts share your citizenship, so you wouldn't be able to do that. Now, secondary account alts, sure, you'd be able to do that with. Actually, the Monster Coin event is somebody came up with a brilliant solution, an absolutely brilliant solution that not only fixes the pay to win part of Monster Coins, it also encourages more Monster Coin sales. And I haven't had a chance to write this up yet because it came into me late yesterday and I already started my show. Number one, people want cross-server play of some sort. It's always big. It's always big. What's the pay to win part about Monster Coins? For that one, my friend, you're going to have to dive into the video that I did because it's a pretty extensive discussion. The Reader's Digest version is, it is possible that I can, it is possible that I could plan a siege of I could plan the siege of a node, and we could buy an awful lot of Monster Coins. Wait until your node has an event, Monster. Wait until your node has an event. Take over all the monsters, disrupt the node, damage the node, and then drop our siege flag. It's not a very high possibility, but the thing about Ashes is that they want to make sure that there's no pay to win, so we have to make sure that there is no pay to win at all. The solution that somebody came up with, and they just said, what about cross-server, that there's some sort of thing, that interface that you can sign up for events that are going to happen on other servers. And I said, this is fucking brilliant. I need to write this up for Steven. Number one, people want some sort of cross-server play. Number two, if you get to fuck with other servers versus your own server, think about how cool that is. Later, Frost. Think about how cool the idea that you get to just go fuck with other servers instead of your own server. I think that's great. I think that's brilliant. And it's going to encourage Monster Coin sales because I buy the coin, I go into the interface, and I can, it opens up like and I know Intrepid doesn't want to have arena making or matchmaking system, but they could just have an interface on in your UI that tells you not which server, right? Not server 7 is about to have a Monster Coin event, but it could just pop up that there's a Monster Coin event on some server in your region in the next 25 minutes, in the next 4 hours. And then you could choose to sign up for that. And then when the time comes, you pop over to that server and you just have a good time. I think that's brilliant. I think that is absolutely positively brilliant. And we need to see more of it. All right, guys, if you're here and we're doing this, let's just buster this group in the face. No balloon busters, just regular busters right in the face of this main group and just take them all out. Be a good time. But yeah, I think yeah, that's awesome. Even enables content outside of your time zone if you want. Yes, thank you. Perfect. Outside your time zone events. And I want to put outside. Yeah. That might be a little bit more difficult. No, because you should be able to do it. That one might be a little bit more difficult because if they do an authentication server for the clusters like Final Fantasy does, I gotta imagine this dude shitting his pants right now. That group is gonna be like, what the fuck just happened to us? If they do an authentication server for East Coast, West Coast, that's gonna be problematic then, because what's gonna happen is you're gonna have that worked. You're gonna have a West Coast authentication server like Final Fantasy does. So, oh man, not cool. I don't think I can do all this by myself. Let's see, maybe. Oh, hit the archer. Hit the archer. Oh my god, so stupid. Oh, we're gonna pull it off. We're gonna pull it off. Would that not affect server stability? No, that helps server stability. Because what that does is, it means everybody on the West Coast goes through one authentication server, everybody on the East Coast goes through another authentication server, which helps spread out the lag. It's like what Final Fantasy does. Final Fantasy learned this early on. Final Fantasy learned this very, very early on that they needed to break that up because they were having problems matchmaking. Is your brother out? Don't freak out. Here. So where's the other person had? So that's great. The cross server thing I wrote down. I'm gonna roll that one up. I'm gonna talk about that. The outside of your time zone in your region. Yeah. That would add several layers of difficulty to anyone trying to take advantage of the monster event. You wouldn't be able, you'd have to hire, well, no, you couldn't hire mercenaries from, you wouldn't be able to hire mercenaries from another server, and here's why. Because you would have no idea, when the event is going to hit your node, and you couldn't hire mercenaries from another node because then you just, how are you going to hire mercenaries if events are going to happen in prime time? So you would know that 3 events are reflecting. It's just event 1, event 2, event 3. How you couldn't hire mercenaries, and then if you hire player-controlled mobs can damage buildings. You could try to hire mercenaries, but you wouldn't be able to get all of the mobs, and then other people that would be taking control, they would be able to destroy buildings because they're not on your server. They're not playing for their own personal gain. They're playing to give your node a challenge versus player-controlled mobs. Early stream for me? Yeah, my European community. You guys haven't had daylight savings time yet, have you? I think that's the problem. We had daylight savings time this past weekend, so I think I might be a little off from you guys. The other question, someone said that your estimation on when the beta drops is 6 months after Alpha 1. No, that has never been my estimation. First of all, that is a ridiculous number because you have Alpha 1 and then Alpha 2. Alpha 1 and Alpha 2 have to happen. So I don't even think Alpha 2 is going to happen for 1 year after Alpha 1. I know for a fact that there's more Alpha 1 testing after June 1 to June 30. June 1 to June 30 is just the first batch, is just the first set of Alpha 1 data. There's more Alpha 1 after that. I don't know where people got it in their head that that's all of Alpha 1. You still have, before you move to Alpha 2, my belief is that you're going to have all 8 archetypes. You're going to have leveling up to level 24. You're going to have the crafting system in play. You're going to have nodes to level 3. You're going to have 20% of the world done. You're going to have multiple dungeons and multiple raids to check, and a couple of world bosses. I have never at any time said beta is going to be happening 6 months after Alpha 1. I imagine that we're going to have 1 year of Alpha 1, 18 months of Alpha 2. And remember, Intrepid has already said Alpha 2 is going to be the longest testing phase. So that's one part of that. And what's the other one? Alpha 2 is going to be the longest testing phase, and the betas are going to be short. If people are thinking that they're going to be playing the betas are not persistent. The beta players do not join the Alpha 2 server. The beta players get beta servers. The Alpha 2 players stay on the Alpha 2 servers. They're going to be testing different things. Betas are going to be put up, the dress rehearsal. Let's make sure that, all right, guys, just so you know, I may lose my stream today. For some odd reason, Spectrum can't get it through their heads to secure all their internet boxes. So when we get rain, we oftentimes lose the internet. It's the dumbest shit ever. So I've got rain coming. So hopefully they've fixed all those boxes, but it's been an ongoing problem for years around here. Anyway, Alpha 1 and Alpha 2 are going to be the big workhorses, and then betas are going to be short. So Alpha will test the changes before beta gets the changes. Yes and no. That's how it should work. But Alpha and Beta are going to be testing different things. Remember, Beta is a dress rehearsal to make sure it works. Alpha is to make sure it's balanced and tweaked. Beta is to make sure it's bug-free. In Monster Coins, there is no possibility of loot gain for the monsters. No loot gain for the monsters, but when you are a monster in the Monster Coin system, you're earning progression in both the Monster Coin system and your cosmetics that you earn. I'm from Boston, but I spent the pandemic in Finland. Good call. Do you think when they move into A2, they will be doing full wipes between the tests like in A1, or will there be more longer tests? I don't think that they're going to be doing full wipes in Alpha 2, because if you're doing a bunch of full wipes in your Alpha 2, you've got a problem. And that problem is that problem is you shouldn't be in Alpha 2. Why are you doing full wipes? Now, if you're going to give people new information, new designs, new ideas, you make a radical change to a system and you need to get fresh data, then yes, you'll have a wipe. Alpha should get those changes first to make sure if shit breaks, it does not affect beta. Again, no, Zetrix. It depends. It depends on what you're changing. Because if you're some beta is for finding bugs. Alpha is for making balance and tweak changes, flavor changes. So again, it really depends. It depends on what you're changing. I don't think they'll be running alpha and beta at the same time. They are running alpha and beta at the same time. Listen to me here. Listen. Oh, you can't see the battle again. Sorry, my brain isn't here. Here's what happens. Alpha 2 servers don't become, beta people don't join the Alpha 2 servers. Beta people join the beta testing servers. And this is kind of foreign. This is kind of a foreign concept to people, because what they're used to is what ArcAge did. So many people think that what ArcAge did is the right style of testing. We're gonna lose that because they're gonna get their shot off first. That was so close. Now, can I get my quest done, please? Because that's what I'm here for. All I'm here for is my... Oh, I got my quest. Thank you. Place 3 units in versus mode. I guess we got to do 3 more. I guess we got to do 3 more. Wait, so an Alpha 2 player will have to log into 2 different servers if they want to switch between Beta and Alpha? Yes. That you got it. You got it. Because what you're testing for Alpha and what you're testing for Beta are 2 different things. The Beta starts with a B. Bug starts with a B. So when you're in beta testing, you're looking for bugs. You're looking for things that break. You're looking for hacks. You're looking for exploits. You're looking for cheats. Next after place 3 is to get 3 wins. Oh, is it 3 wins? I thought it was to kill 3 units. Ugh. Okay, so win 3 battles. Place 3 units and win 3 battles. Okay. Oh, so, well, if I place the 3rd and then I place the 3rd and then I complete that one and then I open it up and we get a win on that one, we could actually do it in 5. Oh, here comes the rain, guys. Can you all hear that? That is my life right now. It's always like I live in like the worst part of the world. Although the farmers always love it because they're like free water. Beta shouldn't be getting very many visible changes. That is absolutely 100% correct. Beta should not be getting a bunch of visible changes. If you're in a true beta, you are only working on bugs, hacks, exploits, cheats. You're not doing balancing. You might be doing a little bit, but balancing should all be done before you go into beta. People are used to like ArcAge where it was like alpha, now it's beta. That was all hype. That was all hype. That wasn't testing. That wasn't representational of good testing protocol. That was just bad. Let's see. I hope they don't do it as bad as WoW does it. In WoW, the filter in German word for less. In WoW, they filter the German word for less because it contains a variant of the N word. Well, yeah. The problem is that I see that I see that happen with another expletive where Spanish people have a problem using the word for black because the Spanish word for black is a derogatory term for blacks. And we can't, I've seen games censor the Spanish word for black. It's like, how stupid is this? It's also the funniest thing I've ever seen in my entire life when you're on the topic of censorship is when, the Portuguese word, the Spanish word, they censor that word because they think it's derogatory, and it's not derogatory. It's a color. Now, the funniest censorship I ever saw was where Tryon was censored. The word Tryon was censored in ArcAge. It was the funniest thing I'd ever seen. There is no open beta, Fox. One of the things I tell people is that by following my channel, following my YouTube, building up the Paradox Gaming Network, that's going to help me get more beta keys to give away. When people sign up for Ashes of Creation using my referral code, it lets Intrepid know that I'm still reaching new people. So when the time comes to give out beta keys, sure, absolutely, they're going to give people like Tim the Tatman, Shroud, Summit 1G, Asmongold. They're going to give those people beta keys because that's casting a wide net. That's throwing out a wide net. You get people hyped. You get people hyped by Asmongold gets 50 beta keys to give away. It costs you nothing to give people those beta keys, but you get an awful lot of people looking at Ashes of Creation. Now, you also got to give smaller creators, people like me, Smurg, Boom, appreciate that. I saw, there it is. Subscribe to Tier 1. I appreciate that. You went out of your pocket for that one. It means a lot to me. Gonna buy some new music later today. Like getting another composer scheduled, I think I can send out one. But giving smaller content creators, I'm trying to think, giving the wiki some beta keys to give away. I know that seems weird, but getting people to go to the wiki to get information. I mean, okay, not talking any shit about Lex or the wiki. I think it's a good idea to give the wiki beta keys as a sort of a reward for the hard work that they've done and gets people to go to the wiki. The problem is that you don't really need to give the wiki any beta keys because people are going to go to the wiki because you promote the wiki. So it's not like you need to give people beta keys to send them there. But giving content creators like Smurg, myself, the Golden Feather, a couple of other programs, some beta keys, what that does is it drives traffic to the people who can give tender loving care to your product. And what I mean by tender loving care is it's one thing. It is one thing to it is one thing to support the big influencers. But remember, those big influencers are brands. If those big influencers, and Asmongold being the exception, Shroud being the exception as well, because Shroud has enough money, he doesn't actually have to make money. Those other guys, they're paying their bills with their content creation money. If they have a bat, we're gonna get owned. We got a balloon buster right in the face. Those guys, anybody that's making their money as an influencer, as a content creator, they're gonna go where the money is. If they're feeding their family based on their income, if they see a 60% decrease in their income, they're going to go back to the game that's going to make them money because they have to. That's the job. That's just what it is. Now, with the people who do it for fun, they're going to give people a little bit more, a little bit more of a better experience, answering questions. Because they're not big enough to go somewhere else and make money. So you've got your influencers at the top, you've got your workhorses in the middle, and then you've got your up and coming people. Now, I'm not against supporting the up and coming people. I think supporting the up and coming people is a really smart decision as well. The problem is supporting the up and coming people doesn't really get you anything. It doesn't net you. It doesn't net you anything because ours is in the air first. It doesn't net you anything because the small people are going to I can't. I already collected them yesterday. Damn it. So the small people, their audience is already shared with the big people. You're not gonna gain anything. At the same time, a beta key itself doesn't cost you anything. Free cosmetics don't cost you anything. So advertising and marketing that doesn't cost you anything, that has the potential, thanks Fupo, that has the potential to give you a return on investment is absolutely amazing. Why worry about giving some creators beta keys? Just give creators beta keys. It doesn't cost you much. Now, the argument can be made of why you don't give away beta keys is because then people won't buy founders packs. Absolutely true. But I think by the time you get to beta, most people are going to have their beta key if they want to be in beta. Hide the key code link through a random wiki page to make people read through lots. They did, actually, for the cosmetics. Lex did do that. They set up an amazing sort of contest where people had to do a lot of reading on the wiki, and we had a lot of good conversations came out of that. And myself included. I know that of the Ashes of Creation community, I'm one of the top 4 people for knowledge. Now I get to say I have the highest quiz average, which is kind of cool. But I'm competitive like that when it comes to academia. But I find stuff on the wiki all the time that I didn't know. I would say myself, Shaz, Lex, and Unknown are the top 4 people when it comes to who knows what. When it comes to who knows what, that's the top 4. If you asked me for my top 4 dream team, that's the top 4. That's not to say, and I have the best viewers. Guys, I say this with all sincerity. no bullshit. Nobody on Twitch has a better community than mine. People on Twitch can have an equally good community to mine, but nobody on Twitch has a better community than mine. Nobody. My community is absolutely amazing. You guys have funded an amazing Twitch stream revamp coming on Friday. New alerts. I've got 5 of the 10 alerts are with me. The other 5 are in development. I have 6 pieces of music composed. I have 3 beautiful pieces of art that I'm working on. I'm working on something more. I shouldn't have gotten the art made. I should have only gotten 1 piece of the art made, and then I have a vision. I have a dream of what I want to do. But bar none, nobody on Twitch has a better community than mine. There are people with equally good communities to mine, but nobody's community is better. You guys took a small channel. You worked hard. You got a small channel made partner. I just show up with the mic, the camera, some mornings where I'm struggling. I didn't sleep well last night, so my brain isn't engaged. I'm struggling a little bit. It's St. Patrick's Day. Everybody's Irish today. How accurate is the wiki? Looks like they take sentences from Steven years ago and write some of them as facts. Every single thing on the wiki is a fact. Because if Lex finds, and we got rid of all of these, and I say we as the like holy we, I am a wiki curator. I do have the access to make changes to the wiki, but having fucked the wiki up several times, Lex just rather prefers that I point it out to somebody who, like, find what's wrong, find the right quote, give that all to them, and then they will take care of that. Like, I'm a curator on paper. I'm not a curator on. I'm not a doer. I'm not a worker bee. I'm an information bee. So. Yeah, we didn't get balloon busted. We didn't get them down. That's gonna suck. It's okay. So every single thing, yeah, I'm a king bee. Every single thing on the wiki is a fact. It's a quote. It's a citation. The problem is, a big part of the issue is that, completely wasted. A big part of the issue is that those quotes, while they are accurate, okay, those quotes are accurate, they're also sometimes taken out of context. And what I mean by that is, I give the example all the time. Steven says in 2017, Tulnar or green, or Vecker green. 2017, Steven said Vecker green. So, 2021, Steven says Vec can be red or blue. Well, the problem is, unless we oh shit, sorry guys. Somebody yell at me if I do it again. If I do it again, I'm donating something right away. I'm buying somebody a fucking skin or something. I gotta get my head in the game. You know what else I need to do? Let me do this. This is probably what I need to do. I need to put this in front of me, so I'm looking at the stream instead of looking at Stream Raiders. So Steven said in 2017 the Vecker green. He says in 221, yeah, I can't drink coffee until noon. Actually, I'm gonna say that. I'm gonna have Tamir. Tamir's at the doctor. Tamir's not having a good day. So 2017, Steven says Vecker green. 2021, Steven says the Vec can be red or blue. Unless we grab Steven at that point and we say to Steven, okay, the Vec can be red or blue. But does that mean they must be red or blue, or is it they can be green, red, and blue? So therein lies the problem. It's not that the wiki is inaccurate. It's that Steven isn't an answer vending machine. And Steven's really good about, he won't give me new information. But Steven will answer clarification questions. And I got two of them in the same day this week, because Steven recognizes that everybody wants new information, but we got to make sure that the information that's out there floating around the internet is accurate. So we're doing pretty good with the clarifications. Is there a first person mode? So it depends on what you're looking for a first person mode. What we have is, you can put your camera into a first person mode, but it's not going to be like ESO. It's not going to be like 7 Days to Die. Your hand's not going to come up with the weapon, but you can bring the camera in all the way so you can play in that mode if you like it. I understand some people like playing in that mode. I don't. I like being pulled out, but then again, I started gaming back in like 1984 with top-down looking RPGs and strategy games. What were the two clarifications? The two clarifications were, are monster coins earned in-game tradable? And the answer is yes. Are monster coins bought from the store bound? Yes. And then, how does the zone of influence versus the neighboring node lockout happen? And I was 99% sure it was what I thought. And so it's what I've always taught. But I wanted to get clarification after the cosmetic thing. I wanted to make sure that we got the direct answer. Thanks for the reply. No problem. I think it'd be really odd if I did the Q&A show and I didn't answer the questions. I think that would be bad. Let's see. The first person mode is basically made for taking screenshots, saving nice views, or for roleplay. I mean, some people play very effectively in that mode. I was so hyped for the weekend, but not so much anymore. I understand that people are upset. I understand that people are disappointed. I get that. I get that Intrepid probably needed to. Okay, so because you guys know that I don't just throw out problems. John Maxwell writes in his book, I forgot who he quotes when he says it. I believe it's Henry Ford. Don't just point out a problem. Don't point out the problem. Provide the solution. Propose a solution. The Peanuts. You guys, the Peanuts comic strip. Lucy is horrible at this. Lucy only points out the problems to Charlie Brown. And there's actually a famous comic strip where Charlie Brown's got his head in his hands, and Lucy says, "You know what your problem is? Your problem is you are you." And Charlie Brown says, "Well, what do I do about that?" And she says, "Oh, I don't provide the solutions. I just point out the problems." Well, then you're part of the problem. Stop being part of the problem. Start being part of the solution. So I never bitch. I never rant about stuff. I simply point out something I see is wrong, and then I propose a solution. Or sometimes I say, I use like from a chorus line, "That ain't it, kid. That ain't it, kid." I don't know what the answer is, but I know this. I know this isn't good, and here's all the reasons why. I'm not just going to say that sucks. I'm going to say this isn't good. Here's all the reasons why. But I can't give you the solution. Now, of course, I'll try to give you an idea of a solution. I have the Toby Ziegler quote from The West Wing. Well, have an idea. That's a repeated discussion in my household. I always have to ask my wife, "Do you want a solution or do you want me to listen?" Yeah, that is a great thing. Men, husbands, guys, always make sure that you know if your wife wants you to propose a solution or just listen to her problem. So, did they push some dates? Yeah, they pushed the dates last Friday. Do you think NDA will be back after the June testing and in future Alpha 2 testing? No. It's kind of pointless it's kind of pointless to put the NDA testing back up or the NDA back up after you've done testing, because an NDA is there to prevent information from becoming public knowledge. Once the information is public knowledge, then exactly what are you protecting? Like, it doesn't make much sense to try to put an NDA back up, and all you do is create hardship for your content creators, because now you're expecting me to not talk about your game, right? You're expecting me to not talk about your game because I have to make sure that every single thing I talk about, I can cite a public source. And that's not cool. That is absolutely not cool, that you're going to expect me to have a citation for every single thing I talk about. Like, I can't even tell you an example that I want to use because I would break my NDA to tell you the example I want to use. So putting an NDA back up is one of the worst things to even try to do, because then you're going to have all the people running around saying, well, Jay broke NDA, you're going to be getting thousands of tickets. I broke NDA. Well, I didn't break NDA. I didn't break NDA. You just think I broke NDA. However, I didn't. And so that's your problem. That is ultimately your problem, but you're going to incur all those tickets. It's like right now we got all the chuckleheads, right? We have all the chuckleheads that are selling gray market accounts. And I talked about this last night. I talked about it on my show. Don't buy gray market accounts. All you're asking for is to get burned. And because Intrepid has told you the buying and selling of accounts is against the terms of service, the person who has the most to lose is the person buying the account. I'm already going to tell you there's one person that I've lost a ton of respect for. They've actually sold their account twice because they were able to recover the account using the original email. They sold the account, they recovered the account, they sold the account again. I have no problem saying I've already reported that account directly to Steven with all the proof and all the evidence. That particular account I put directly on Steven's desk. And some people would be like, well, why would you do that? Because the rules are meaningless if people don't help enforce the rules. Maybe it's my 15 years in the military, but I'm a good fan of good order and discipline. I want Intrepid, I queued Intrepid up on a softball for them to be able to hit a home run on banning an account, a multi-$1,000, approaching $10,000 account. Because if Intrepid proves that they're going to ban those people, then Intrepid doesn't need to justify, talk, endorse, prove anything that they're going to ban gold buyers. The big thing that people are waiting for, people are waiting to see a game that actually bans gold buyers. And if you have a major gold incident, I want to see a company. And I know a lot of you, the first thing I'm going to say here, you're going to get like sticker shock, and you're going to be like, I don't want that. But I want you to hear me out. So before your knee-jerk reaction of I don't want that triggers, listen to me here. Say somebody bought $1 million gold. Say there was a gold farming operation that generated $1 million gold, and a guild bought 1 million gold. And now they start buying things and selling things and sending ripples of gold and issues through the economy. If that got reported and they took the server down, they kicked everybody off the server, locked to the server so that the GMs could work in peace for 60 minutes ban that account and reverse all of the transactions that went through. Isn't that better for the health of the server than all of those transactions going through? Because you can't take away the power gain from that guild if you allow all the transactions to stand. The problem is that when you try to run an automated script can only do what an automated script can do. I remember somebody in ArcAge used some of their credits to buy tax certs. Isn't that a massive back end? No, because you've shut the server down, you've kicked everybody off, and there's no more. You're not playing secondary, tertiary, septitary orders of effects. You're not talking 1, 2, 7, 10 orders of effects. You're talking you're talking, you've frozen the server in time. You've kicked everybody off, and now the GMs get to roll back all those individual transactions, but they haven't gotten out of hand because you found out that 1 million gold was bought and sold. I think this is a really important thing because I don't want my server economy destroyed. And even if here's what people do. What people do is they buy the gold with an alt, they trade the gold from an alt to another alt, and then they trade the gold from the alt to the main. So you end up in a scenario where the gold has been filtered so many times that it becomes hard. Like, you bought 1 million gold, you distribute it, you started distributing it, and now that 1 million gold is illicit, and it's spreading around the server, and it's destroying everybody's hard work. I would rather them freeze the server and say, "Oh hell no, oh absolutely hell no, we're going to reverse all those transactions. We're going to ban the gold buyer. We're going to ban all the accounts that touched it." And the good thing is, Intrepid has already said that they have inlaid gold transfer tracking heat maps, so that if you bought 1 million gold, that's going to flag. That is absolutely going to flag right away. And an active GM is going to be like, wow, 1 million gold just changed hands. It's also going to track multiple transactions. So you received gold from 490 different accounts. That's a banking bot. That's what I meant when you trace back too many alt money transfer bots. That sounds like a lot of computations. That's actually really easy. I don't know if I don't know if our former WoW GM is here, but tracing back all of that's actually really easy. And I say that's really easy because you identify a money holding account. You identified an account that is responsible for gathering the money and selling it. If I know that you're a banking bot, we'll call it the banking character, then you're receiving little bits of gold from a number of accounts. Well, all I have to do is tag that account and trace and look at its transaction history and say, where are all the accounts that you've gotten money from? All of these accounts, ban them all. And then have a human go through and look through them. The name DFGHHHJK, ban, permaban. The name GHJJJKL, permaban. The name River Dancer. Put that on my screen. Let me look up. Let me look up what's going on here. Why did you? Why did you? What happened? You had one transaction where you gave gold, but you got an item. Let me track the history of this item. Looks clean enough. Grab that person, send him a mail. Just want to let you know your account was banned. Just want to Just want to let you know your account was banned while we were investigating. Your account you were tied up with a gold buying selling operation. It doesn't look like you were complicit in it. We apologize. Here is a cosmetic that we give to people that are investigated and found innocent. Have a good day. How would they still prove you bought gold though? Okay, so here's an interesting thing about a economy. Or a video game. They don't need to prove you bought gold. They don't need to prove you bought gold. They just have to reasonably suspect that the fact that an account gave you $1 million gold. An account gave you $1 million gold for nothing. You had never had any transactions with that account before, and it randomly gave you $1 million gold. Yep, you bought that gold. They don't have to approve it. They don't have to prove. This isn't a court of law. They don't have to prove it beyond a reasonable doubt. Because remember, the terms of service says they can ban you for any and all reason, including no reason, with or without notice to you. So if they think you bought gold, then they can ban you. What if I'm just leaving the game and want to give everything away? If you're leaving the game and you want to give everything away, won't you have had some previous transactions? Won't you have had some previous transactions over the years with that account? Because if you think that they can only see the last 7 days, fuck no. They can see every transaction your account has ever done, fucking ever. That's just how the database is. ArcAge, you can see your transactions all the way to 2017. Friends started a new account and you want to give them some seed money. Isn't that person going to be on your friends list? Isn't there going to be a record of messages between you and that friend? And the very fact that Intrepid says they're doing heat transfer tracking, doesn't that let you know that you're going to not just hand the person a million gold all at one time? If they're telling you they're going to be investigating transfers of large sums of gold. So aren't you going to add that person to your friends list? Aren't you going to be whispering them? Aren't you going to be talking to them? And are you really going to hand your friend $1 million gold? And remember, when I say $1 million gold, I said $1 million because it's supposed to be representational of an absurd amount of gold. We're talking an absurd amount. So basically buy small amounts of gold then. Sure. And then when you've had 6 transactions with the banking bot that we bust, we ban you because you've had 6 transactions. Let me tell you, if you think you are smarter than the system, all I will do is point you to all the prisons in all of the countries in all of the world filled with all of the people who thought that they were smarter than law enforcement. You can't beat the system if you actually set up. If you actually set up an investigation system, okay, then you can nail people 80% of the time. And I think that if a game is nailing people 80% of the time, that is going to scare the shit out of gold buyers, because a gold buyer isn't going to run the risk of their account, especially once you have a couple of those stories where a person tried to filter the gold and then they got banned anyway. Those people, they're going to tell that story. They're going to rant and rave on that story on Reddit. And then if the company actually talks about an event, as long as they don't name any names, that'll scare the shit out of people. Are there still going to be people that are going to buy gold? Sure. There will always be people that'll buy gold. What about people fake corruption death? Do you think they'll be able to track that? There's no such thing as faking a corruption plus death. Gold sellers will probably find a way around. No, gold sellers probably won't. Gold sellers will leave the game and they will go to games where they can make easier gold, easier cash with less headache. Okay, I've heard of that before. Basically, you get a full corruption, get killed by a character you want to give your items to, and hope you drop the items the character needs. What? Basically, in hope to drop the items that character needs. That's just the corruption system with normal steps. So yeah. So what you're saying that a gold, hold up. What you're saying is a gold buyer, or a gold seller is going to get an item, dying on purpose to do an illegitimate trade. How would that work is what I'm asking you. How would that work? Because the person has to get the item, first of all. The person has to get the item that's desirable enough, right? The person has to get the item that's desirable enough. So where is this gold? Gold sellers don't want to fuck around with rare items. You guys realize, I don't know where some of you get this information. Gold sellers don't fuck around accumulating these rare items. Gold sellers steal accounts from gold buyers, okay? They steal the accounts from the gold buyers because you're stupid and you get malware installed on your computer when you're on their website. And then what they do is they're not out there farming legendary weapons, legendary items that take time or effort or energy. They're stealing the account and they're pilfering all of the good shit off of it, and they're selling that. So this idea that gold sellers are going to go and farm that legendary item, they're not going to do that, because gold sellers work on the nibbles theory. They work on the I want to make as many dollars as I can with as least amount of noticeability as I can, so that I make as much money as I can. They're not interested in the majority of gold sellers. Now I'm going to tell you about another gold selling operation that's been going on for like 20 years. But the majority of the gold sellers, the buygoldnow.com, they only care about making as much gold as they can as quickly as they can. I had my account hacked in Guild Wars 2. When I got it back, my character was max level with a ton of good stuff. It was like they stole my account just to play it. Somebody stole your account, sold it, they made their money. Now somebody bought that account. They think that that's their account. You recovered it. The only person who lost there was the account buyer. The only person who lost there was the account buyer. It would make, somebody asked, are they going to do bans in waves, or are they going to... Game companies that don't have active GMing do bans in waves, because what they're trying to do is they're trying to roll up an entire gold seller's operation in one cut. They are not... Intrepid's not going to be doing their policing like that. Intrepid is going to be doing their policing where they have active GMs. So if they can ban somebody on the spot, they're going to ban somebody on the spot. Banning somebody on the spot keeps your economy healthier overall. The big roll-ups are usually done on like EVE, Final Fantasy, WoW, Guild Wars, because it takes them time to investigate, and those economies are already fucked. So it doesn't matter. I'm going to jump up real quick. I'm going to be right back, and then we're going to stay on this topic. This is a good one. Also, that idea that you're gonna get the rare item, and then you're gonna get the rare item, you're gonna have the what are we thinking here? You're gonna have the rare item, you're gonna have the person, you're going to have the rare item, you're going to get a lot of corruption, and then you're going to have the person kill you, so you drop the item, and then it looks like it's a legitimate drop. That sounds like an awful lot of work on the seller's part. Do you think the seller gives a shit about you? The seller doesn't give a shit about you. The seller gives a shit about the fact that they now have your money. The seller doesn't care. Yes, the seller does. No, the seller doesn't care. The seller doesn't care. The seller does not give a shit if your account gets banned. You're a consumer to them. No, gold selling accounts do not care. Yes, they do. There are too many different sellers, and sellers don't want to get banned too. Really? Hold up. Y'all are delusional. The gold sellers care about you because that's why they install malware on their gold selling site so they can steal your account. Sellers don't care about being banned. Exactly. Sellers don't care about being banned. Sellers are the majority of the reason. Gold selling websites are the majority of the reasons why accounts get hacked. Because if you go to these websites, and people have done this, you can look these videos up. As soon as you start interacting with that website, they're installing malware on your computer so they can steal not only the account you're buying gold for, they can see all the games that you have. To be honest, you have limited knowledge about RMT. There's so much more than they're going to hack your account. You have very limited knowledge about my, experience and wealth of knowledge. You're making that statement based on the topic at hand. I haven't even gotten to the part where there are professional gold selling operations that don't ever advertise in game. There is buygoldnow.com hacks accounts so they can spam, so they can pilfer the accounts, so they can sell the account, so they can strip the account. They do all these things. There are legitimate gold selling websites out there that play the game like real players. They play the game like real players. They build real guilds. They invite you into the real guild. It's a complete cover operation. Okay? There's a complete cover operation there, and those are the professional levels. I didn't even know about these things until they got explained to me by a guy who said, "Oh yeah, all I do is buy gold." And I was like, "Well, how do you not get caught?" He's like, "I don't buy gold from buygoldnow.com." He's like, "I go to an organization that is set up, and they're in every game. They're in every game. They're not on every server, but they're in every game. They make a fuck ton of money selling gold because people that don't want to get caught pay a higher premium for their gold because they know they're basically buying legitimate gold. They're buying legitimate gear. You go in, you join their guild, you go on the runs, they gear you out. There's a lot of conversations. There's a lot of guild chat. It's a complete cover operation because how would you know? And it's like I've said, the problem with when people get mad about, and we talked about it a little bit last night, we talked about it last night. If I give you the $15 you need for your account for this month, if I give you the $15 you need for your account this month, and you give me 7 days of your gold profit, how is Intrepid going to know? And follow-up question is, should Intrepid police that? Should that be policed by Intrepid? If I paid for your account, now you get the idea. There's some, yeah, but here's the thing. You're assuming that what I just explained is the preponderance of the operations, and they're not. Okay, and they're not. The majority of the gold, 80 to 90% of the gold selling operations are buygoldnow.com. And that's just a fact. But you want to jump all over the fact that I don't have an idea. You're judging what I know based on the start of a conversation. I know far more about tracking illicit movement of shit than I care to. But you can't stop all of it. That's the problem. People want to hold video game companies to a standard that you can't hold anybody to. Is there crime in the real world? Yes. Is there law enforcement in the real world? Yes. Well, if there's law enforcement in the real world and there's crime in the real world, then why can't real world law enforcement knock out all this crime? Well, the reason why they can't is because there's not enough cops to go around. And when you have that many cops to go around, you don't really have a free state. Law enforcement is paid by the taxpayers. Think of law enforcement as pollution control. Exactly. In a real world, you cannot create a new account. Bullshit. Yes, you can. You think these motherfuckers don't have 15, 20 identities? I am absolutely positively not going to tell you how to get a new identity. But I am absolutely positively going to tell you that you can get a new identity in less than 30 minutes. A complete new identity. And as long as you're staying the hell out of places that have biometric cameras everywhere, you can operate off the grid. Now, the years of operating off the grid are coming to a close. But for about another 5 to 10 years, there's people who have 15, 20, 30 identities. They're all authentic. They're so authentic, these individuals could board an airplane with their fake ID. So don't say you can't create it in the real world. You can't create a new account, because you absolutely positively can. I mean, you only talked about stealing accounts. That's really limited way to make gold. Most is botted or sold by legit people. No, you're factually incorrect. So, first of all, I'm gonna get a little adversarial here, because I don't have the ability to say fucking here's all the information in 3 seconds. I don't have that ability. That ability doesn't exist. When you get the ability for me to fucking jack the back of your head into a terminal and upload everything I know, then you can say, well, you only I'm talking about a topic. If you asked me the question, is this everything? I'd say no. Number 2, the amount of gold that is sold by legit people that want to make some cash on the side. If you believe that part of the gold selling operation surpasses the account stealing, the botting, the hacking, the pillaging of accounts, then you're factually incorrect. I don't know what to tell you. The one guy selling gold on the side. Quick story about ArcAge. Guy contacted me about ArcAge. He loved my gold selling videos. He actually contacted me to thank me because of my gold making videos in ArcAge. He told me he was so happy. He was able to sell enough gold to move his family out of a dangerous neighborhood and into a better neighborhood. He said it was better for him dollars per hour, because he was getting paid in US dollars. He said dollars per hour, it was better for him to just stay at home and sell gold than it was to have a second job. He was able to move his family out of a dangerous neighborhood in Brazil, out of a dangerous neighborhood into a less dangerous neighborhood. That kind of broke my heart, because I was like, well, how much do you need to move your family from a less dangerous neighborhood to a good neighborhood? And do I want to write that check? But that aside, I do not say that doesn't exist, because that absolutely does exist. But please do not try to say that the people who are selling gold on the side are making and generating more gold than the 20, 50, 80 bot account setups, or the rooms full of children in China that all they do is farm gold. Please do not try to even remotely say the guy selling gold on the side is a bigger part of the problem than the bots. And I'm going to point out, I've already said 80% solution, and you're not going to stop it all. So really not a good place to come in and try to be like, I know better, because I do nothing but research this shit. I actually, believe it or not, I like to, research the shit I talk about. So it's cool that you have an opinion, and it's cool that you think that most is botted or sold by legit people, but your opinion is that you're wrong. Your opinion is fine that some of it is botted or sold by legit people, but you use the word most, and now you've become factually incorrect. Most gold sold is not by legit people. Let's see. They'll report about it if they know about it. It's the old question, who's the greatest pirate in the world? The one you never heard of, who got all the wealth he needed and got a nice house and lived the rest of his life in comfort and peace without getting arrested. Exactly. Who's the greatest thief? The one that you never heard of. That's 100% true. If you know about them, they got caught. As gamers, we would have to pay even higher prices for games or in-game services just to combat gold sellers. Yes, absolutely. I'd encourage everyone to look at RuneScape as it has a free market economy and has blatant issues with all these issues. Except it doesn't have a free market economy because RuneScape has bonds and RuneScape has PvP or pay to win. Yeah, we need melee in the back up over here. And then this is probably we're gonna try to get this last win, but I kind of want to get to PvE mode. But yeah, we talked about RuneScape last night. RuneScape has bonds. Bonds lead to pay to win. So, and somebody said, it's like $7. It's going to be like $600 to buy something. Yeah, people do that shit. You think people don't spend that much? Bonds were introduced as a mean to combat gold sellers. Yeah, the problem is that when you make, okay, when you can't introduce bonds, Apex, Plex, WoW tokens as a means to combat gold selling. The reason why you can't do that is because now you're selling those in game for gold, and in order for people to get them, they need to have gold. So they end up buying gold from the third-party site in order to get the bond. Believe it or not, the gold farmers increase the supply of goods, therefore decreasing the prices in games. No, that is actually also incorrect. Let me correct you because you're like 75% right, but let's make sure that we clarify this. Gold farmers increase the supply of bottom-tier goods, decreasing the prices of bottom-tier goods in games. The problem with this is no, they don't decrease the cost of the crafted goods. They actually cause inflation. The reason why they cause inflation is because what they have decreased the value of easy to acquire gathering materials. The game that you look to is Final Fantasy XIV. Look to Final Fantasy XIV for this, and I'll explain why. It explains everything. Final Fantasy XIV has something known as crystals. You need a crystal multiple crystals, multiple shards, multiple clusters to do any crafting. So if you want to do crafting, you have to have these things, right? Now, crystals would be than they used to be at launch. Crystals were an amazing way for a brand new player to make gold. And what I'm talking about here is you've got the artisan system, you have the gatherers, the processors, and the crafters. Luckily, Intrepid is planning on keeping low-level items relevant, so they won't have this problem. But a brand new person to Final Fantasy XIV, they come in, they're a level 1 gatherer. They could, in theory, level on shards and make a little bit of money. However, because shards are needed in everything, the bots run their bots collecting shards 24 hours a day. Shards have no value. Because shards have no value, new entries into the economy have no way to accumulate wealth. When you create a system where you say that the supply goes up so the cost goes down, that is true, except it only hurts the gatherers. And I say that because you have inflation, and then the crafters, even though the crafters paid bottom dollar for the mats required to make the item, they still charge top dollar because for them to get what they need top dollar. Bots actually, they look like they're fixing the problem and they're making the problem worse. Bots don't fix any part of the problem. They make you think that they're fixing the problem. But if bots were driving down the prices, why are all the crafted items so expensive? ESO money sink doesn't impact the bottom tier goods as much to even care for going out and farming them. The bots supply them to the players. Congratulations. Way to destroy your own argument. You just destroyed your own argument. Nobody wants to go out and farm them because the bots farm them. Therefore, the price is too low for me to bother with my time. What is my gold, silver, ISK, gil per hour ratio gathering those things? The problem is you're looking at a part of the problem. You're saying that part of the problem is okay. I acknowledge it's a problem, but I like the benefit I get from it. Not to go too far into the real world with this, but I do need to tie it to a real world example so people get it. Everybody complains about immigrants. Everybody complains about Middle Easterners, Indians, Pakistanis, Afghanis, Azerbaijanis, people from South America coming to the United States and taking all these jobs. Where were all the Americans taking those jobs? A guy coming into this country to wash dishes isn't taking a job away from an American. You know why? Because most restaurant owners want to hire a legal authorized to work person because they don't want to get a pine cone up their ass if they get caught having an illegal alien working. But Americans don't want to go and wash dishes, scrub floors, clean toilets, pick up trash, do landscaping. So you're complaining about people taking a job you weren't going to do anyway. Now, this is where the bots come in. The bots are low wage earners and they make money. If they weren't there, the money would be there because you wouldn't be getting paid $7 an hour to wash dishes. You need to have your dishes washed. You're not going to pay $7 an hour because no one's taking the job. Now you got to pay 10. Now you got to pay 12. Supply, demand, availability of labor. I get that. I get people's initial argument is they took jobs away from Americans. They didn't take jobs away from Americans. They took jobs Americans weren't willing to do. But I do say that the issue is that if nobody took the job, then the business owner would have to either one, go out of business, or two, pay more for that job. If you follow the line of thought. Robots replacing humans in the factory. Robots replacing humans in the factory is another great example. But that's more my gripe against unions. Because unions, it became cheaper to replace you with a robot because you want $42 an hour to do not $42 an hour worth of work. Believe it or not, folks, I know you all think that you're all worth like $50 an hour. You're not. That's not really true, but I'm not here to make a problem continue. It is true. It absolutely is true. If you want to throw a counter to that, feel free. But I left this statement open and broad because more than half of the people here aren't going to go and do any research on it anyway. And it's true enough to break them of the paradigm of let's blame the illegal aliens. The point of that is don't blame the illegal aliens for taking the job you weren't going to take in the first place. I bust tables, dishes, and farm work as a teenager. Guess kids' parents just suck nowadays. Oh yeah, my kids have chores. My kids do not need to do chores. I could hire a maid service if I wanted. I don't really like strangers in my house. But my kids do chores because I believe embracing the suck. I believe hard work and manual labor is a way for you to learn that you want to grow up to not do hard work and manual labor. It's how I figured out real quick in life that I didn't want to do manual labor. My dad made me do manual labor every summer. Had to help around the house, had to help with the company. I figured out real quick. I said, I don't want to be a contractor. I want to be in the business. I want to be in the air conditioned office, learning how to be an architect, a manager, a project manager. My brother loves doing fucking manual labor, but now he's 45 years old. My brother has problems with his feet, the bones in his feet. He's had a couple of surgeries to fix the bones in his feet. He said to me once, he said, how did you How did you handle being in the military? Our whole family's flat-footed. I said, orthopedic lifts, and I got a desk job. Let's see. The complexity of bots increasing supply versus impacting the in-game market is a tough one. You can say that the real driver is real currency, not in-game currency. And it's this reason why, as a buyer, I am not bothered by high in-game prices for goods. What you've done right there is you've introduced an outside element. You have an in-game economy, but you've said real currency. There's your problem. Once you add in that factor, it breaks your closed economy. An economy should be closed. The outside element is the real currency. Yes, that's the problem. The reason why in-game economies suck is because in-game economies are based around people cheating. If people couldn't cheat, and by the way, folks, I don't give a shit if you're offended or not. If you're offended, not the right channel for you. If you buy gold, you're a fucking cheater. Period. You're a fucking cheater if you buy gold. End of story. There's no gray. There's no wiggle room. There's no gradient. There's no exception. If you buy gold, you're a fucking cheater. Period. I'm offended that you think I'm offended. Well, I'm offended that you're offended that I think you're... Fuck it. So the argument I see as being a good one is that real players have to spend their time to gather resources versus bot owners that log in and collect the resources that the bot gathered and then profit. But yeah, basically. Yeah. Offenception. The problem is that you have people that are working 16 hours a day in a sweatshop. And they're influencing the economy of a game. But here, the individuals that purchase the gold using money are the ones carrying the brunt of the issue, since they are paying for the bots to supply the goods in the game. Oh, absolutely. That's why I 100% say no leniency. No leniency. No leniency for gold buyers. If the economy is not closed, you will have something like Albion Online. Season is won by a millionaire spending thousands of dollars in-game the legit way. Yes, exactly. The people like me that don't spend money are actually benefiting overall. Once again, that makes you part of the problem. Stop being part of the problem. Start being part of the solution. If you are happy that you're benefiting from cheaters breaking the economy, you're part of the problem. If you're happy about the fact that you're benefiting, you're part of the problem. You are what's known as a bystander. You're like, I don't want to change it because I benefit. I don't want to say anything because it doesn't affect me. You are part of the problem. If you are not speaking out against people buying gold, selling gold, this allows me to buy cheap goods on the market. That makes you part of the fucking problem. What don't you understand? What don't you understand? That you are part of the fucking problem with the goddamn economy. Like, it's literally like, you're like, I'm happy that the fucking in-game economy is getting trashed because I benefit. Fuck the game. Fuck everybody else. Fuck the gatherers. It's literally, you know what? Goodbye. Can't handle you. I can't handle stupid. I can't handle you. You are either trolling or you're unteachably stupid. Period. You're done. I can't. This is the wrong show for you. The absolute wrong show for you. I cannot handle. No, people get banned here all the time. When people are either trolling or... I've spent enough time on this individual to realize that they either are trolling or they're unteachably stupid. And I don't know which one it is, but it's one or the other. And I don't want to spend any more time. That's like the kid. That person just got referred to the guidance counselor for an IEP, for a special education evaluation. There's absolutely nothing wrong with being special education. There's absolutely nothing wrong with needing an IEP, an individualized education plan. The problem is that this is like the AP class and you don't belong here. I buy herbs from the auction house, use an ad on the tracks, how much the herbs cost and how much potions cost and the purchase rate of the potions. I then make potions with a minimum of 10 gold and a high turnover rate and put that shit up, and that's how I make my money. You should be banned too because you're using an add-on. So You will pay in some way, just like you might get cheap products at the store, but high taxes paying for illegals and welfare. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. Let's see. Restart the banhammer clock. No, the problem is the banhammer already got taken out. It's like Thor, and I'm still worthy, and the banhammer showed up in my hand, which means it's like I say, guys, the first one is hard. The rest of them are easy. The first one is hard. The rest of them are easy. He was trying to justify fence sitting on a crime. I can relate, but it's not something I can encourage. It's what it's like is if you're in the alley at 2:00 in the morning and you're buying a 4K upscaling DVD player from 1999 from a crackhead, the problem is you're part of the problem because you're giving crackheads a place to go to sell stolen goods. Or, I mean, it could be their own shit, but usually it's stolen shit. Buying stolen shit does what? It encourages people to steal. What if there was a giant neon light that appeared over all, like just magic? If an item is stolen, it suddenly has a big neon light that says stolen. Nobody would buy stolen goods because they know I take out my phone at the post office, and what I didn't notice is right behind me a cop, and the cop walks up, puts handcuffs on me. He's like, "I'm arresting you for possession of stolen materials. Use scalping instead of stealing." Yeah, let's just play buzzword bingo. You got accused of behaving like you were already retired because I was honest when I told my supervisors I didn't want to go underway, and then had flight issues outside my control leading to me not being able to get underway. You know, I hated that shit. I hated that shit when my airmen would get stuck somewhere and miss a rotor, a rotator to the AOR, and then they would be getting all sorts of shit on by like the MAGCOM, and they'd be like, "Well, your guy missed his flight." Yeah, it's my dude's fault that you only gave me $900 to move him from Kansas to BWI, and you needed him to be here at a certain time, and I had to put him through not only Chicago, but also LaGuardia in a fucking blizzard. Is it any surprise that my guy got delayed leaving Chicago during a blizzard and LaGuardia during a blizzard? Like, maybe you should not be so cheap. Or maybe you should do things like let me put my airmen on the rotator that leaves from my base. No, can't do that. That'd be preferential treatment. Eliminate or decrease the demand, harsh penalties for buyers, and there's less of a reason for someone to be there to supply gold. Exactly. If you put the screws to gold buyers, there are going to be less gold sellers, because gold sellers don't want to be in a game where they're wasting their time getting gold and then have nobody to sell to. Likewise, if you set up your game, if you set up your game where you have active GM monitoring and you're banning as many gold sellers as you can find, and you're just banning them, you're not allowing them to have a foothold. Number one, every time a gold selling and I'm not, for this part, we're talking about the commercialized organizations. We're not talking about the single individual, okay? We're not talking about the guy in Brazil who sells 50,000 gold a month so that he can, whatever that equates to in his local currency, so he can feed his kids. We're not talking about that guy right now. We're talking about the big organizations. We're talking about the packs of 40 bots together doing their thing in total, okay? If you hammer them and hammer them and hammer them and hammer them, they will respond by DDoSing your servers. But since you're using Amazon Web Services, you're not really afraid of that threat because Amazon will respond accordingly. But if you are hammering the shit out of the gold selling organizations, every time they have to make a new account, they have to burn a stolen credit card, right? They have to burn a stolen credit card. They don't want to burn a stolen credit card. And then if you ban that stolen credit card, and it can't make any more accounts. So it's going to make it less first of all, Ashes of Creation is always going to be already going to be less attractive to the big bot farms because they have to burn a stolen credit card for every account. That's why I told you guys, I think that a credit card should only be allowed to make an account at Ashes every third day. Is it going to inconvenience some legitimate people who want to make a new account? Sure. But are a lot of people going to make a second account within 3 days? Sure. Is it going to be a problem for married couples who only have one credit card? Maybe. So maybe in order to combat this, one of your active GM tasks is that you have an interface where people who are legitimately trying to make 2 accounts at the same time can talk to a human being. I don't necessarily, we'd have to work through the things, or maybe we say 2 accounts can be made on the same credit card, or 3 accounts can be made on the same credit card, but we definitely cap it at 4. Okay? I don't know what the magic number is, but I definitely know 4. You don't need to make more than 4 accounts on the same credit card number within the same 3 days, right? I don't think anybody wants to try to say, okay, maybe 4 because a married couple each has 2. Fine, 5. 5 is the cap. You can't make more than 5 accounts in a 3-day period with the same credit card. That 3 accounts per month might be off. I would say 4 is probably good if you have a married couple who only have 1 credit card. Most married couples don't have just 1 credit card. But we're going to say that they do so that we catch the outliers. So you make it so you can't make more than 4 accounts on a credit card. That cuts down on the number of bullshit accounts you're going to get because those people they burn through 4 accounts. Also, the interesting thing, me plus wife plus 3 kids. Oh, that sucks for you. Then I guess you're going to have to wait 4 days for the 5th kid to, the 3rd kid to get their account. The other thing is if you ban an account for cheating, just ban all the other accounts made with the same credit card. And then have a GM manually go through those bans. Wow. We banned 4 accounts that all are weird behavior. That's okay. Just ban them. The only way any game should combat gold sellers, however, is if their server can handle the DDoS. What's worse, gold sellers or servers being down to a gold seller retaliation in the form of DDoS. I would rather let the gold sellers do their thing if my game cannot combat such tactics. If your game cannot combat such tactics, then you shouldn't be making an MMORPG. Period. That's a bullshit statement. I'm sorry. I'm gonna let gold sellers ruin my economy because I'm not willing. I'm gonna give in to the terrorists. I'm gonna let gold sellers DDoS my infrastructure because then why have a player-driven economy? Why have a player-driven economy at all? A lot of game studios are hesitant to ban buyers though and try to focus on the sellers, which doesn't work. Yeah, the reason why game studios won't ban buyers is because normally those games are games that are pay to win. And the people that are buying the people that are buying gold are the big whales. You might as well let any indie company never create an MMO then. Most small game devs can't afford it. Most small game devs can't afford Amazon Web Services. Ashes of Creation isn't being made by an indie dev company. What you're basically saying is I'm setting the bar so low. I'm setting the bar so low that I expect the game to be shit. Is really what you're saying. Before you even get the game launched, you're saying I'm going to accept the fact I'm going to have gold sellers and gold buyers in my game. Okay. Well then, why don't you design the game so that it becomes less attractive? Like Ashes of Creation is going to have a disincentive for gold sellers in the form of you don't go out and kill these mobs on the beach and get gold. You go out, you kill these mobs on the beach, you get certificates you have to take somewhere to get gold. That is going to be time consuming. That is going to be that is what's going to be You know, gold sellers aren't going to be attracted to Ashes of Creation because they're going to say, we're not going to be able to maintain our dollar per hour ratio because we have to go through 17 hoops to get our money. Most likely taking certificates to a town farther away from our money. So here's where the problem where gold sellers are going to sort of fuck Ashes, because they don't care. Gold sellers don't care about getting more. Gold sellers don't care about getting more. Gold sellers just care about getting. I'm just saying that it takes a shit ton of server resources to combat DDoS. Even some of the largest games have server issues when they're being DDoS. So expect a small indie dev company to afford such services. A lot to ask, in my opinion. So you use Amazon Web Services, and Amazon Web Services takes care of that shit for you. Done deal. The problem is game developers don't want to give money to Amazon Web Services because they don't want to have most companies do what companies do. What is the cheapest solution? I tell people all the time, you get what you pay for. You absolutely positively get what you pay for. I bought a $500 monitor. I should have bought an $800 monitor, and then I wouldn't have this monitor. So I ended up spending $1,300 for really the $800 monitor I wanted. So because it's expensive. It is expensive. It's more expensive than putting your game on cheap shit servers. But if you put your game on cheap shit servers to begin with, you're already going to have another problem. You know, yeah, then unless it's military, then you tend to get significantly less than what you paid for. Absolutely. The problem is that all these things that you're saying, they're excuses. They're not reasons. They're excuses. I want to have DDoS protection, but I don't want to pay for it. I don't want to have DDoS I don't want to have I don't want to have DDoS protection. So I'm going to build my economy around not having these issues. So you need to make sure you need to balance that. Have expensive price point from what I've heard. If you got a 100-man server, easy, but 1,000 to 3,000, yeah, you're paying a lot per time unit. Well, yeah, but you're gonna pay that anywhere. When's this game out? When it's done, really. Amazon Web Services is honestly really cheap, and all the pricing is dynamic, much cheaper and much flexible than having your own Rust somewhere. Yeah, let's not use logic, Wombat. Let's just let people run with the Amazon Web Services is expensive. It doesn't take a lot of server resources. It takes a lot of manpower resources. The biggest games have a bunch of technicians and essentially a war room, almost constantly combating DDoS attacks and hacking attempts because they're coming in constantly. It's not about brute force attacking a brute force above a DDoS. It's about outsmarting the attack. Yeah, I mean, it's not like there's not DDoS. In fact, can I still get that? Can I still get that map? Because when people say you're going to get DDoSed, I'm seeing if I can get this. I'm seeing if I can get this map. What? Just for shits and giggles. Right? Just for shits and giggles. Where are we? Oh, that's not the right one. That's the right one. This is currently the this is just the current DDoS attacks going on in the world right now. Nothing unusual, right? Nothing unusual. Just you know, an average day on the farm, right? So Just saying. Everyone's gonna have you're constantly gonna have DDoS attacks. There's no way. There's no way around it. Yeah, the United States is DDoSing a lot of places. Exactly. It's expensive on the manpower side, if it's what you're saying, which is basically my point still stands. Most companies cannot afford to combat DDoS attacks, whether it's because of server expenses or a lack of team to combat, which is why I think many companies have to choose between allowing gold sellers versus DDoS attacks to deny services to all players. So then your thing is that why do you play those games? Why do you play those games walking into them knowing that they're going to be bullshit, that there's not going to be a player-driven economy? If you want to have a player-driven economy, then build it so that gold sellers can't affect your organization. Also, you know why the gold sellers launch DDoS attacks? Because they're hoping that you're going to back off your policy against gold sellers. If you don't, eventually, people are going to stop, because they're gonna want to spend their money elsewhere. Do you think external trading tools would become popular? No, because they're not going to give you the API that you need in order to build those external tools. In order for those external tools to really function well, you need the API that goes along with them. And without the API, it's all based on people doing hand jamming. And most people that are doing hand jamming aren't very cooperative in wanting to share their data. There was a really good EVE Online program, but it required people to manually load their log files for a long time. Well, how many gamers do you think are altruistic enough to load their game files? So let's talk about this. That was a good conversation, though, guys. We rolled in through several topics, and I think my coffee is here, so my brain is finally going to catch up. Let's talk about this guild halls thing. This is actually really. Actually, let's do the battle first, and then we can do guild halls without getting interrupted. Thing. I've experienced the marketplace where people post offers to buy, sell items, and it worked well, not much data collection. Yeah, the problem with that is you're, of course, going to have... Thank you. You're, of course, going to have people that post that stuff. But given the nature of Ashes of Creation, travel times, local economies and stuff, I don't think it's going to be that prevalent. And what we have here is a cup of coffee. It's a cup of espresso. So lie to me, you brilliant, beautiful cup of espresso, and lie to me about how many things we're going to get accomplished before the end of the show. Ah, that's good stuff. So we're just going to start this one, and then we're going to get into this. Okay, so guild halls, Glorious Ashes community. By the way, guys, hashtag Glorious Ashes community on Twitter every time you come up with something new and positive. We're gonna retake the hashtag Glorious Ashes community. Didn't Sportor have guild halls? They did. They had command ships. Glorious Ashes community, we're excited to continue our new series called Guild Gatherings. Guild Gathering topics are a reverse Q&A similar to our dev discussions, where we ask you about your thoughts on everything related to guilds. Our team has compiled a list of questions we'd love to get your feedback on regarding guild tools, gameplay, your previous experiences, and more. Join in on our guild gatherings and share how your gaming family is special to you. Now, I don't comment on these only because I know that I'm a public figure, and I don't comment in the thread because I'm a public figure, and I don't want like the people who support me to say, "Oh, that's a great idea." I think that's unfair. But I will talk about everybody else's ideas. Guild gathering number 2, guild halls. What guild hall features would you like to see in Ashes of Creation? What features have you liked from other games? What features do you think have been missed opportunities? So first person out the box. Can you guys see that? Yeah, that should be big enough, right? What on there? Okay. So what guild features would you like to see in Ashes of Creation? Staging duels 1 to 8 versus 1 to 8. So we've already gotten word that 8-person duels are going to be a thing. We already got that. I don't necessarily know if you need a staging area, but I definitely understand that guilds don't want to be practicing out in public with their strategies, their builds and whatever. So sure, in the guild hall, an instanced area in the guild hall, for that. Now, an instanced area in the guild hall where you can't trade, but you can duel. Yes. In guild alliance exclusive market shop. Sure. Bulletin board with guild tasks goals. No. Bulletin board with guild tasks goals should not be tied to the guild hall. A bulletin board for guild tasks or goals should be part of the guild management interface. Quests given by the guild leader should also be part of the guild management interface. Those should not be. Bulletin board can't just be Discord. It could, but being able to put stuff up in the game gives you the opportunity to have autocomplete. There's a lot of functionality that you can build with having guild tasks in game. Quest given by the guild leader, turn in X amount of resources. See, that you do. And then the people can just drop it off to the quartermaster at the guild hall. I put up that we need 5,000 iron ore, right? And I'm going to take this in no smaller than intervals of 50. So, 100, there's 150 ore turn-ins. And when they turn in, they automatically get paid. They don't have to wait. I don't have to do accounting. So I literally figure out what I'm going to pay per iron ore. I program that into the quartermaster. They can come in. They can drop off that shit. It automatically goes into a locked storage that only officers can take out of. So, multiple chests for organization with permission. Not multiple chests. There should be a guild bank with multiple tabs with permissions. We've already talked about this, so yes. Billboard banner for large announcements. Guildie of the month alert messages. No. I'm sorry. This isn't this isn't a billboard. No. Gambling, games, and music. Sure. Final Fantasy XIV has an amazing jukebox system. I really like that. A large map for the guild to mark points of interest. Yes, but you can only access this map while you're in the guild hall. Mounting trophies on wall from large beasts world bosses. Yes, this is also Final Fantasy XIV. It's amazing. AOC pinball machine with high scores. No. Quality of life adjustment down the line. Gambling is already a mechanic for taverns, right? Parlor games are already a mechanic. Assume the gambling is going to get canceled due to European law. I would like to see other members on the map when I'm in the guild hall as a perk or some level of development. Fuck no. No. Because spies don't want to be seen on the map. So, no. A vendor that will sell the guild's tabard, pen, and insignia. Sure. Guildsmith that can put a guild decal on your equipment. Sure. A guild history book which tells the history of your guild. Yes. Trophy display, yes. A guild bank, not access to guild bank. I'm saying let each guild guard their own stuff. No. Fucking stupid. A guild wanted list for players or guilds who have poor reputation with your guild. So I would like to see this with, I would like to see this be the EVE Online system where the guild leader can set reputations with people. They would have to be set with an icon because you can't set them by color because colors are already too important to the flagging system. A jobs board where members can offer artisan skills. No, but I would like to see a like person in the guild hall and an NPC in the guild hall that you could see what artisan skill levels people have. And I would like to see a jobs board both in the nodes and in the guild hall that Arcage had. They had a jobs board that was really, really good. It was exploitable as shit, but it was really, really good. What you Arcage did was you rolled all of the items for a craft into a scroll, and you put that up on the jobs board, and then if somebody did the job, it would mail the finished item to your bank or to your mailbox. I would like to see that happen where you could go in. I could put 10 mithril ingots, a ruby, a handle, and a fee, and put that into a board, and then artisans can go past the board and do the job. There'd have to be a cost to that. There'd have to be a high cost to that, and I think that you would have to limit people to how many jobs they could do off the board every day. But I could definitely see something like that working well. Well, I'll let you see all your guild's profession, which was handy. Again, I don't like... It works if you turn it on, but I might not want to turn that on. I might not want people to know what my skills are for whatever various reason. A building for your clan to decorate and build freely like Guild Wars 2. Sometimes our hall looked amazing and sometimes someone built a jumping puzzle in there. No, only because that requires them to change what they're planning on doing for freeholds. So I don't want them to create more work. So Final Fantasy 14 style house, control over outside appearance, yard in the front of our house, full designs. Final Fantasy 14 does have a great housing system. A big miss for Final Fantasy is limiting the count of the total objects you can place. Having deep customization gets people interested. It's not, okay. Guys, gamers, a big miss for Final Fantasy is limiting the count of total objects you can place. It's limited so that the clients don't shit themselves. If you had a house with 4,000 items loaded, you would crash people upon loading, and they might get stuck in there, and they wouldn't be able to. They might not be able to get out. So it's not that they limit it because they want to be a dick about it. They limit it because they have to say how many objects can people reasonably assume they can load. That's what the limiting factor is. What if the job board allows you to deposit the items at like a clerk for local pickup? It could play into the caravan system where the item is shipped slowly. We'll have to consider the item lost though. Well, I think that if you put all the items on the crafting board and then the node gets sieged and the item never got made, you would lose all the items. The benefit to that would be you would be desperately trying to get somebody to go to the board to make the item before your items got lost. How will chat work in AOC? Will there be anything similar to a global chat or just local ones? There are global chats and there are local ones. You have access to your guild, node, alliance chats globally. You have access to your region chat when you're in the region, your local chat when you're in the local area. You have shout. There's going to be social organization chats. So there are going to be some global chats, but there's not going to be 10,000 people in the same global chat. That's just stupidity waiting to happen. So an option to allow sister guilds to enter your guild hall. Okay. A war room for meetings with high-ranking members, which could double as a place for guild achievement hall. Okay. A war room for meetings with high-ranking people. Get your fucking RP out of here. Say a war room for RP meetings. I don't need to have all my people in one place at one time to have a meeting. I'm going to have a meeting with them on Discord. I don't want them to come to the guild hall. I want them to continue being proactive. I don't know about you guys, but I can continue to farm a dungeon and do something else. I can continue to farm rabbits for rabbit fur and continue to talk about this week's siege. A world map for guildies to post events with a pin on the map. Maybe one per person. Whether that be a social event. Okay, this person's an RPer. Or call to arms to defend a caravan. Or maybe defend a nearby node under siege. I do agree that we need a map. I do agree that the ability to post on the map needs to be limited. I need, as the guild leader, need to decide who can post on the map or not. Be a gathering hub for guildmates, merchants, traders that only your guild members can have access to. I agree with that. A hall of fame where some way, shape, or form your guild's and individuals' biggest achievements can be displayed. No, not individuals. It's a guild hall. Only the guild. Have minigames, sure. Large world map with all the things your guildmates have discovered. Only if I can opt into putting them there. Actually accessible room for the guild treasury, not some imaginative safe that works over UI. The reason why it's a bank is because it has to be. You can't have an actual guild treasury. Guild intern area. Arenas. Guild internal, I guess it means internal arenas. Not instance, but for all players present to see. Well, you can do instanced and have people able to see it. You can have people walk in. Guild intern area. Yeah, I'm betting they mean internal arenas. Instanced is fine because you can have observers in an instance. An arena where guild members can duel each other. Good, I like it. I really liked Lord of the Rings customizable kinship houses. That said, the housing system in Lord of the Rings in general is something I'd like to see in other games as well. Okay, get to the point. Okay, this is bad feedback. This is bad feedback, and let me tell you why. I really liked Lord of the Ring Online's customizable kinship houses. But why? Because I haven't played that game. It's like if I tell you guys that I really like the kebab shop in the Islands of Adventure at Universal Studios. There's 130 of you here, right? 10 of you may know the kebab shop. Instead, I would say something like, I really, really like a kebab. One of the best places I've gotten a kebab is ironically at Universal Studios. Kebab shop fire. Yeah. Hell yeah. You know it. So if you're ever at Universal Studios, the Islands of Adventure, right in the Mediterranean area, there's a kebab shop. It's Kebab Shop Fire, I do believe is the name. Stop by, get a kebab. Best in the fucking world. And I say that having had kebabs all around the world. Fucking amazing. Like, you're like, why is this kebab so good? And it's in the middle of an amusement park. Depending on the size of the guild hall, it might be better for the guild arena to be instanced. The guild arena should be instanced automatically. Because guilds should be able to practice without having other people walk up and watch them. And I don't think putting the internal dueling arena in an instance is a bad idea. Sorry, Big Irish Hat. You gotta go. I would love to see a guild hall that can be freely decorated like Star Wars Galaxies, being able to drop anything and move them around your whole house. I'm really kind of against everybody being able to move shit. I would also love to see monsters and bosses drop. Okay, monsters, bosses dropping decoration items is basically, you gotta have it anyway. My vision is a big building in the center of town or close to the center. No, because only the patron guilds of a node get their guild hall in the node. The building can be instanced or non-instanced. No, it can't. The building itself cannot be instanced. The building itself cannot be instanced. The arena part can be instanced because you're not taking anything away. Like, if you have it instanced, then it's not a physical location. It's a copy of a physical location. If you have the arena area instanced, that's not a problem because you've already gone through the effort of securing the guild hall itself. Giving you an instanced arena area isn't problematic. A meeting room, a room so big it could host an entire guild, that's probably not going to happen. Maybe a huge table in the middle surrounded by chairs so that when a guild holds a meeting, you can sit down in person with everyone. Like, okay, no, I'm gonna move on only because you don't need to have everybody present to have the guild meeting. So guild versus guild is going to work similarly as Guild Wars 1, guild versus guild with the whole guild hall system and dedicated unique NPCs. A little bit like that. A little bit like that. A betting system for duels. You can't, betting is probably gonna get taken out of the game because of Europe's laws, of Europe's rules. Now you can bet, you can bet on your own. You can have a person that takes the bets, but you can't have it. You probably won't see an automatic facilitated in-game betting system, not for unbound currency. That's just not going to happen. It's like, what's going on with that? What do you think about just after delaying alpha given in-game armor leaks? I don't think more leaks should be the solution for everything for Intrepid. I think you're not seeing that in-game leaks are just a free, easy way to say I'm sorry. I mean, what are you expecting for as the I'm sorry then? I mean, Steven doesn't have to say I'm sorry. Steven can just literally say shit happens, and he can just be like, sorry guys, shit happens in development. Instead, he says shit happens in development because I'm sorry shit happened in development. I'm gonna go ahead and give you a leak. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Now, what I think the better solution is to not miss your fucking deadlines, but I'm not gonna, he just said sorry in the letter. That's enough for me. That's enough for you, but you aren't representational. You aren't representative of the entire, community. Some people need the I'm sorry. Some people need the cookie. Some people need the carrot. Like I said, you guys should be lucky that Steven doesn't call me up to make me vice president of operations, because the first thing I'm going to do when I get there is I'm going to take this list, I'm going to chop everything off of it past the first icon, and I'm going to say, all right, guys, since we're having a hard time meeting deadlines, the very first way that you train yourself to meet deadlines is you get in the practice of hitting deadlines. So I'm getting rid of the other two deadlines. I want to hit the first one first. I mean, you know, be lucky that he doesn't call me up, because I'll change leaks. You ain't getting no fucking leaks, because here's what I would do. The very first thing I'd say, we're going dark for 60 days. See you in 2 months. Love you. And then I would just be the guy sitting on Discord all day, every day. Yep, game is still in development. Yep, game is still in development. Can you? Nope, can't tell you shit. Game's still in development. Game's still in development. Completely dark, like not even those dev discussions. The dev discussions, yes, but not the live streams. You got 3% of your staff is community development people. You know. So, you know, why talk about a bunch of shit until you don't have stuff to show off? And only having live streams once every 2 months would also be a good idea. I think that they need to rotate to a very different live stream schedule. But then again, you guys know that I have like 15 good ideas for stuff that they should be doing marketing wise that would be building them way more goodwill and cheer and be better marketing tools than what they're doing. So, personally, I'd like to see a system like what Guild Wars 2 has, where the guild has to collectively gather materials to build and upgrade the base with various features. Tavern restoration, mine excavation, capacity, workshop restoration, guild upgrades. I mean, that's not a bad idea. That's not a bad idea, except I think it takes away some player choice. You know, some player choice. Maybe I don't want a tavern on my guild hall at all. Revelation Online had a really good guild-based system. So was really, really good with that one. Guild upgrades will primarily grouped around the 6 main buildings. Yeah, move on, because you've said 6 main buildings. You're just pulling shit out of your ass now. If you're gonna pull shit like this out of your ass, then could you please at least research what Ash? See, this is why I hate random feedback. Please research what Ashes of Creation is about before you start talking about what I would like to see. And I know some people would say, well, you don't need to know what Ashes of Creation is about in a discussion where they want to know what you had in other games. But the problem is that I want guns. Okay, I'm not getting guns in Ashes of Creation. I could love the fact that there are guns in other games. I'm still not getting guns in Ashes of Creation. The market, the mine, the tavern, the workshop, your taverns are a tangible thing in Ashes of Creation. So you need to know how those work. Why would I want to put a tavern on my guild hall when the purpose of a tavern is to make money, and I want to have outsiders coming in? Now, if you're going to say that, well, now you're taking away a guild is getting a second freehold for their guild leader. Now you're saying that the guild leader is effectively getting a free tavern. Come on, we got to be a cut above here. I'd like to see decorations we get from drops in store in our home. Can add to the guild hall. Not all items, but yeah, great. Let's see. Teleport system? No. There will be no teleport system. Crafting stations, auction house? No. Auction house won't, not access to the node auction house. That gives you an unfair advantage. So people should have to get a passing grade on the wiki quiz to post on the forums. You know, it's funny you say that. If somebody gave me enough, if somebody was Star Citizen and gave me $350 million to build an MMORPG, that would be one of the first things I would do for my forum suggestion area. I'm not even kidding, guys. I would have a quiz, and you'd have to pass the quiz in order to post suggestions. You would have to prove that you have a baseline understanding of the material before you get the check mark that lets you post in the suggestions. It'd be like, I'm sorry, you only have a 58% quiz average. You need to go learn about what the game's about before you tell me how to make the game better. Book of reviews and suggestions would be great, where all the people who come through can leave a comment and put a rating. That's from Final Fantasy XIV. Full customization of interior, exterior. No, you're not going to get that, because that's going to violate what they're doing with the freehold rules. Craft workshops. Sure. Voice channel like in taverns. No, and here's why. Here's why. Every serious guild is already going to have a Discord. So this in-game voice chat shit, guys, until this in-game voice chat shit is on par with TeamSpeak, not even Discord, until this shit's on par with TeamSpeak, stop trying to put voice chat into games. It's a waste of time, effort, and energy. But my immersion, fuck your immersion. Your immersion and my immersion, just because I don't want voice chat in game doesn't mean I don't want immersion. I rate games on 4 things: graphics, soundtrack, immersion, and ease of gameplay. Okay? Voice chat, automatic disabled. Yep. Opportunity to set up NPC shops. Yep. Instance rooms for guildmates. No, not instance rooms for guildmates. Final Fantasy XIV has that, but they also have different housing. So no, you can't have instance apartments inside of the freehold, inside of the guild hall, because then it disincentivizes you to get an apartment. Crafting stations, check. Guild banks, check. Discussion boards for guild information, check. A large open area for guild meetings, sure. Customization, it needs to look different than other guilds, sure. Fountain statues, other assorted furnishings, fine. If the area is large enough, perhaps have small common crops or resource gathering nodes within its wall. No, because then that gives a guild leader a tangible advantage over all other players, because then you're going to have people trying to get to the level that they can have a guild hall so that they can have extra gathering spots. So that's a no-go. For role play, thank you for putting for role play. Always cool having hangout spots, taverns, and other immersive rooms. A stable area or hitching post to keep mounts and show that you're sitting or standing there. Okay, sure, that's not a bad idea, but are you going to have 300 hitching posts if your whole 300-person guild is there? NPC guards in the guild army to fill up space for aesthetics. Garden area, courtyard, barracks. So all you've done is you've just thrown random shit. Okay, I guess you've just thrown random shit at the wall, but I'd love to see, like they had in Guild Wars, some garden, great. Access to the guild bank, sure. We would like to see a shop where items based on points put into it in the level of your guild that the guild management can buy with guild funds for their members. Okay. I know where they're going with that. Where they're going with that is I, as the guild leader, take 10,000 guild gold, and I buy stuff, and then you get paid in points, and you can buy consumables and gear out of the in-house gear shop. That's not a bad idea. An arena area that we can practice, guild member stores that we can sell to each other at prices for only guild members. Yeah, a guild hall merchant for only your guild people works. Guild NPC workers you can hire to gather for you. Fuck no. No. Why is it that everybody always wants to take money out of the hands of the gatherers? If you don't want to gather, then you pay the person who does take the time to gather. That is it. Because that's like saying, can I get a guild NPC worker that I can hire to craft for me? So, starting with the things I enjoyed from other games, when our guild played ESO, we thoroughly enjoyed being able to display trophies. I'm not reading this. I require paragraph breaks. A casino. Probably won't get that. I like Lineage 2 guild halls, which were open world and were basically smaller versions of the castles that the guild could fight for control of every few weeks. That's actually the guild fortress. That's actually a guild fortress thing. They're trying to knock the pickaxe out of my hand. I know. What the fuck, man? They're trying to knock the pickaxe out of my hand. I am just an honest laborer who wants to go out into the world and mine rocks and chop down trees, and everybody's trying to send bullshit brainless NPCs out there to do my job. I want to be a gatherer. In fact, do I have it? I'm gonna show you guys my absolute, if I have it. I'm not sure if I have it. Wait, what? Oh, okay. I was about to say, my goddaughter got a Facebook account, and I called her mom, and I was like, hey, what the hell am I looking at? And she's like, what? And I said, what is this that I'm looking at? Like, that's your goddaughter. I was like, oh dear, she is big. She is going to be a heartbreaker. This is how dedicated I am to the craft of gathering, right? This is my favorite character of all time. This is the Final Fantasy 14 1.0 main gathering Lalafell. This isn't my particular character, but this is the icon that says you could start the game as a botanist. I started the game as a botanist. Talnar? No, it's a Lalafell. But it's the fact that you could start the game as a botanist that made me happy. You could start the game as a gatherer. So, Taru is from 11. Lalafell is from 14. I will fix the no busters sign. Some people last night were like, I didn't know it was a no buster sign. I got you. I'll get it fixed. The artist already made me the new icon. I just gotta swap it up. I gotta see if I still have that one laid out on I'll see if I got that one laid out on GIMP on the downstairs computer. Uh-oh. So, are we gonna get through a map today? I don't think we're gonna get through a map today. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No, we did. I think we did too much PvP. It's been a longer standing. Everybody wants to drop busters. Everybody always wants to drop busters, and the problem with everybody wanting to drop busters is, busters. Busters have to be dropped right, otherwise you fill up and you get counter-bustered to the face. Really hope the 3 lifestyle paths will be equally important. No such thing as Smiths or whatever being more important than a lowly gatherer. That is one of the things I love about Intrepid Studios. Steven has said that gatherers make their own tools, and I love that. I love that gatherers aren't beholden to crafters for their tools. So that's great. Do I anticipate seeing artisan guilds on any scale compared to military guilds? Yes. Yes. Let me say this. Manufacturing guilds are going to have a huge impact on Ashes of Creation. An absolutely huge impact on Ashes of Creation. I could imagine, let me get this off the screen, and so we can look at this. So imagine your guild is the one on the coast, right? Imagine your guild is the one on the coast, and you are just being dickheads to everybody. And so people start leaving that node. And now say your node has invested all of their economy into boat building. But the 2 local nodes are tired of your shit. And so they stop sending lumber to you. And they jack up the price of lumber. And not only do they stop sending lumber to you, they start sending their lumber further down the Gold Brick Road away from the coast. Now, what your node was known for, a place that you could go, there was always lumber on the marketplace, always lumber on the auction house. Now, your node is going to start to wither and die because it's not easy to, it's not easy to get lumber there, so you can't make ships there as easily. And there's a Kraken out there. I'm not being a dick to people with a Kraken in my backyard. You know, that's the thing. Maybe there is a world boss right off the edge of the coast. So maybe your mayor gets it in his head that he can throw his dick around for a little bit, and he can say, I'm going to raise prices, and I'm going to do this, and I'm going to do this. And now suddenly people start stocking up at the town down the path before they come to your node because you guys are just being belligerent. Also realize that's the sort of thing that gets a node sieged. That's the sort of thing that gets a guild to move in there and take the node over. So will merchants be able to wage what I call economic warfare? Yes, absolutely. Economic warfare will be a thing. I probably don't want to show year-old footage anymore. Because this footage is a little bit rougher than this footage. Let's see. I saw a good one. You seem to know a lot about development, marketing, and game mechanics. How come you aren't working with a company on a game? Couple of pieces there. Number one, I'm retired. I'm 41 years old. I'm retired. I like my pension. I like staying at home. I like not working. I like what I do. I get to see my kids every day when I used to go days and weeks and months and half years without seeing my kids. Number two, I do work with companies on games. I consult. But consulting doesn't require me to leave my house. Companies send me a packet, they send me stuff, they send me PDFs, they call me, we talk, I give my feedback, usually for free because it's just something for me to do. How did I manage to retire at 41? Well, the first one that you should ask yourself is how did I manage to retire the first time at 19? Being retired at 19 is awesome, by the way. Except you can't buy liquor. That kind of sucked. But I'm retired. I'm ex-military. I retired. Well, they retired me. They broke my shoulder. They shattered my upper arm and my bicep tendon doesn't connect. They said, it's our fault. We fucked up your surgery. Here's your pension. And I said, thank you. And so, let me just say, E3 pay, you can live on E3 pay. You're still following Fractured's development or not so much given the channel's projects? I'm still following Fractured's development. I'm suffering what's known as alpha burnout on Fractured. Fractured is so damn good. Fractured is so damn good that every single alpha I get in there and I just start playing and not testing. I just start playing and enjoying the game. The problem is that because they're doing a true alpha, every time they do a new build, they start you over. Well, it's a pain in the ass to go to the goblin camp and farm your fire totem and your fireball, and it's a pain in the ass to go down to the south and get the prismatic fiber for your armor, and to do that every single time. So I'm still following Fractured
And a lot of the people that followed Fractured, they all share the opinion with me. Because Dynamite Studios wants to make a bunch of changes to the game, getting involved in every single testing phase and going through it is just going to make you hate the game. When launch comes out, you're going to be like, vomit, I've done this 12 times. So how can Guild Wars be balanced when you can have a 30-member guild fighting much bigger ones? First of all, you put balanced in quotes and you didn't need to. Guild Wars aren't balanced. If you're a 30-person guild, I would highly suggest, if you're a 30-person guild, I highly suggest that you tell your people to practice the old adage of shut the fuck up and not talk shit. Because if you're a 30-person guild and you got a lot of people beating their chest and being loudmouth monkeys, you may find yourself getting war decked by 1, 2, 3, 4 other guilds, and that's the price you pay. Ultimately, when you're a small guild in a world of large guilds, don't write checks that your ass can't cash. If you're a small guild, your motto is fuck around and find out. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I'm not saying that a small guild can't do a lot of things. And absolutely, guys, 100%, a small guild can radically change the shape of the world in an open world game that has caravans, node sieges, a little bit for castle sieges, wars. They can absolutely positively change the shape of the world. However, it's just like Leonidas marching his 300 up to the hot gates. Sure, your 30 people might be the 30, well, I'm going to say 50 because I like Arya from the Iron Islands better. You may be the guild leader of the 50 best killers on the island, but as soon as you get surrounded, you're screwed. When you're a small group of people, mobility is your greatest shield. So you don't want to get engaged in protracted wars when you're 30 versus 300. So if you get war decked by a 300-person guild, become ninjas and vanish and scatter. It's like they say at the beginning of they show at the beginning of Saving Private Ryan where the sergeant is saying, stay scattered. 1 guy, not worth the ammo. 5 guys, that's a target. And that's when you're scattering from machine gun fire. You don't all run in the same direction for 2 reasons. Number 1, a machine gun is designed to shed lead in a direction. And if there's 5 guys over here or 1 guy over here, probability states if I shed some lead this way at 5 guys, I'm going to hit somebody. Instead, and it kind of sucks, you want to split up and you all want to go for separate cover with the hopes that you make it to cover and somebody else gets shot. I know it sounds really bad, but the goal is to split yourselves into 4 or 5 solutions versus 1 big solution. Of course, being Air Force, our solution is there's a machine gun over there. Let's drop 3 2,000-pound JDAMs on it because that's never been overkill ever. Like the army has the guy with the M203 launcher and he says, you see that guy over there? Fuck him and everybody near him. The Air Force is like, you see that entire town over there? Fuck that town. There's somewhere in that town there's a guy with a machine gun. Fuck that place. Sorry. Let's see. Do you think the underground metropolises will be harder to siege than the ones above ground? No. Not at all. I have no information that would tell me that the Underrealm will be harder to siege than the Overrealm. So get rid of the problem and everything that visible area that might ever be a problem in the future. Yes. It's like when you wake up in the morning and you're sleeping and you go like this and you rub your face and you find a spider and in response you burn down your entire house. It's a completely appropriate and proportional response to the problem you've encountered. It's like for years I had my daughter convinced on that old thing that says you swallow 8 spiders a year. I had my daughter convinced of that. It's probably why she's afraid of the dark. She won't sleep in the dark. I was like, spiders don't give a shit about the dark. You're thinking cockroaches. Anyways, guys, let me jump up real quick, and then we're going to go back to the forum post. Unless you guys have questions. If you have questions, throw those down. I like the questions, too. I'll be right back. All right, guys. Sorry about the delay. I wanted to stop by. I wanted to check on my wife. My wife is absolutely miserable right now. She's got a second kidney stone, and she, yeah, she is not. She is not having that in the slightest. She is pretty sore. They gave her, you know, can I just say that it's another situation in the United States right now? If you guys don't know this, I am tired. Um, I am tired of every fucking knee-jerk response being the same as the military now. When you're in the military, okay, when you're in the military, you understand that when one person shits their pants, everybody has to wear a diaper because the military is all about stopping problems before they start. But this current bullshit, because there are doctors that are prescribing ridiculous amounts of opiates. Okay, and you guys know I have no shame. I just recently, not recently, about a year ago, I beat a 10-year addiction to narcotic painkillers. I wasn't out on the streets buying codeine or oxy or anything from shady drug dealers. My drug dealer had a medical degree. They were just giving me Percocets. They were just giving me a fuck ton of drugs. And that's a problem because your doctor, I get that your doctor doesn't always have time to look at you, but when you've been prescribing a guy Percocet, and my prescription for Percocet, guys, was at one point 2 to 4 Percocet every 4 to 6 hours. So of course, once you're a junkie, if you have a prescription for 2 to 4 Percocet every 4 to 6 hours, you've really just written me a prescription for 4 Percocet every 4 hours. Just so we're clear, that's what you've written me. Because once your tolerance goes up to that point, you're chewing your maximum dosage to get any sort of relief. But now my wife had a kidney stone. They didn't give my wife any painkillers, because of the whole everybody in the world now has to be treated like they're a drug addict. Why don't we, punish those people who go through drug seeking behavior? My big one is everybody's against regulation. Everybody's against regulation. Everybody's against regulation. But regulation is sometimes good for you. Regulation is good for you in that if you had a national drug database for opioids, if you want to get an opioid painkiller, you got to go get it it has to be logged into a national database. Then you'd be able to cut down on the people that are getting 18 prescriptions from 18 different places and selling them on the street, because that's where the problem comes in. Now we don't want to give anybody any opioids because we're afraid they're selling them on the street. I don't know. Maybe it should be a good reflection on, maybe we should work on fixing society. Maybe everybody's trying to take painkillers all the time because everybody's in pain. You got prescribed Percocet last week. They gave me 24 pills and I used one the day after the surgery. And then I didn't need any for 3 days. So I used the at-home disposal chemicals that the pharmacist gave me, which dissolves the shit and then hardens it into cement paste and threw that shit in the garbage. Yeah. So they have to log my purchases for over-the-counter allergy meds with my driver's license, but not opiates. Yes, exactly. So thank you, Wombat. Thank you for bringing that up. Because we don't want people cooking crystal meth, not crystal meth, sorry, meth. We don't want people cooking meth in their house. You have to get your allergy meds logged, but not how many opioids you get prescribed. It's ridiculous. It just... Aliens are going to visit this planet and they're going to be like, fuck no. That's why you guys, I'm serious when I say this. I believe that there is extraterrestrial life. I don't believe in a universe as infinitely large as the universe we live in, that we are the only intelligent life on the planet. Even if you want to say you believe in God, even if you are that devoutly religious that you 100% believe that God created all the people on this planet, you think God created an infinitely large universe and only created humans on one planet? Come on. In Portugal, they gave up on the war against drugs and the drug consumption went down significantly because they started to care about the addicted people instead of criminalizing them. Yes. Nice to catch me live. I've been away for so far that the first thing I went to Twitch after 18 months on sea and you're here live. Ah, nice. You were at sea for 18 months? Gross. Marshall, with all due respect, have you been down there? They have opioids as a side with breakfast. Yeah, right? We have huge issues with opioids here in Canada. I sometimes wonder how much of our socialized healthcare is contributing to the issue. No one wants to talk about it, but no one I know is paying for the pain pills. All covered. Yes, there's the problem. Second mate of a tanker ship. Oh, that sounds fun. You can talk to Sparky. He's a Navy guy too. Do you know anything about the Tic Tac-sized UFOs reported by some pilots? So I know nothing about any extraterrestrial life. So Disney is set to reopen April 30th. I thought Disneyland was set to reopen on April 1st. Did I miss a meeting? So it would be great if you could get quests in the guild hall. I agree with that. I think a wall of achievement that's happened for the guild to be displayed. Yes, I agree with you. Let's see if we can find. We were talking about aliens. What I just said, Ice, was I said the reason why aliens will never visit Earth is because this planet is so fucked up. They're gonna be like, have you seen how fucked up that planet is? We ain't going there. We probably have a sign on the outer rim just past Pluto that says like quarantine zone, animal experiment in progress. Like, usually I'm getting told I'm insane or some shit, but yes, I've seen UFOs. I've seen UFOs. Unidentified flying objects. They're not aliens, but I've seen UFOs. Let's see. We're just going to look for stuff that's new. I think we've, they visited the planet for thousands of years. What the hell are you talking about? No, they fucking peaced out, man. They might have visited the planet thousands of years ago, but they stopped fucking coming. They're like, the fucking aliens showed up. They built the pyramids. They built Stonehenge. They said, okay, we'll be back in 2,000 years. They showed up 2,000 years later, and the mom on the UFO was talking to the kids on the UFO. You see, you left your fucking dog out, and you see what happens? You see what happens when you don't take care of your pets? City names will be selectable by mayors from a predefined list. Can they be renamed? Are other places in the server named as well, as like forests? Yes, other places in the world will be named, but not by players. And yes, you pick it off of a list, and no, we don't know if you can change it. All good questions. We're waiting for answers on some of those. I think players should have a good reason to go to the guild hall. I like this. Be it to meet friends for a fun time, or access vendors with preferred rates, or work on collective. If there isn't a good reason for me to be coming back there, I'm not going to be using that space very often. In Warframe, the clan dojo is essential to researching blueprints to get some new equipment. Consequently, I'm constantly there to achieve this. And Puzzle Pirates, it was purely a place to congregate. I'm only there when I'm early for a planned meetup. Not nearly as much personal use, but still a good means to keep people organized. Maybe. I'd like to imagine we are quarantined as a planet as we serve as the galactic TV drama series. What, are we the Truman Show for the aliens? I would like guild halls. Like, we can customize the size of the building. New shit. We need new stuff. Buff timers suspended while in the guild hall. Buff up and go AFK for a while before the raid of event. No, just buff up for the event. Everyone here is posted great ideas. I was actually hoping we would get some good. Oh, you know what? I did see. I'm looking for the ones I want to like just crush. One of the greatest feelings in any MMO is the power structure and feeling like you're a true fantasy style legion of players. Having officers, guild bank handlers, experts of care. What if this could be reflected in game? What if you were given a buff for gathering around a war table and drawing up? No, because you want buffs. Guild storage would be nice. Let's see. A place to relax, roleplay, and have fun without the grind. I heard about the tavern, voice in chat. Guild halls should also have this. Please no. Please no. Okay, this is one I wanted to kill. Bot. So first of all, the fact that your name is Bot is how's Ashes of Creation doing, and that Steven guy from Arcade that leads a toxic guild doing? First of all, I don't think a guild leader that reimburses random people who get Apex stolen from them is toxic. Second of all, I'm not quite sure why anybody would follow Ashes of Creation's development if you think Steven is toxic. If you think the guy is toxic, then why are you following his game? Ashes of Creation is going fine. Steven hasn't been in charge of TWO for 6 years now. So a lot of the it's really, really difficult to tell me Steven is toxic. Toxic in a funny way because we're at war during Arcade and he hunted me for like a week. That's not toxic. Toxic is reserved for very specific behavior. If you're at war with somebody and he hunts you for a week, that's called content. That's called emergent gameplay. Toxic is when you're not at war with the people and they keep hunting you. But yeah, the ability to teleport to and from. You will not have the ability to teleport to and from your guild freehold. That breaks one of the core pillars of the game. The core pillar of the game is the world size matters. I also forgot to grab a tea. I did, however, make 6 teas this morning, so I'm good to go. Also, teleport to dungeon. The last post you read a little about. Oh, hell, and also a teleport. Yeah. Alpha testing starts this Friday, right? No, alpha testing was postponed for 2 months. Alpha testing was pushed 2 months to the right. They're working on some issues. I know that's not what people wanted to hear. At least we got notice before. The day before. I think part of the good part is that they realized that people were starting to set up their next week streaming plans. But it's like I told a lot of the streamers were upset. I gotta put the hat back on. That is cooled off significantly. A lot of people were like, my alpha testing plan, my this. The people that are streaming Ashes consistently, developing content for Ashes consistently, or coming back from a streaming break for alpha, those people have a right to be upset. You can't tell them they don't have a right to be upset. Should they have predicted a possible delay? Yes. However, some of the people who have never ever made any content for Ashes of Creation, there are content creators who seriously believe that when the alpha goes live, that they're going to suddenly become like a top 5 Ashes of Creation streamer. And I've tried to say to them, guys, I don't I don't know. You haven't streamed in like 4 years. You have like no following. Why do you think you're going to be a top 5 Ashes of Creation streamer? I'm the guy that's been doing this for 8 months. I'm worried if I'm even going to be a top 9 Ashes of Creation streamer. And they're like, well, what? I'm like, I'm concerned if I'm going to be what's known as above the fold on Twitch. There's 9 streamers that are in the first 2 rows because there's an ad and then there's 4 and then 5. They got free keys. I would love that delays are not. There aren't a lot of content creators that got free keys. I can think of only a handful of green names that got free keys. So yeah, they say because I'm better. I'm gonna suddenly become a top 5 Ashes of Creation streamer. Because I haven't done any groundwork, I haven't laid any foundation. But when people go, and I don't know anything about the game, so when I start streaming, people are going to be asking me questions. And guys, do you already know that I have a bottle of vitamin M on my desk? I have a bottle of Motrin on my desk because of the sheer pain I'm going to be in. When people go to these small channels and ask a question and get the absolute wrong bullshit answer, and then they come over here to me and they say, well, I asked this other guy and this guy said you're wrong. I'm going to be like, oh, it fucking hurts. It fucking hurts. Like, because you know that's going to happen. Even among the official content creators, I'd say there are 10 or less that are even active whatsoever in the community. Yeah. Am I drinking green tea? No, because you can't put green into brown. It just doesn't work. And the tea I drink is brown. Global chat is always right. Yes. Make Ashes of Creation stream. Step 2, step 3 profit. Yes, that's basically how it's going to work. To be honest, you'll definitely be under the larger streamers on this platform, like Asmongold Summit Co., but you'll 100% be in the top 5 to 10 Ashes streamers. I'll be in the top 5 to 10 Ashes screamers. You're well-spoken, strongly opinionated on what you believe, and you've been producing quality content for ArcAge and AOC for years. True. My goal, this is my plan. My plan is to just do my thing, do my show, and then when the big guys come in and they heat up the furnace, and then they go back to their other game for the rest of the day. My goal then is to hopefully pick up the people that who want to stay with Ashes. Like if Asmongold comes on and he does Ashes of Creation for say 3 hours, and then goes to do a mount giveaway in WoW, there will be a certain number of people who want to find an Ashes of Creation streamer. And so hopefully I'm online and I grab those people. And then when he's doing Ashes, they'll go to their guy. And then when he's doing Ashes, they'll go to their guy. But when he's not doing Ashes, they want to stay with Ashes, they'll come to people like me. That's kind of the plan. And it's really the best plan you can come up with, because to say that you're going to unseat one of these streamers that has like 20 to 80,000 concurrent viewers, that's just silly. Man's going to soak up the juice, go from concentrate to 100% real fruit. That's a you know what, I'm going to try to figure out a way. I'm actually going to save that quote right now. I'm going to put that into marketing. That's a good time right there. Save that quote. That's a quotable right there. Ever since Lazy Peon made the video about why he believes in Ashes of Creation, the larger streamers have watched the video on stream, and the game picked up a lot of traction. Yeah, so when Ashes of Creation got that hype boost last year, it was good for the game. It was great for the community. Ashes of Creation now has just under 3 million registered accounts. Peon did his job incredibly well, a bit too well, some would say, including me. Intrepid did an amazing job responding to that window of opportunity. The problem is that it's now going to be 11 months post that they get Alpha 1 going. Hype has to launch at the right time. If hype launches at the wrong time, then you just run into issues. You'll need to stream a lot more frequently, but I guess you already know that once the game is live. Well, yeah, I mean, right now, I could go back to doing 4 shows a week. I could go back to doing 4 shows a week, but the problem with doing 4 shows a week is that really it eliminates my ability to do anything else for the week. If I do a 4th show during the week, then I lose Saturday, and it impacts my ability to do both a video for this channel and a video for the Jahlon channel. And it also impacts my ability of to think, to lay out, to do what I do. So, I mean, and I have nothing but respect for people that I have absolutely nothing but respect for people who stream 4, 5, 6 days a week because they're hustling. That's their hustle. Asmongold agreed with the NDA delay. He said that the first impression is important, and if they feel it will not be great, delaying is okay. I want people to realize I have never ever said I have never ever said I don't agree with the delay. I of course 100% agree with the delay. I don't think you hear me in that video that I did. I don't think you hear me say at all that I didn't agree with the delay. What my concerns about the delay are, okay, so you're at the airport, right? And your plane gets delayed. And then they tell you, and airlines never want to tell you that the flight is canceled, because once an airline says the flight is canceled, there's the stranded passenger policy, which is an FAA requirement. You are required, once you strand passengers, you must take care of them. The stranded passenger policy states that if somebody says to you, you cancel a flight at 3:00 in the afternoon because your plane is broken, you cancel the flight, then a person can come to you, and if you know the law, you know the rules, you can go, I need to invoke the stranded passenger policy. I must get home. And if they can articulate a passable, demonstrative reason why they must get home, you must book them on any ticket that gets them home, including your competitors, regardless of the price of the ticket, regardless if you lose money on the ticket. That's why airlines won't cancel a flight. They'll delay it, and then the airport closes for the night, and now the stranded passenger policy only requires that they provide you accommodations. I get that the delay is the warranted. I 100% do not want to be up on an airplane if the crew chief on the ground is like, this bitch shouldn't fly. I do not want the pilot to say, nah, I'm flying anyway, right? I 100% agree with delays. I just hate the bullshit that comes with marketing. Well, we're going to delay by a week. We're going to delay by 2 weeks. We're going to delay by 4 weeks. We're going to delay. I expect a 5-year-old company to have a better batting average than a 1-year-old company. So, I 100% agree with the delay, but now what are you going to do? What are you going to do with it? A crew chief has way more pull than a pilot. Okay. I agree, unless it's the wing commander and he's flying his plane. I understand, but I don't want the fucking colonel to look at the crew chief and say, fucking certify my plane. I got to get my hours in, otherwise I'm going to lose my flight pay. I understand that a crew chief can DNF a plane. The problem is that I get the delay, but this is year 5 of your company. And so I don't want to go back down this rabbit hole, but I mean, we have to because we get people that cycle in all week. So we'll be doing this rabbit hole today. We'll be doing this rabbit hole on Friday. I understand they had to delay, and I'm not against the delay. But what I'm against is, number one, This is fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. This is delays again, reminiscent of 2018. Number two, when are you going to start hitting some deadlines? So I 100% agree with Asmongold. The delay is necessary. You must show off a good-looking product, but then dial down the hype processing line. Just dial it down. Dial the hype down to a trickle. And then, oh shit, I guess I'm going down this rabbit hole. My problem with you keeping the hype operating at 100% is if you're operating the hype at 100%, and why? What are the 5 whys? 5 whys is a process improvement thing. 5 whys. Why are you keeping the hype at 100%? The first people are going to say is so that they can make money. Okay? First, hype at 100% so they can make money. Why do you need to keep making money? Well, because money is good. Money is good. But why is money good when you already are fully funded to the core viable product? See, that's some of that. That's some of that. What you said 4 years ago, 5 years ago is going to bite you in the ass. There's a reason why you say as little as possible. And Steven can't unsay those things. But too much hype gets you Cyberpunk, Andromeda, Fallout 76. Unfortunately, guys, those results aren't the results of hype. Those results are due to how a publicly traded company needs to operate. Remember, a publicly traded company, as much as people want to try to tell you that a publicly traded company has an obligation to make good games, a publicly traded company's only function is to make profit. That is it. That is absolutely it. A publicly traded company is beholden by rules and laws and regulations to the shareholders to make profit. Now, I know you're going to say to me, logic dictates that if you make a better product, you're going to make more money. The Henry Ford model. Absolutely, 100%. 100% agree with that model. Yeah, to the shareholders. Their obligation to the shareholders. A publicly traded company's obligation is to the shareholders, not to you as the customer. Privately held companies like Intrepid Studios, Steven has the advantage. Steven doesn't answer to investors. He doesn't answer to shareholders. If Steven is a lot like Bruce Wayne in this regard. Steven can bankrupt himself. Steven can bankrupt himself making the game he wants. And if he wins on his bet, if his bet pays off, Steven in Intrepid Studios will make an ungodly amount of money. Unlike the guy who tried to tell me that you can finance a game with $15 a month subscription, told me he was a software developer, and twice ignored the conversation of box prices. So with that said, guys, Cyberpunk, CD Projekt Red had an obligation to the shareholders. The shareholders are the ones who demanded that they release so that the Q4 profits would reflect. They're also the people who sued CD Projekt Red who caused the stock to plummet. A judge should throw that case right out and be like, you're saying that their actions is what caused the stock price to plummet, not your action of filing a lawsuit against the company. We're too fucking sue happy is the other problem. Now, hype isn't bad, but hype has to be tempered. Hype has to be lined up with deliverable. Because you can build, and I'm going to call it what it is, you can build artificial hype. You can spend all of your time building artificial hype for Ashes of Creation. You can do the Twitters, you can do the Instagram, the TikToks, the monthly live stream. You can do all of those things to try to get people in. But you are not going to, none of the fucking things the marketing department does. And this isn't a slight on the marketing department. This is just fucking reality. The marketing department doesn't even need to try right now. Because the moment Alpha 1 comes out, if it's in a great state, you're instantly going to reach 1 million people. And those 1 million people are going to tell 10 people. And those 10 people are going to tell 3 people. You are going to reach 90 million people before you fucking blink, right? So what stream is the video from? This is from the Biomes video. This would be 2 months ago. To some extent, I'm okay with overhyped games from a big publisher. Make them bear of bad PR of a poor product. True. They managed the Asmongold, etc. hype very, very well. They did. So any servers in Asia, Europe, and Oceanic? Yes. Europe, Southeast Asia, and probably Sydney. Steven understands that you have to put a server in Sydney, or you might as well just put the Oceanic servers on the West Coast, because to put the Oceanic servers in Singapore means most of the time, most of the connections, you got to connect to the West Coast anyway, and then double back to Singapore. Sydney happens to have an Amazon Web Services data center. Even this happens now. I met someone who asked me if I'm going to play Ashes of Creation that I've not played with before. Yeah. I mean, it happens all the time. And then we get every single day, guys, every single day. And I thank you all for this because it does help. It generates free money. I like generating free money for the company. Every single one of you that register for Ashes of Creation with the referral link, you help generate the corporation free money. It doesn't cost anything out of your pocket. And it helps me in the future be able to do giveaways, buy the music that I get the stream overlays that I'm doing. So, so the funny part is, Gerald, I'm going to tell you what an idiot you are, Gerald, and nobody else gets to see it. I get to deny what you just said, and then I get to ban you because you don't understand that you just walked into a comedy club and tried to heckle, and I'm the guy with the microphone. So thank you so much for wasting your time to leave a derogatory statement. And if you're the same idiot that was on YouTube, thank you so much for spamming on YouTube, where I get to go after your YouTube account. You didn't miss anything. It got caught. Unlike some streamers, I have a bot that gathers certain keywords. My bot gathers not just derogatory words. My bot gathers a lot of keywords that you guys wouldn't use on a daily basis, but it allows me to grab a lot of the trolls. So I'd like to thank the individual for coming over to my channel, becoming a unique viewer for me, and you helped my show out immensely. And if you're the same guy that's saying the same thing over on my YouTube, thank you so much for all of the free engagements on all of the YouTube videos that you've done, and thank you for being so belligerent in doing it so that I get to report your account to YouTube and get both your YouTube account and your Gmail banned. I love when I get to get people's Gmail accounts banned, because I love when their fucking gaming accounts are tied to their Gmail account that's tied to their YouTube, because I know how to write the complaint ticket. Like, I know, and it plus the fact that, you know, YouTube is owned by Google. Google is a corporation, and all Google gives a shit about is if you send if one CEO sends another email in, it's like, oh, well, there you go. So thanks for your behavior. Your behavior means a lot to me. So, and people like you are responsible for making sure that I've programmed the bots early on, so that when the time comes and I'm streaming to more people, I'm gonna have all of that stuff pre-caught and pre-filtered. It's like a win-win-win for me, and it's nothing but losses for you. So thank you. That's actually a problem with discussing against the streamer. They have the mic, they can react and talk in large about your statements. They can choose what they reply to. You might not even get your message out. Yes. Did I incorporate Paradox Gaming Network? Yes. Paradox Gaming Network is now the Paradox Gaming Network Incorporated, and it is a fully licensed and legal business, C corporation in the state of Illinois. They own the channel. Believe it or not, the individual wearing the green hat right now does not own the channel. The human being behind this character owns the corporation that owns the channel. That makes it nice and neat and clean and allows you to do a whole lot of other things. Yeah, it's like I say to people all the time. You can come in and you can have a differing opinion with me. You can have a different, like you saw this morning, guys, I gave Um, and so many people don't know what the hell they're talking about. But don't ever go into somebody's channel and be belligerent, right? Don't ever go into don't go into somebody's channel, don't be belligerent, because they have the mic, they have the camera. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with opposing views. Just don't be an asshole about it. 100% agree. Some kids just crave being sent to the principal's office. I learned that really early on as a teacher, and it's what I taught in Classroom Management 101, because I taught 101 classes when I was a graduate student. There is a well-known statistic in education that teachers spend 90% of their discipline time on 10% of the students. Don't do that. If you're a teacher, don't spend 90% of your discipline time on 10% of the students. Just drop fucking nuclear weapons on the misbehaving students. Get the fucking administration involved, because the administration is supposed to take care of that crap for you. Pretty much everything has an 80-20 rule. Yeah, pretty 80-20 or 90-10. What's the pre-alpha release date at the moment? So it's right there. We're going to be doing alpha testing, spot testing from March 19th to June 1st. We should have showcaseable content on May 14th through May 21st. So that will be a good time. Right there. Entered pin correctly, pin incorrect. Remove CAC, carefully enter correct pin incorrect. One more try. Restart computer, insert CAC slowly, and carefully enter the pin. Successfully logged in. Yeah, man, I locked my CAC card out once, and I had to whole new stuff. It would technically be May 14th for us plebs. Well, if you have an Alpha 1 pack, if you have Alpha 1, it's May 14th. If you don't have Alpha 1. So, when they say spot testing, is that like random days? Yes. Spot testing is, without going too much into Intrepid's philosophy, and to speak more generally, for several games that I test, you guys know that I'm an alpha tester for a lot of games, because I give good feedback. I do my job well. You guys know sometimes I'll just arbitrarily stream for 8 hours. You guys also know that there's some shows that I'm wrapping up the show 3 minutes before the top of the hour, because I have somewhere to be. Some of the time, that somewhere to be is alpha testing, because a game is going to do a spot testing session on a specific date and a specific time. Spot testing is when you're trying to resolve a intermittent issue. So you're like, okay, we had this issue. The only thing we're going to touch is this one thing. It is the one thing I agree with every software engineer that I've ever talked to is I've asked them about the 10 bugs on the wall, take one down, pass it around. You suddenly have 21 bugs on the wall. They all said, dude, you have no idea. That's just the mystery of code. The mystery of code is that you change one thing in one place and it breaks something that should be completely unrelated. And that's just the nature of the beast. There's too many fingers and too many pies with too many, unless you have one dude coding the entire thing. Too many people do too many things. Shit, it's like the two really big games. Alien Colonial Marines is an amazing game if you fix the typo. A typo. The word tether was misspelled, and the aliens the xenomorphs are completely useless. You're playing Alien Colonial Marines even on hard, and you're like, why the shit are the aliens so easy and the humans are kicking my ass? You fix that typo, you're going to have to start that game back over on easy, because those aliens are going to kick your ass, right? And Civilization 6 was the same way, because I forgot which word, yield. They misspelled the word yield on some of the NPCs. The NPCs, it's like if you ever played Civ 6 without fixing the typo, you'll see the enemy states have huge amounts of resources, but they won't spend them because they're waiting for their YEILD to equal something. Well, if you go in and you fix that typo, Civ 6 is a completely different game. Are there going to be regional servers for US like East and West? There will be East and there will be West. There is a chance that there will be Central. I need to sit down and talk to Steven about this idea. I believe that they need to have East Coast. They need to have East Coast location servers, West Coast location servers for ping and latency. But I think the smartest decision for Intrepid is to put all of the NA servers on Central Time. And I say that because if they put all of the servers on a central server time, people on the East Coast can stay up an hour late, and people on the West Coast can game right when they come home from work for all the sieges, all the wars, all the events. And they can make that work. But I think that trying to get people from the West Coast to play during East Coast times and people on the East Coast trying to play West Coast times, that's just not going to work. That's going to be broken. And you're going to see a lot of guilds break up. You can't do a mega server, not with Ashes of Creation's design. Doing a mega server like EVE Online does is possible if you design the game the way EVE Online is designed. Ashes of Creation's map is too specific. The number of people involved with each of those things is too specific. So yeah, you can't do a mega server. You can design a fantasy-based game as a mega server, but you can't make EVE Online suddenly a mega server. Mega servers suck. ESO prime example. No, stop. Azetrix, your bias, horrible. Horrible. Mega servers don't suck if they're done right. EVE Online does the mega server amazingly. Time dilation in EVE Online is what sucks. Time die sucks. But remember, Ashes of Creation not Ashes of Creation, a fantasy-based game that wanted to do a single server would be 15 years later in technology. I get that people always try to hit me with the, well, CCP has modernized. Yeah, modernization is one thing, but like a 1940s house, you can modernize the toilet. You can modernize the shower head, but you're still talking about a bathroom that's 4 square feet. Okay? Like, people don't realize that the master bathroom in 1940s houses is literally 4 square feet. So it's where I'm standing right now. From here to here is all you have in front. You have a sink right in front of you. The toilet would be down to my right, and the shower would be right here. That is literally what you have. Okay? It's the ability to make it efficient and ping. Yeah, they can do that now. A mega come on, man. You know better. You know better. Thank you. Appreciate that. We got a train trying to hit a bomb. The ability to make it efficient and ping, that has nothing to do with it being a mega server. EVE Online, until you get to several thousand people, EVE Online runs hella fucking good in the sub 1001 solar system. Because if you tell them we're going to be sieging in this region, CCP on their daily reset of their cluster, they will dedicate more resources to that solar system. In fact, they'll pull that solar system out and put it on its own server for the next several days. You got to hit those, and only certain corporations leaders, certain alliance leaders can send those messages in, and they'll dedicate hardware for your fight. I've been in fights in EVE Online where 1,000 people in the system, and it's still running really good. Some occasionally you'll get a little bit of tick into 90% tie-dye. But I don't, to say I see so much issues, but I'm biased because ESO is the only game I've played with a mega server. Okay, then you need to realize, if ESO is the only game you've played with a mega server, don't jump in on the mega server conversations, because ESO is fucking hot fucking trash. And that's coming from ESO players. Dante, where are you at? Dante, I need you to back me up here, because Dante is one of the ESO players that says ESO is hot trash. I play, yeah, it's garbage. Okay, good. You agree too. I'm not shitting on ESO. I'm saying people who play ESO shit on ESO. I liked ESO. Okay, I liked ESO. I like to find. I like to say something good about every game. I think ESO has amazing vignettes. I think the little side stories. I think every video game should model side quests. Shouldn't be, oh hell, the armored adventurer with the Vorpal sword of rending. Can you please go and chop down 20 trees for me? That's some grade A bullshit, right? I think that ESO does it right. However, ESO gets so many other things wrong. Guild Wars 2 does a lot of things well. Okay? ESO does a lot of things well. Revelation Online, you can hate it, you can love it. It does a lot of things well. ArcAge does a lot of things well. We don't judge games based on the things they do well. What do we judge games on? The things they do bad. Why do people hate Final Fantasy XIV? 2.5 second global cooldown. Tell me I'm lying. Tell me if you hate Final Fantasy XIV, it's not because of the 2.5 second global cooldown. That's why you hate it. And it's okay that you hate it because of that. I ain't going to stand here and defend. I am not going to stand here and defend a 2.5 second global cooldown to you guys. I won't. I will not. I will not defend a 2.5 second global cooldown. That is hot shit. That is hot fucking garbage. Yeah, it's a 2.5 second global cooldown. You can get it down. My Gunbreaker is down to 2.37 seconds. Did ArcAge die? Yeah, ArcAge, Gamigo fucked up ArcAge. They're launching a fresh start server next week for ArcAge Unchained with pay to win. Now, the thing about ESO is that if you play it as an RPG with online elements, it's pretty good. Yes. It's nice with weaving spells. Yes, absolutely. I will say this. I will put ESO is on my downstairs computer. I will go back to ESO. Careful, Jay. Very careful. I will go back to ESO to practice spell weaving. Because I've realized I am a little bit too much Final Fantasy XIV combat. I am not enough spell weaving. I used to be really good at spell weaving because I played ArcAge and I was a healer, so I had to song weave. So yes, absolutely, I will be going back to ESO for spell weaving. And I love the vignettes in ESO. But you know why I hate ESO? I hate ESO because their necromancer sucks balls. Okay? And it's like Jason Mewes from Jay and Silent Bob. ESO, I'm looking at you. Your necromancer, it sucks balls. Okay? And, I line up every fucking video game I've ever played with a necromancer. No, the necromancer is not fun to play. The necromancer in ESO is fucking balls. It is the worst. Every other game in the world. No, I don't care. I will fight you all on this. I will fight you all. Bullshit. Necromancer in ESO is the worst fucking necromancer in any game. I'm not saying it's the worst class in ESO. It might be better than some of the classes in ESO. However, every other game with a necromancer in it is better than ESO. If it has a necromancer and it's an MMO or it's Diablo 2, you don't play it properly. No, necromancer in fucking ESO is balls. You don't get a say. Shut up. I don't care if you're my website guy. Necromancer in ESO is balls. Guild Wars 2 necromancer is way better. Diablo 2's necromancer is way better. Diablo 3's necromancer is way better. Diablo 3's necromancer is better than ESO's necromancer. Fight me, Harry Potter. Fight me. Okay? Period. It's like this, and all I'm going to tell you, right? That's all I'm going to say to you is I went there. Diablo 3 has a better necromancer. Than ESO. I don't think you could make a worse necromancer. And I'm not trying to be funny. I don't think you can make a worse necromancer than ESO. And if you want to fight me, I will fight you, and I have the pistol. Sprocket has brought me my pistol. I have my pistol. I will fight you. That's a six shooter. That's a 6-shooter, but it only rotates the barrels. I shoot faster. Steven right now, make Necromancer good. You know, I'm going to be honest with you. No, I'm going to lie to you. Where's my fucking wallet? Shit, this is going to get expensive. If I find myself, all right, I guess I'm finding myself $5. I got to get singles. This is going to get expensive. Path of Exile Necro Minion builds are the best. You know what? Thank you for reminding me. Let me actually put that on a note. Path of Exile. I want to reinstall Path of Exile. I want to play some Path of Exile. Any MMO that includes necromancers with a pet limit of 2 or less are actually dog shit. Luckily, Ashes of Creation will have a 3 necromancer, or a 3 pet limit. You'll have up to 3. So. Got me all fired up about necromancers. I'm gonna walk away for just 1 second. I'll be right back. So the most important thing in the next house is that I get the heating situation in my office under control because, oh my lord, it is 77 degrees in this office and I have the window open. This is just not good. Not cool. Not nothing. It should not be 77 degrees in your office with your heat off and the window open when it's like 40 degrees outside. Let's see. I also liked, hold on, let's see. What's the difference between Cleric and Mage in Ashes of Creation? In Ashes of Creation, a Cleric is a healer and a Mage is a damage dealer. Is the launch 19th NDA free or not? No. NDA got moved. So, flip over here real quick. NDA doesn't come down until May 14th. Now, back to classes. A Mage is a damage dealer. A Cleric is a healer. Now, a Cleric can build into a damage build, but a Mage cannot build into a heal build. Only Clerics are main healers. Only Bards are off healers and support, with the exception that a Summoner can fill any role. We're just waiting to find out how they do that. It's like we know they can do it, we just don't know how. Let's see. You get used to where all the important parts of the tree are eventually. Yeah, I can't talk about, you guys are talking about Path of Exile, so I gotta bow out. Is column 0 the base or row 0? Down the column and then across the row. So a cleric bard is a scryer. A bard cleric is a, what the hell is that? Is a soul weaver. I never go down the bard row. Let's see. What else? What else we got? I have a good show so far. Anything interesting on Reddit? I didn't see anything interesting on Reddit. I just got a shout out from 185k subscriber channel. That's good. Good time. It was good when you're a small content creator to get those shout outs. I also have to laugh when people post my YouTube videos onto Reddit. There's obviously a reason why I didn't put it on Reddit. Do we have any basis for what the Bard does in Ashes of Creation? Yes, the Bard is a buff and an off healer. So you'll be doing buffing, you'll be doing debuffing, and you'll be doing off healing. That's what it does. I want to play something like an illusionist or enchanter from EQ. What do you think is going to be the closest to that? Let's see. I would say, I would say probably down the mage line, but I can't really tell you. Like, if you want to say I want to play something like this, I can't really tell you because I don't have access to any of the augments yet. So I can't tell you what's gonna work, how, because until I see the 8 different flavors of mage. I would say that an illusionist is probably going to be a mage, but it's possible that an illusionist might be a bard, might end up being a bard mage combination. So stand by on asking questions of that detail. We don't even have all 8 sets of skills yet, 1 to 10, let alone all 8 sets of skills 1 to 50. Could be like the Final Fantasy 11 bard, yes. Let's see. I'm big on the monk kick lately. Any idea what would most likely align with this? So here's the problem with monks. Monks are just fighters that use hand weapons. From an MMORPG genre perspective. I know in tabletop games, I played a monk. I monked mained in D&D. I understand that the way the monks do and what the monks do and how the monks do is different. Oh, look at that. Handing out subs left and right. I love it. Appreciate that. Now we got a train trying to hit a bomb. It's going to be a 5-star bomb. Yeah, you dodged. You're gonna run into the situation where it's not necessarily going to be AoE around the center like Lucio, because you can have it where you can drop totems. So, well, based on the info provided in the wiki, I'm between Songcaller or Enchanter. Yeah, the problem is that you can't say you're between Songcaller or Enchanter. It's too early because you don't even know what the Bard abilities are and you don't know what the Summoner abilities are. So, we have a long time on that. But with Monk, I understand that Monk in D&D, Monk in Final Fantasy is a lot of positioning. It's a very high skill. Class. The problem is when you start looking at that from an MMORPG perspective, nobody is going to play a high skill positional class if nobody else has to be high skill and positional. Sure, there will be people who will specifically take that. There will be a small minority of people who will take that class because it's high skill. But you're not going to have the high skill class being taken if it's high skill at the expense of damage. No, not rip camera. I turned it off on purpose. You're not going to have people that are going to take a class that is higher skill and lower damage. And then the problem becomes if you deliberately make a class higher skill and higher damage, then you've upset your meta. The big problem is players don't want to be reasonable. Players don't want to be reasonable. They want everything, but they want to pay nothing. So therein lies the big problem. I want all the classes to be high skill. But then if I have, thanks, appreciate it. It's a nice hat. I want all the classes to be high skill because I want a high skill video game, right? But by doing that, I've just said I want a high skill, low population game. And when you say, well, where do you get the low population? Because high skill game, lower population. Low skill game, lower barrier to entry, more casual, higher population. Why do you think BDO doesn't do well? Getting real late? Hey, you have a good time. Why do you think BDO doesn't do well? Number one, it's action combat. So I hate to tell action combat fans, but BDO is action combat. Casuals don't like action combat. And so BDO starts off BDO made a decision, and at the decision point, they said, by making an action combat game, we know and we accept we are going to have a smaller population. Now they know they have a smaller population, and now they say, how do we make money? We make it pay to win. Every choice you make comes with, because of this, then that. Now, you got to be careful because not every choice is the reason why things happen. You have to make sure you have the choice order properly. You make Fractured. They're making Fractured a downward-looking isometric game. I said early on about Fractured, I said Fractured is going to be a niche game because it's isometric. Isometric is a niche inside of gaming. Lots of people will not play an isometric downward-looking game simply because it's isometric downward-looking. They hate that. We don't have any idea what the hell is going on with Project TL, right? We don't have any idea what's going on with Project TL. Project TL originally came out and said they were going to do the downward-looking isometric thing, and a lot of people responded with, then it's going to be dead on arrival. That was okay. The way you did that for Lineage 2 worked because during the era, that was fine. But now people don't want to play that style of game. People want to play real-time, active, standard camera screen, that what you're seeing right now on the screen. That's what people want. That doesn't mean you can't make a successful game outside of that norm. But when you decide to go down that path, you automatically say, we've just cut off whatever percent, 10%, 50%, 80%. We know that we have a smaller population. You make a game free to play. You make a game free to play. You open up to the widest possible set of people. Now, you make a game free to play. What is the absolute automatic result of making a game free to play? If a game is free to play, it must be pay to win. And I know some people look at me like crazy, like, what's wrong with you? If a game is free to play, it must be pay to win. Because you must have a very, very high average cost per player. That also opens up bot gold farming, absolutely. But you must have a very, very high average paying price per player because there are going to be people who will never give you $1. They will never give you $1. PoE is free to play, but not pay to win. Bullshit. It's pay to win. Inventory bag space. Sorry. Bag space. After listening to several people, several arguments, bag space is absolutely positively in the pay to win column because if you're limited on inventory, your actions, your alternatives, your ability to gather, your ability to do all those things is limited. Pay to win doesn't have to just be an advantage. If it changes the mechanics of the game, if it changes your ability to interface with the game, that is also a pay to win thing. That's why if we want to have a good conversation about what's pay to win and what isn't, we don't say pay to win. We say : pay to ... We close that. We answer that question first. And now we say to what severity. So is inventory management, bag space, inventory expansions pay to? Yes. To what severity? Now, if the severity is nothing, then you say, okay, it's pay to, but it's really a minor impact. Guild Wars 2. I would say that Guild Wars 2 is a very, very minor inconvenience if you don't have the other things. I would say that inventory space in other games is a really big thing because you feel like you can't get anything accomplished. When a game that is buy to play goes free to play, that means the game is having issues keeping players. So this is a ploy to bring in people to get hooked on the cash shop that normally follows transition. When a game that is buy to play goes free to play, what it means is that they're not having issues keeping players. You're like 40% right on your answer. When a game goes from buy to play to free to play, it's not that they're having keeping players. They're having a problem acquiring players. Their player acquisition process is broken because their cost is too high of a barrier to entry. I'm all for cosmetics, but the second that Intrepid puts XP pots on the cash shop, I'm going to start looking at them a bit sideways. If Intrepid puts XP pots on the cash shop, they might as well just close the fucking studio. And I say that with all sincerity. The moment they put pots on the cash shop for Ashes, which they won't, but the moment they do, they might as well close up shop, because then everything you ever said becomes a hypocritical lie. We want to be different. We want to make the MMORPG genre different again. We believe in a cosmetic-only cash shop. We sold the game on the promise and the premise of no pay to win. The moment you do that, and Steven and I had a knockdown drag out a couple of years ago, and he lost. And I don't think I think he was thinking more people were going to rally to his side. Steven sort of said, well, that's not pay to win. That's not pay to win. That's not pay to win. And it had to do with the legendary path in Ashes of Creation, Apocalypse, and your ability to just pay for the legendary path. What they had is very similar to Stream Raiders. They had a event reward path and a battle pass. At the end of the battle pass at level 50 was the obsidian armor. Well, what over here they had a little button that you could spend embers to bypass the having to actually earn the obsidian armor. You could just straight pay to do it. And Steven said, well, I don't see that as pay to win because the reward is only cosmetic. And it said it's not the reward, it's the spirit and the intent of the accomplishment. You're devaluing everybody that earns obsidian armor by allowing everybody else to just give you extra money and get it that way. And so Steven sort of had this, well, pay to win is what I say it is. And I was like, no, pay to win is what I say it is. I'm the influencer. I'm the guy that gets to argue against what you say. And the truth is that Steven spent a lot of time thinking and deliberating on that. It was good to see him come back with, yeah, you're right. It's not about what I say. It's about what the customers say. Seasonal passes that offer competitive advantages are pay to win. Competitive advantages, yes. Cosmetics only, no. Unless you allow people to buy the seasonal pass and pay through it, then I would argue that it's not pay to win. I would argue that it's pay to ... And then I would say you have the ramification that by allowing somebody to pay to skip through a seasonal pass, you've devalued everybody else. Plus the fact, what you've done is you've not only devalued my accomplishment, you've made it harder for me to achieve my accomplishment because that person doesn't need to play. The part of a seasonal pass, the benefit of the seasonal pass is it's designed to get people into the game and playing. It is meant as a one second, and sorry, I have such a good daughter. My daughter knows that my blood sugar is going to be low right about now because of intermittent fasting, although it's probably okay because I had the coffee, but she's grabbing me lunch. Anyway, Steven recognized that it's not just about what he says pay to win is. It's about how the community perceives it, which is why the whole monster coin thing. Oh, you want to look out the window? Okay. The best part about Steven is I feel bad, okay? As a human being, as the person that's behind the guy that wears the hat. I feel kind of bad that I had to make the video that I made over the weekend about the delay, about the concerns. I don't feel bad that I have these concerns. And I don't feel bad that I made the video. And I don't second guess myself. The video needed to be made. I could have made the video a lot meaner. I don't think I could have made the video any gentler. I think that I made that video as gentle as I could. I took, you guys know that I'm abrasive, and guess what? I call myself abrasive, so nobody else, I don't care. I'm an asshole. People can call me an asshole. I don't care. I'm an abrasive asshole. I'm sandpaper. You need your deck sandblasted? I'm the guy to call. You need your glasses cleaned? I am not a silk rag. You don't give me fine detail persons like, I am not the guy to go and make you feel good about yourself, because I don't have an external locus of control. So I don't give a shit about people's external locus of control. The only people in my life whose external locus of control I give a shit about, they call me dad. Okay. Or they call me spouse. That's all I care about their feelings. Everybody else in life, I don't give a shit about your feelings. I give a shit about facts. Does that make me abrasive? Yes. Does that make me condescending? Yes. Okay. Do I acknowledge these things about myself? Yes. Am I going to change? No. I don't care about your feelings. I care about your argument. I remember in the military, I got almost a write-up. Almost. I was doing logistics compliance assessment program, LCAP, training for our young airmen, because I had been an LCAP inspector. They wanted to make sure that our airmen were going to be ready. And I was going around the squadron. Everybody knew I was coming. I was engaging with airmen, prepping them, asking them to demonstrate tasks. And I got through the day, some rough spots, some bad spots. And I'm just going around, and my BlackBerry rings. I pick it up, and my commander was like, "Hey, can you come to my office?" I was like, "Sure, I'm on my way." I got there, and I had 3 airmen and their supervisors there, because I had made their airmen cry. And I'm like, why would these airmen cry? These airmen all passed their inspections. So I want you to hear me out here. These airmen had passed their inspections, and I remember 2 of them off the immediate top of my head. They passed with flying colors. And I actually wrote, I hadn't written my report up for the day. I said, these airmen are absolutely ready. A couple other airmen around the squadron needed more prep working with an inspector. You made them cry because you're so abrasive. And I was like, how the fuck am I abrasive? I expect you to know how to do your job. I expect you to know how to do your job, so that's abrasive. I expect you to not only be able to tell, like George Carlin, man, he's a role model of mine. I expect you to know how to play the blues, not just which notes to play, but why they need to be played. Why do you enter this work order under this category versus this category? What is the value of this accounting line versus this accounting line? Why do we spend money off this accounting line versus that accounting line? It's not enough for them to know what to do. They need to know why to do it, because they got to grow up to be people who understand this shit. And the supervisors were like, well, you made my airmen cry. Keep in mind, they're enlisted. I'm an officer. I excuse the airmen. I'm there with my boss, and we're talking to the supervisors. I was like, we don't want to turn this into about I made your airmen cry. We're about to turn this into why you're not organizing training and equipping your airmen for an inspection. If they fucking cry, they have no business in the Air Force. I'm sorry. That's just the fucking way it is. If you're going to cry over an inspection, you are the wrong person for the fucking Department of Defense, the military. And so I explained that to the supervisor. I said, now I'm going to go explain it to your airmen that they didn't do anything wrong, but they need to fucking grow a thick skin, man. They got to find their inner Irish. They got to find their inner Irish. I get fucking yelled at all the time. If I fuck up, yell at me. Do you think Intrepid can get the return on investment plus running costs plus future expansions only with $15 plus skins? Considering that the developing is taking way longer than expected. Okay, let me hit that one real quick because that's a strong question. Number one, the developing is taking way longer than expected. The interesting thing is that because they were able to move out of their studio and they've spent a year working from home, that shaved a ton of cost. Number two, when they originally laid out their roadmap of 2.5 years of development, they laid out their roadmap of 2.5 years of development for getting up to 100 people and running at 100 people within the first year. They're only now hitting the 100 people. Now, I've calculated their burn rate. I've calculated a lot of things. Intrepid is still, to the best of my knowledge, Intrepid is still way below Steven's initial investment into his company. The burn rate is good. They have plenty of depth. They have plenty of bench left. I am not worried about any of that. I have how much percent? Usually I have some amount of concern in any specific part of a project. I have exactly 0.0 concern, 0.0% concern about their money resources. Steven hasn't even, I don't believe Steven has even remotely reached what he wanted to invest. And he wanted to invest 30 million, but he was willing to invest up to 40 million. I don't think they're anywhere near the 30 million mark. I'm gonna be honest, I don't believe that they even got to the 20 million mark. Later, Applejacks, I don't believe they're even at the $20 million mark yet. So no, I don't think that they are in any way, shape, form, period, in danger. What's Steven's background? Steven's immediate background in the relevant background. I'm not going to go into the inflammatory part of the background unless somebody wants to, make it a big deal. But what I will say is, we'll do one of these. Do one of these real quick. Steven has a background in marketing and in real estate investment. So Steven made money when he was a teenager, took that money, invested it into marketing. He invested it into real estate, and he, we got tow truck. Oh, I feel bad. So he has a very, very eclectic background in those things. So that's basically where his money comes from. Okay, can I claim this now? Because I did that and I just want my quest. There we go, my 10 bones. Thank you. That was an easy 10 bones. When can we expect streaming on Friday? Well, you can expect streaming on Friday during my normal time. However, we've been delayed on non-NDA footage until May, June. Unfortunately, in February, they ran into some issues. And there is absolutely no reason. There is no reason whatsoever to push forward just randomly. Now, unfortunately for people like Tavernside Gaming, that really sucks because, Tavernside Gaming was starting to get streams set up, ready to go, and now it's like, well, fuck. The biggest debate. Yeah, you got debated. Any idea what the issue was? No. I have no idea what the issue was. And even if I knew what the issue was, unless you knew what the issue was, I couldn't tell you. You'd have to know what the issue was because I have an NDA. I have an NDA. I have multiple NDAs. I have multiple NDAs with Intrepid Studios. I think it's 3. I think I have 3. Just stream the NDA part. Short term, it's the solution to all your content struggles. Yeah, because I want to lose my channel. I want to be permanently forever banned from Twitch. That sounds like a brilliant fucking solution. That's like the guy who did stream some stuff for a game that was under NDA. He streamed the stuff. This is how dumb this fucker was. He streamed NDA stuff on his Twitch channel. Got his Twitch channel banned after he had ported the NDA material to YouTube, and then used the NDA material in the video that he made complaining about his Twitch ban, and then his YouTube channel got banned. I don't think people realize this, but there are sections of both of your contracts on YouTube and Twitch that specify NDA material. They literally tell you, quite literally, we will terminate your channel upon request of a publisher that proves that you have violated an NDA you have signed with said publisher. I also want to remind people of something, and they don't get it. If a publisher contacts you with a cease and desist saying you do not have permission to use their material during your show, you don't have permission to use their material during your show. People are under the impression that when you buy a video game, you have purchased a distribution license, and you have not. Okay? You have most certainly not. It is actually in YouTube. I haven't looked up the Twitch verbiage. I just looked up the YouTube verbiage. It specifically says you are not permitted to use content if they tell you you're not permitted to use the content. Now, I know some people are going to say, well, that's not fair. Jay's allowed to use it. Smurg's allowed to use it. Asmongold, Tim the Tatman, blah, 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 blah. But you're not letting me use it. And the answer is going to be, that's right. You are by name not allowed to use it. And YouTube's going to be like, well, thanks for the notarized memorandum for you, and we'll ban that person's account. Yeah, and then the person, because you know the story I'm talking about. So the game company banned his Twitch. Well, they didn't ban his Twitch. They asked Twitch to ban his Twitch. He made a video on YouTube bitching about it. They asked YouTube to ban his YouTube. And then what they did is they banned his Origin account, if memory serves. They banned his Origin account, and he lost access to all of his games. This is why I have multiple Steam accounts, just in case I ever fuck something up. I only lose a portion of my library. Who are you talking about? I do not name names, but obviously Wado Kiko understands who I'm talking about, because they're able to follow up with that Origin also banned their account with all of their games on it. So this is what I tell people. Unless you're a lawyer, don't try to big dick people on their terms of service or their NDAs. And you wouldn't do that if you were a lawyer, because you would understand that you signed an NDA. Also, when you sign an NDA, and I try to explain this to people, an NDA is not something you should sign lightly. I understand that 99% of you whip through your end user license agreement, you whip through your terms of service. You all just go right through those, and you're like, whatever. Yes, I agree. Did you know, I forgot the company, but there was a company that actually put in their terms of service that they owned your soul. By playing their game, they owned your soul, because nobody reads the terms of service. I'll tell you right now, in the Ashes of Creation terms of service, they are not liable to give you a refund in the event of a Borg invasion. If the Borg invade planet Earth, Ashes of Creation is not responsible to give you a refund. It's actually in the terms of service. What else we got? Do you have any particular thoughts on games having tradable premium currencies instead of pure cash shops? Seems like a strong model, since it can give a game more longevity and reward the players who farm the item being traded, but I haven't seen it utilized that often. Yeah, that's because when you have things like tradable premium currencies, then you have gold farming, gold botting. If you create an item that is lucrative, you're also creating the scenario where people are going to need gold. So if I'm selling an item that's desirable, if you don't have time to farm it, if you don't have time to farm the item yourself, then you obviously don't have time to farm the gold it's going to take to buy the item. So what are you most likely going to do? You're most likely going to buy gold from a third-party gold seller. That is why a lot of these scenarios are so jacked up. People don't consider long-term the ramifications of design decisions. You kind of have to have design decisions lined up so that things ultimately make sense. So no, I don't think there should be tradable premium currencies, because all that's going to do is set up a scenario where that's just going to set up a scenario where people buy gold so that they can buy from other players the tradable premium currency. There's a trend currently where game assets are being minted on the blockchain through NFT. I kind of like the thought of having rare cosmetics like that, which can be sold by players to other players. I don't. Again, where is the benefit? Where is the benefit to the game company in that? Where is the benefit to the game company in that setup? Yeah, we were close on that. That's okay. I was just trying to snag 10 more bones for my quest. Because I didn't see that there was another 10 bone thing for me to do. What? Okay. It's another selling point to get players excited to play the game. Where's the benefit to the company? Where is the benefit to the company by making it obtainable by being minted on blockchain through NFT and more players? Again, where is the advantage to getting it through the method that you said versus through a normal in-game means? They get the item in game. Again, where is the benefit to using your method versus by doing it another way? By doing it in pure in-game things. Because what you're doing is you're introducing an out-of-game thing into the in-game. That is not going to get you more players. That, I would say, would probably not get you a net sum positive. If you start dicking around with shit like that, you're talking about the unknown. You're talking about the benefit is that they are a legalized way for players who want to sell their rare assets to other players. Again, where is the benefit to the company? Give me a tangible benefit to the company. No, you can't say more players. You have no proof. No, you can't. You have no proof. No, you can't. Give me proof. I want proof. Give me a citation. Because I'm going to tell you right now, that idea right there doesn't benefit the company directly. Why can I say no? Because it's easy, because I'm the voice of opposition. I get to say no because I can say that's not going to do what you're saying it's going to do. You have to be able to prove it. That's what a data-driven decision is. You have to bring me something that you're hanging this statement on. I get to shoot everything down. When you're on the negative, when you're on the opposition, I get to shoot everything down. You have to be able to prove that to be true. You're saying that it's going to generate more players to the company. That's a hypothetical. That's a guess. That's an assumption. You're assuming X equals more players. I get to say there is no first order benefit to the company. More players isn't a first order benefit to a company. More players is a second order effect to a company. So live game services are for making money. Gone are the days that games are made just for entertainment. That's true. But all it benefits is the player selling. How can you say that the sales aren't going to existing players? Exactly. That's the problem. You have to be able to give me something definitive. Because remember, you have to give me something definitive that says the net sum is going to be positive. I'm going to tell you right now, people like me who don't understand, I don't understand Bitcoin, blockchain mining, none of that shit. I think it's a huge scam. And I think people who buy into that are very, very foolish, because I come from an era where we were just getting off of a hard currency. Our money was backed by our hard currency, because I still have silver certificates. I still have silver certificates running around, actually locked up in my safe. I have silver certificates. I can take those silver certificates to the federal government because they're still valid, and I can get hard currency for my dollar bill, I can bring enough of those silver certificates to the government. They have to give me the hard currency because that's what those notes were promised on. But when you start saying more players, first of all, you have no empirical data that's going to say more players. Your view, your bias is that you would find that more entertaining. You would find that more engaging, so you would be more inclined. I think that the problem you have is that you can't confirm that, and I believe you would have a net negative of players. You would lose players by introducing a Bitcoin mining operation into your game. That would be enough of a stigma that you would lose players. And because it doesn't benefit the company on the first order, your assumption is that it would benefit the company on a second order effect by having more players. You're also basing that assumption that more players equals more profit. I don't think players are going to want to have that sort of shit going on in a game that has a monthly subscription, because if you're going to tell me that players are already rebelling against Ashes of Creation because it has an optional cash shop and no box price, and there are still people who are saying they don't like the idea of an optional cash price, then you want to get people to feel warm and fuzzy about having a Bitcoin mining operation that's going to generate cosmetics. So who benefits from the Bitcoin mining? Where is the benefit of that? Walk me through how that is a benefit. If I'm a hardcore player and I'm grinding really hard and I have the ability to find something that is ultra rare that I can sell to someone if I choose, I personally find that intriguing. You've just spelled out exactly what I said without any of the Bitcoin mining bullshit. You mean having a video game system that requires you to follow a list of clues and play a game without any Bitcoin mining or any of that shit and actually get the item? You've just proven my point, so thank you. You don't need to introduce any of that bullshit. You just go play the game. You just go play the game and you get the reward, and you make the reward not bound. So you proved my point. You don't need it. You just have to have good game design with good rewards. And you're going to get people to play the game. And it's just in game. It's not Bitcoin mining is ruining Tarkov, and it's just in game. It's not even real Bitcoin. You'd have to give me an article or something. Again, I'm gonna say it like this. When people start explaining Bitcoin anything to me, I immediately walk away from it. I'm like Warren Buffett. NFT is just one solution to do exactly what it seems we both would enjoy. NFT doesn't require you to play the game, from my understanding. So explain it to me. Break it down for me. What the fuck is NFT? Is a unit of digital on a digital ledger where each unit can represent... What the fuck is this shit? Yeah, I know what it stands for. I can look up an acronym. Walk me through the process. What does it look like? What does it look like? Is it me playing, or is it my computer running a process for me? That's all I want to know. Because to me, when people started explaining Bitcoin mining to me, they were like, it's you playing. And while you are playing. It's what me playing? Me playing the game, or it's a process my PC is running? You randomly come across something in the game. You don't need any of that shit. You don't need any of that fucking shit. Get all that shit out of here. What the fuck do you need all that for? Just write the game. Just do it like we've done. Do video games the way we've been doing. And if you're saying it's identical, you're not even going to notice the difference then. So why introduce all that bullshit? Just play the game. How did we get to Bitcoin? The question was, how does players selling directly to other players improve the game? The difference is that NFT has a marketplace. Good. And then let that marketplace be outside of the game. NFT, as I understand it, are just digital assets that you can sell that are tied to a blockchain ledger to prove ownership. You can have an item ID that does that. You don't need to introduce anything new into MMOs. If you're talking about non-duplicatable items, several video games already have it. Basically, it just gives you an item in game that has a guaranteed unique ID that's tradable. It's like selling one specified JPEG versus a copy of the JPEG. What are we selling here? A cosmetic? Why do you need to introduce all of this extra bullshit? The cosmetic that you earned? Are you talking about getting a unique cosmetic? Well, that's not going to happen. Think about the cost to generate the cosmetic. They're not going to just generate a cosmetic for there to be one of. You're never going to have an absolutely unique cosmetic. There is too much work that goes into building that asset. Then where does the company make their money? Everything is linked one way or another. It's an example of denying reality. Yeah, CSGO skins work fine on outside markets with no need for NFT. I can sell you, Jahlon, an image with the NFT, meaning you own the original work and everyone else only has a copy. That doesn't work for a video game. How are you going to have assets that are that unique? Okay, what you're asking for is an impossibility. You're asking for a game design studio to then create absolutely unique assets that only one player owns. And that would completely fuck the player-driven economy. Let me just tell you. That would fuck the player-driven economy, because that's all about, it's not impossible just because you don't understand it does not make it impossible. Black Boa, you're like one of those people that can't explain it so you don't understand it. You're like trying to tell me something should be added, but you don't understand the cost, the time, the effort, the energy, the resources that goes into making the asset. Where does the company make money on this? I'm going to throw out a number here. It takes $15,000. It's hard to speak when you type a mile a minute. Then write it up. Fucking make it a fucking forum post somewhere. Give me a fucking text document. I'm going to say it takes $15,000 to make a cosmetic. And so what you're saying is you want it to be possible that you obtain this cosmetic where only you own it and it is a unique, original, one of a kind. Where is the value in the company to that? Where does the company make its $15,001? Because if it costs $15,000 to make this one cosmetic, the bare minimum they have to make on that is $15,001. And even, I'm going to tell you, at $15,001, it's a fucking loser. It needs to make probably $60,000 to be worth the time, effort, energy, the return on investment. You spend $15,000 of people's payroll time making a cosmetic. Explain to me how the company makes it's just make me the $15,000 back. I won't worry about profit. How does the company make its money back on this cosmetic that you want to be NFT farmable? Yeah, your ROI is garbage. If you're not making at least 100%, then you might as well not do it. And that's a completely different business lesson. But I want somebody to explain to me how this NFT thing is going to, the company doesn't, the money comes from people thinking that it's worth it more than the original price, collector's items, essentially. Okay, again though, if it doesn't make the company money, it's a bad idea. So how does making this cosmetic, this unique NFT farmable cosmetic, make the company back its money? They could make a combo of assists to make a custom cosmetic, meaning that when you combine a yellow helm with a green helm, it makes a yellow-green helm. It's one of a kind, and then you have an NFT of the helm, and when you traded the company, taking some of the money for the trade. Again, the company didn't make any money, Simonti. The company needs to make money. The company needs to make money. Your brain committed Sudoku 5 minutes ago. Don't you mean seppuku? I think you got the wrong Japanese S word there, my friend. So if you're talking about a way in which and here's the thing, Black Boa, I don't need to understand. Here's the thing about having as much experience in leadership and bad fucking ideas as I do. I don't need to completely understand something for my fucking bullshit meter to be pegging hard over. That's why I tell people a really good rule of life is if you can't explain it simply, you don't understand it thoroughly. You haven't told me how the company makes its $15,000. You hung your hat on the idea that the company is going to make more money by having more players. Okay. But first of all, I disagree with you. I'm going to tell you right now, if a company was doing this level of shit, inspiring this level of external, I don't want players playing the game. Okay. I don't want players playing the game so they can make money outside the game. And I'm going to tell you, I think players would quit in that game. I 100 fucking percent will tell you right now, you would lose mass fucking chunks because all you're doing now is you don't have people playing the game for love of the game. You don't have people playing the game for trying to be the best at the game. You don't have people playing the game to play a game. You have people playing the game as a job. You think people fucking don't tolerate goddamn gold sellers right now? Okay, you want to be able to make a living playing video games. That's a fine thing. Do what the fuck I do. Do what I do. Be really good at this. And you can almost be single and live in a really shitty apartment. Okay? But I see NFT as a good idea outside the game, but I completely agree with you. It probably shouldn't be in the game. You are stuck on the idea. Not everything a company does makes it money directly. Bullshit. I hope you don't own a business. And I hope you are not in charge of anything important at any business. Yes, everything a company does must have a return on investment. If you invest $15,000, how does customer service make money? By making customers happy. It costs money. You're right, it does. Customer service makes more money for your company than your salespeople do. Number one, customer service is what takes care of customers so they come back and they buy another product. Case in point, go watch my Samsung video. Until Samsung's shitty customer service pissed me off, I owned 8 Samsung monitors. Now I own 7 Samsung monitors, an LG, and an Asus, and I will never buy another Samsung monitor again. So, customer service makes money by number one, keeping customers happy. Number two, customer service turns me into an evangelist for your company instead of a harbinger. I speak out against Samsung now. I speak out against their bad customer service. I tell you don't buy a Samsung monitor. Okay? Now, company, you are stuck on this NFT collectibles equals customer acquisition. And I'm saying you're fucking wrong. You're flat wrong. If I found out that the game I was playing was building around NFT with the way you're trying to say it so you can find something in game and you can sell it third party and you can make money, I'm going to bail the fuck on your game. And not only am I going to bail the fuck on your game, I'm going to speak out against your game. So your idea is based on the idea that you will retain actual players who give a shit about the game because they can make money. Bullshit. Horrible idea. I am not wrong because I'm proof myself. I'm interested in a game precisely because of NFT. There are not more of you than there are of me. Plus the fact you've been here long enough, I know you're going to play Ashes of Creation. Yes, I do know that. I fucking absolutely do know that. That's what I do for a living. I study the MMORPG genre. I study trends. I know what pisses people off. You're telling me you actually believe that people are going to be okay with an NFT way that players make money, inviting bots and scripters and hackers and exploiters into a game so they can make money legally and not get banned? When people are already pissed off about an optional cash shop? Dude, fucking take a $5 and go get some fresh air because you don't understand based on what you just said. I don't have to understand your piss poor idea, my friend. I don't have to. You just explained this doesn't benefit the company. You're expecting the company to invest $15,000 into a method for you to make money. How does the company make that $15,000 back? And you say new player acquisition. You're talking 1,000 subscription months. Pure. Customer acquisition, bullshit. You are not going to acquire more customers from that wouldn't have played your game if you didn't have it. You can't turn around and tell me I'm the example because bullshit, you've been around this channel long enough. I know you're going to play Ashes of Creation without this feature. You can't tell me you're going to net some positive people, okay? You're going to net some positive people. I tell you right now, you introduce NFT trading into a game, you're going to lose fucking customers left, right, and center. Because the quality of players you're going to get in your game are not going to be there to play the game, okay? The quality of players you're going to get in your game are not going to be there to play the game. They're going to get there to find the fucking NFT items that they can make a profit on. So you've not only driven away customers who want to play the game, you've created a set of people who only want to acquire these items, and you haven't actually told me how the company is going to pay for the $15,000 for the cosmetic. So you're expecting the company to invest this big fucking, and by the way, it's probably more than $15,000 when you start getting into items that are actually going to be of a caliber and a quality that people are going to want to pursue this bullshit. Customer acquisition. You're an idiot, okay? You're an idiot. And no, we're not going to move on. We're going to drive this fucking point home. Customer acquisition only works if it's a net sum positive. You said your anecdotal evidence is you're only interested in the game if it's a net sum positive. But I've already told you, and multiple other people in the channel have told you, they would quit a game that introduced this system. So you're not at net sum. You're not at net sum positive. You are now currently at net sum negative. The company that decided to pursue this has already lost more customers anecdotally in this chat than you've provided. Plus, you didn't acquire anybody because you've been interested in Ashes of Creation since beforehand. So you're going to play Ashes of Creation whether or not they have the NFT system. So even your own anecdotal evidence says bullshit, and this is why you're going to say, well, I don't understand it. I don't need to understand everything in the room. I don't need to be the smartest guy in the room. I just need to listen to the bullshit, and you're hanging it on customer acquisition. You have no facts, you have no figures, you have anecdotal evidence, and the anecdotal evidence in this room has already told you you're wrong. Gaining 10 people for adding NFT and losing 11 people for adding NFT, that is not net positive customer acquisition, and thus is a failure. Exactly. You would have to be 100% sure. And I'm telling you right now, the quality of players that you would get who would be interested in the NFT only because they want to make money on the side doesn't make the company money. So they could just as easily spend that $15,000 making a cosmetic that they put in the cash shop and make $150,000. Yeah, Diablo 3. Thank you, Casually Crude. Diablo 3 had a real money auction house. They lost almost every fucking customer they had, and only the removal of the real money auction house saved the game. Exactly. Nobody wants this shit. The people who want this shit are the people who don't want to go to a job. Now, I'll tell you, that's your free one. That's your free one. If you're going to come in here and you're going to have a really bad idea, have some logic to it. Have some data. Have an article. Have something. But when I can look up this shit and I am getting fed information, okay? And people are telling you your anecdotal evidence is wrong. Anecdotal evidence is not evidence. Just because you would do a thing doesn't mean shit, okay? Doesn't mean shit. Moving on, because, I don't know why anybody thinks that it's a good idea to create a situation where people are going to make real money playing the video game, but when you bitch about gold sellers, the fucking genre itself hates gold sellers. Could you imagine the genre when they run into people doing, don't take parting shots. My fucking show. I get the parting shots. It doesn't matter about the fucking hearing it the first time. Like I said, I don't need to understand the concept. I've walked into many fucking project meetings. I don't know what the fuck is going on. I listen to people for 5 minutes, and I make the decision, okay? I don't need to be a subject matter expert on fucking mushroom farming, fungal, anti-whatever fucking, if you got an antifungal thing, you need to get a fucking cream or a spray from your doctor. It wasn't a ban. That was just, I deleted that message. But if you're going to throw shit like that on, I'm going to say, back to what I was saying, you want it, you're biased. It doesn't make for good ideas. Did the NFT topic come up from player trading? If this came up as a result of my question, I would think the inspiration was that profit would be found if it could only be traded for premium currency that someone had to buy from the company. If it was worth thousands on its own, then collectors would have to pay thousands to buy it, and the currency could only be spent in game. So the company would potentially indefinitely profit from a single item as it changes hands between collectors. The problem is, you could only make the currency buyable from the company. You couldn't allow the currency to be traded, and now you have to have a secondary currency closed system. I understand NFTs, and I don't understand how it benefits in-game with a closed economy. They want to keep real money out of the game. Yeah, apparently I don't know what NFTs are, but I don't understand the idea of keeping real world money out of the game. I bought my PC using money I got from selling Dota 2 skins in the market. That's prime NFT, and I'm even saying it. NFT in an MMORPG is an incredibly shitty idea. Yeah. Could you make it work with monster coins, kind of like WoW tokens? WoW tokens, remember, pay for your subscription. So WoW tokens have a higher value to players. And I 100% understand that there are people who want to be able to pay for their subscription with in-game money. I definitely understand your plight. I understand that there are people who can't afford to spend $15 a month on video games. The only problem with that statement is, if you can't afford to pay $15 a month for video games, I really have to question how you have a computer good enough to play video games, how you have high-speed internet in order to play video games, and maybe you should focus on improving your quality of life before you spend all of your disposable income on a video game. Now, I'm going to say this. $15 a month is a pretty good trade. $15 a month is a pretty good trade-off for a full month of entertainment. So I'm very proud of people. I'm very, very, very proud of people when their only entertainment expenditure is video games. It's a very, very responsible decision. But it's when people say, I can't afford $15 a month, but they have Amazon, they have Netflix, they have Hulu, they have Disney Plus, they have a cell phone, they go out to the bar every Friday. See, those are the people that really hurt the cause. It's the people that are pissing away tons and tons of disposable income, and they're saying, but I don't have time, but this is unfair, I don't have time. So I can pay $15 a month for a game, and I will, but if I give you the option to pay with in-game gold, I'm going to do everything in my power that I can pay for it with in-game money so I can use my $15 elsewhere. Yes. I 100% agree with you, man. I ran at one point. I ran 12 Arcade accounts. I ran 12 Arcade accounts, and I was paying for them all with in-game gold, and I thought I was doing really well. Sorry, guys, I'm just eating a bowl of soup real quick. I thought I was doing really, really well. And then I found out a guy was running more than 50 accounts with in-game gold. Of course, if you can make that kind of gold, you're going to do that. I do that shit just because I find it entertaining. I find it a challenge to see if I can pay for my my account with in-game gold. Because why wouldn't I? Yeah, that's another reason why bots in WoW are such a bad thing. More bots in the economy, the cost of the WoW token increases. Exactly. And 100% exactly true. 100% exactly true. I don't know why. I do not know why people don't piece these things together. Real world money real world anything is horrible for a game. Of course, people. Do you think that poor ass people in third world countries wouldn't flock to your game if they thought that they could make $5,000 selling a cosmetic? Of course they would. I don't think that's good for the game. Sure, if we want to go that route, that becomes good for profits. But look at what happened to Arcade on the Sulfuris server. You have a server that gets you find to have a server that gets invaded. I don't want to say invaded. That gets taken over by a foreign speaking group of people. And then everybody pieced the fuck out of that server. And again, you 100% absolutely positively can't expect a company to do something for you that doesn't guarantee them a return on investment. If you can't guarantee the company a return on investment, and plus the fact that this would be what a single cosmetic across all servers, because it would have to be that unique, right? It'd have to be that unique. So it would be a single cosmetic across all of your servers. Yeah, I don't see that happening. I absolutely do not see that happening. There's nothing wrong with the current system. It's always greed. People don't want bots kicked out because they want to be able to bot. Others want bots kicked out because they want a good game. Others don't want bots kicked out because they want the shit they buy to be low priced, but they you know. What's my opinion of gold DKP? You're gonna have to tell me what you mean by gold DKP, where guild members can buy DKP points with gold. Because I know what DKP is. In WoW, people buy items with gold these days. Oh, you mean buying raid runs? If you mean buying raid runs, I know what you're talking about. I think any auctioning items in raid using gold instead of DKP. Depends on what the gold is going for. My guild uses gold DKP. Appreciate that, Emily. Money using bots are not problematic in most games. Money generating bots are. True. The gold is going back to all the raiders. Then yes. So here's what I do. At any given time, in the guild, we've got two pools of money. We've got the operating budget of the guild, and we've got the DKP budget of the guild. The DKP budget of the guild goes like this. Say the pink candy cane drops, and everybody in the raid has it, and nobody wants to spend DKP on it. Then what happens is that item goes into my bag, and it gets logged, and then I go sell it, and then that dragon kill points or dungeon kill points, depending on which acronym you want to use. So as it is right now, I go and sell the pink candy cane, and I sell it for 10,000 gold. Now there's 10,000 gold in the DKP pool. Now say there's 700 points issued out in DKP. I go to the DKP roster. I see that there's 700 total points, and you have 16 of them. So I say there's 700 points, and we have 10,000 gold in the kitty. So each DKP is worth 14 gold, and you want to cash. You need gold, so you're gonna cash out, and you're gonna say, I want to cash out 15 of them. I give you 214 gold. I remove your DKP off of your character, which takes it out of the total pool. I have no problem with the buying and selling of items that fuel the DKP system. What I do have a problem with is when you have shitty guild leaders, right? When you have shitty guild leaders that start, having sticky fingers and not appropriately not appropriately labeling where everything is. I think that's a problem. I think that is a really big problem. That becomes a really big problem when people have sticky fingers. Yeah, tag me in, coach, guild accountant. I think ultimately, hey, how about you two? I'm sitting right here and you're trying to eat my soup. I think you have problems with guilds who start not being transparent. I think a guild's DKP roster should be public all the time. Is there a DKP system implemented in Ashes, or are you talking about external system? There is not an internal DKP system. We have asked Steven if it would be possible for him to do that, but the problem is even if they do that, even if they were to put that in, even if they were to put that in the game, you would still run into the problem of the guild officers would have to have the authority to change the DKP, because what if you kick somebody out of the guild? If you kick somebody out of the guild, you'd have to be able to, like, what if there's a problem? What if you hand somebody an item that didn't come during a DKP drop? So there's a lot of things that you would have to hand jam, right? There's a lot of things that you would absolutely have to hand jam, and I'm not sure if that would be a great option for Intrepid to spend a bunch of time trying to build. You know what I'm saying? I don't have a problem with them trying to build it, but I think that would be wasted time. Now, bringing on an in-game DKP system later as a quality of life adjustment, sure, absolutely. At the end of the day, though, I feel like the development studio shouldn't need to create a tool. Shouldn't need to create a tool. And fuck with people. Typically, 5% of the total pool goes to the raid leader and 5% to the person who distributes the loot and does the bidding process. Fuck that. Why? Why is 10% of the money being taken out of the pool? If you don't want to lead, don't lead. Fuck that. I'll tell you right now. I will tell you right off the bat, if I join a raid and they tell me the 10% is going to get taken off the top, why? Fine, you want to be paid to do the distribution of the loot in the bidding system, then don't do it. If that's your job in the guild, that's your job. Why are you being paid to do your job? My job is to DPS. My job is to heal. My job is to tank. My job is to do whatever. Your job is to do the same thing and to be a leader. Leadership in guilds already get a ton of fringe benefits. They don't need 5%. Bullshit. All that money should go. Like, who's gonna tolerate that money? It's usually pugs that do gold DKP. Sure. In Ashes of Creation, you're not gonna need to do that. Ashes of Creation has the bidding system where you're gonna be able to simply, like, the item's gonna drop and you're gonna bid on it, and then the raid leader doesn't need to do anything manual. The person taking the bid, I guess we need to pay people to take the bids, because people need to feel that they got paid. Yes, I'm the leader of the Paradox Guild. Because I'm a glutton for punishment. My guild does gold DKP runs, 40-person runs. Our raid leader who does all the work takes one extra person's worth of gold, so everyone gets 141. The raid leader gets 241. Fuck your raid leader. Tell your raid leader to stop being fucking money hungry. That's a bad leader. Your raid leader isn't a raid leader. Please don't ever call your raid leader a raid leader again. Please refer to your raid leader as a raid manager. Your raid leader is a raid manager. Good luck on the third job. Let's see. I raid led for years in WoW, and we always split the gear evenly. Yeah, Ashes of Creation. Ashes of Creation is going to do this for you. If you've never played Blade and Soul does it for you really well. Blade and Soul, you can see this system in action. They're making a joke on the fact that Caspian, the leader of the owner of Soulbound Studios, is Chronicles of Illyria. The guy's name is Caspian. Hey, get down. Sorry guys, I'm just finishing off lunch here. My wife's not feeling good, so lunch is going to be probably the only solid food that comes up, and I'll probably make dinner. What do I think about MMOs like Mirandus, which are built on the blockchain so players can truly own their items and can take it out of the ecosystem and cash it out for trade? We just had a 30+ minute discussion on that. I think that's complete bullshit, and it's a complete travesty for the gaming world. You should be playing a video game for fun. You should not be playing a video game in order to make money. I think that it doesn't benefit the game company to do this. I think it's just going to deteriorate. I think it's absolutely going to deteriorate the quality of games if we have people playing games in order to make money for the side and sell the items. Because we already have a. Are you telling me that the gaming population is suddenly going to be okay with RMT for items because they're guaranteed by blockchain, but they're not going to be okay with people just doing that shit for cash? I mean, people get outraged when gear gets sold for cash. Let's look up this game. I want to see how successful this game is. Is this game even out? Oh, Gala Games. Well, that should tell me something right off the bat. Right. Let's see. Probably this one instead. Oh. Gala Games, Mirandus. This game's not even out yet. So, Gala Games make or publishes blockchain-based games. Land Deed, Citadel of the Earth, Tower of the Prince, Town of the Duke. Can I say that these are fucking spectacular graphics? These are unbelievably spectacular graphics. Can I just say? Hey, stop that. Wow. Go back. Look, oh man. I am, you know. I am stoked. Where do I sign up? Where do I sign up to start making money on the side? Can I run this in the background while I'm streaming? Can I do that? Is that legal? Nothing is rounded. This shit is a Minecraft experiment. Yes. There you go. So I don't think I would have stayed here even if Jahlon was playing Ashes of Creation here if he wasn't who he is. That's me, man. That's me. That is me. Not sure if you can do that any player SR at the same time though. You might need another 3090. Yeah, man, I don't think I could play this game. I can't play it because the graphics are so intense. I wouldn't be able to have I wouldn't be able to have stream raiders going. It would be horrible. It would be horrible. Guys, you know what I hate? You know what I hate most of all? I hate when I lose a fucking meme. You guys know when you lose a fucking meme and you misfile it and you're like, where is my meme? I don't like that. I don't like when I lose a meme. Memes should never be lost. And I lost a meme. I gotta go get it on from the downstairs computer. This is just not right, man. This is not right. Yeah, we need a meme for me losing memes. Yeah, I can't believe I lost this one. It's I made this one. One of my favorites. So. Losing a meme is punishable by death. Luckily, it's downstairs on the downstairs computer. I had to go. I had to go get my memes. I didn't bring my memes with me when I moved the computer. I was like, where are my memes? Where are they? What is? And then I was like, oh, they're all downstairs. That's not right. I think I can get rid of that folder. That's my ArcAge folder. I don't need that folder anymore. Now watch, I delete that folder, and then next week, someone's gonna say, oh, well, I had a question. This is one of those weeks that is filled with meeting after meeting, followed by a pile of admin that leads into being in a reason for more meetings. You know, I ended my flight commander career working for a commander who literally said, my staff meetings will be less than 20 minutes. Because the staff meetings are for you to tell everybody in about 2 minutes what's going on. And then for me to tell you what's going on. Because if it's going to take you more than 2 minutes to tell me what's going on, you should have already been in my office to tell me what's going on. And I was like, you know what? I love this guy because my problems, my issues didn't concern any of the flight commanders, and none of the other flight commanders were concerned by my issues. So I didn't give a shit. I was like, I don't care. They're all in there talking to me about, like, well, we have this and we have this. And I was like, I don't care. I don't care. I see RMTSPs. It's healthy. It exists. I occasionally eat it, but I don't want it anywhere near my pizza. Oh, NFT. Yeah, I was about to say RMT. That's not good. I think games designed around RMT and NFT could develop a following. I mean, look at cryptocurrency, but they would have to have a draw in addition to that. And here's the problem. What would be the draw for people who don't want to be involved in that? I would rather go play a game that doesn't have that bullshit in it, to be completely honest. Be like, I just don't want to be involved with that shenanigans. On the ship, I would go to large meetings and count the number of times terms side. Oh, man. Oh, I hate that. I hate that phrase. I hate that. I hate the phrase sidebar. Can we sidebar that? Can we have a sidebar? Like, no, you can talk to me. That's what you can do. I hate 10,000 foot view. You know, I was in the Air Force, so we had the 50,000 foot view. Because what would happen is somebody would say the 10,000 foot view, and then a pilot would say, well, that's not that high. Shut the fuck up. Without fuel, you're a pedestrian. Shut up. Buzzword bingo. I got in trouble once for that. I wasn't paying attention, and my commander had gotten back from a deployment, and I was playing Buzzword bingo. And he said the last thing. I said bingo, and he just looks down the table at me, and he's like, see me after the meeting. I was like, I'm so fucked. He's gonna be so pissed. Anyway, let's see. Let's risk it, guys. Those who risk it get the biscuit, and we're trying. Yeah, mandatory fun. I love that fucking phrase too. You want? This Friday we're having mandatory fun. Can I skip it? No, it's mandatory. Oh, it was always great because I was in charge of the flight that wasn't allowed to go to mandatory fun. So they'd be like, this Friday we're having mandatory fun, and I'd be like, okay, well my flight won't be there. Why? Because you're doing it off base, and my flight has things they have to do at certain times of the day. And so they would go to like the softball field off base or somewhere, which I hated that shit. I hated off-base mandatory fun. Well, then it would be like, I'd let my people go. It would be like, we'd be done, I'd let my people go, and then the boss would be like, well, where are your people? I let them go home early. Well, why'd you let them go home early? Well, my people worked for 2 hours longer than everybody else, and so I let them go home early on a Friday. Nope. Like, I also used to do barbecues on Friday. You know, I don't know why you guys are always barbecuing. I don't know why you're surprised that we're barbecuing, okay? Just let my people barbecue. Let my people do their thing. My people are gonna be okay. We're gonna barbecue, and it's gonna be a good time. Like, don't worry. Don't worry about what we're doing. We're barbecuing. It's all you need to know. We're barbecuing. And then, of course, I get yelled at because we're barbecuing. And then the boss would show up at the barbecue anyway. Hey, can I get a burger? Per the NDA, I'm guessing you're not supposed to take screenshots and such, right, during the previews? Per the NDA, I can't talk about the NDA. But when you have your NDA, you can read the NDA. And the NDA will tell you everything that you need to know that I can't tell you about the NDA. What do you think Jeff Bezos does during meetings? To replace the PowerPoint presentations, meetings start with each attendee sitting and silently reading a 6-page narratively structured memo for about the first 30 minutes of the meeting. If that is true, that is horrible leadership. I'm going to grab a cold tea. We're going to go a little bit late today. I want to finish this map, but let me grab a cold tea. Tell the people what you did. Tell them what you did. Oh, you jumped up on my desk, huh? You don't want to be seen. All right. Before we move on, I want to say I used to find Sparky. You'll find this one, Tavern Side. A couple other people, you'll find this funny. In the military, I was the guy that had to write the memos. Okay, I wrote the damn memos. I wrote the memos. And then, of course, because we can't trust people to read memos, we send around a roster with a box for you to initial that you've read the memo. And so I hate bullshit inefficiency. I hate bullshit inefficiency. And so, guy comes around and yeah, that post breaks NDA. So bad on him. I write a memo and it circulates around, comes down from, I write it, the squadron commander sends it out. It's got my name on it. Civilian comes along with this roster, hands it to me. He's like, you have to sign this. What is this? It says that you read the memo. I handed it back to him. I said, no. And I walked away. A little while later, my flight commander, because although I wrote the memo and I worked for the squadron commander, I was in a flight. And my flight commander comes along and hands me the thing and says, you need to sign this. And I handed it back. I said, no, I don't. And my flight commander's like, yes, you do. I said, no, I don't. It's a stupid requirement. And clearly nobody's understanding why I'm not going to sign it. And this is exactly what I talk about in the memo about inefficiencies. The flight commander says, well, what do you mean? Why do I need to sign a fucking roster that I wrote the fucking memo for? I wrote the memo. And it talks about inefficiencies like having people sign that they've read a memo. I believe in personal accountability. If you fuck up and the answer is in the memo, you were supposed to read the memo. I sure as shit am not about to fucking sign a roster that says I read a memo that I fucking wrote. And the flight commander's just standing there. I'm going to go to the commander. I'm going to go to the commander with you. Walk in the commander's office. Flight commander's like, he won't sign the memo. He won't sign the roster. And the commander's like, you mean the roster that he talks about in the memo about how it's inefficiencies? He looks at me and he's like, Lieutenant Jahlon, you're dismissed. You sit. It's like, you're so fucking dumb. You're going to go tell on me. Best briefing I ever had. New general in Iraq. We were briefing live fire on the phalanx. Second slide, he stops. Do you know the information? If so, stop reading the PowerPoint. I can read. If you don't know the information, get me the person that does. Next meeting, PowerPoint should only include the map and any graphs or artifacts that I need to discuss. Know it or don't, but don't waste my time with reading aloud to me. Yes. That's the Sparky, that is how I got my commission. Believe it or not, I was working AFSO 21, and there were two teams doing slides. One team had over 200 slides that they wanted to brief to the general on a weekly basis. I had 13. They go first. We sat there and I almost couldn't handle it. This was before I had PTSD, but I was really not handling it. I can see the utter rage in the general's face as he's going through, no shit, a binder like this thick. And this is about 80 pieces of paper. And so this binder was full as he's flipping page after page after page. And we get to the end, and that team said to him, do you have any questions? And he said, yes, I do, but I want to see the other briefing before I ask you guys questions. The whole time they're doing their presentation, they're doing nothing but acronym soup. If you guys don't know what acronym soup is, it's where you just keep saying acronyms. So it's really, really difficult to follow the flow, especially when it's shit you don't know. You're constantly having to listen to the guy, look at the acronym on the slide. I get up there, I brief the general. Same shit that he just got 200 slides on. My version was 13 slides. I didn't use a single acronym. He didn't look in his binder one time. We get to the end, and I said, in general, if you have any questions, the first question, he says, my only question I have for you is, why are you not one of my officers? And I said, because I'm only an E6. He's like, we're going to fix that. He's like, the rest of this meeting is over. I'm going to figure out how to make this E6 a lieutenant. And I was like, So everyone else leaves. Colonel is next to him. Colonel BH is there. Colonel, we're just sitting down, and she's like, have you applied for OTS? I was like, yes. Do you have a package? Yes. And well, why aren't you an officer? I said, I applied for pilot school. I got accepted, but I lost my slot due to aging out. They couldn't get me into OTS before my 29th birthday. There were no waivers at the time. I said, so I have to wait for the next board in April. He's like, is your package ready? I said, yes. He's like, go get your package. Went and got my package. He's like, we're going to see what kind of memorandum we can get on top of this. He went upstairs. He asked if the 4-star was sponsoring anybody for OTS that cycle, and the answer was no. He's like, I got a candidate. I got 4-star letterhead to go to OTS. Let me tell you, in the military, anybody will tell you, 4-star, if you get a 4-star letter of recommendation to do anything, you're basically getting whatever you want. But I can't believe that anybody would think a general would want to get 200 slides every week. Could you imagine if every department in Intrepid Studios was giving Steven 200 slides every week? You can't lead like that. You gotta have people who know what they're talking about. It's like, when there's a problem, my dad used to say, if there's a problem with the toilets, I don't need you preparing a presentation about the problem with the toilets. I need you walking down the hallway with a plunger and a wrench. And that's how my dad taught me. Sometimes you gotta get permission. Sometimes you got to get permission to something. Sometimes you just fix the problem. Amazing hat, thank you. Everybody's Irish today. And if you're going to be Irish, you need a really big fucking Irish hat. Most 06s and above ask for the quad chart. Like, why build the brief if we know they only want the quad chart? Yeah, right? I gotta submit my slides 48 hours in advance of the briefing, and I can't make any changes once I've submitted the slides, but this is a weekly briefing, so by the time I'm giving the briefing, the general's looking at the general's looking at 5 days worth of data because 2 of it's already old. Someone knows what they're talking about when they can make it concise and explain things in 5 minutes or less. If you can't explain it simply, you don't understand it thoroughly. It blows my mind the amount of people that put themselves and others through just because that's the way it's always been done. Tavern, let me tell you a really funny thing. At one point, to get a memo signed in my squadron that I arrived to, the routing slip on several things had 9 offices. Memos had 9 offices on the routing slips. And being the CPI expert from the MAGCOM, getting commissioned and going down to one of the same MAGCOM bases. I was AMC MAGCOM, and then I got my commission. I went down to an AMC base. I walked in, and the first time I had to route a memo, my superintendent handed me the routing slip, and I looked at it, and I said, "What in the blue hell is this?" They're like, "What do you mean?" I said, "There are 9 offices on this memo." And they're like, "Well, yeah, that's the routing slip." Why the fuck am I, why am I as an officer routing this shit through 9? Who the fuck is in my chain of command why are there 9 people between me and the commander if I'm a flight commander? Who the fuck is on this list? So I said, I'm gonna walk around for a second. And I walked to an office and I knocked. "Hey guys, I'm new. I'm the new lieutenant. Nice to meet you. I got a question for you guys. What does this office do?" They're like, "What do you mean?" I was like, "You guys are on my routing slip. What does this office do?" And they're like, "Well, we don't understand." "What is the function of this office?" And they said, "This is the systems office." I said, "What systems?" They said, the inventory management control systems. We manage the computers in-house." I said, "What the hell do you have to do with the vehicle fleet management routing form?" And they said, "Well, we get those all the time. We just sign them and move them on." I go to another office. "Hey, first shirt, why do you care about my vehicle fleet management routing form?" He's like, "I just get them and I just sign them and I send them on." I go around. Half of those office numbers were on the routing slip because that's where the chief had moved it around. Nobody ever took the shit off. They just added the chief's new office. So I get back to my office and I load the form and I cut everybody out. And I routed it. And my superintendent, "Oh, you can't do that." "I can't do what?" "You can't change the routing slip." Fucking watch me. I would rather be fucking, I will seek forgiveness, not permission. So all of a sudden, the commander tells me, a couple of weeks later, the commander's like, "Hey, all of your stuff is getting to me really quickly." "Yeah. How's that happening?" "Look at my routing slip." It looks like all the other ones." "Yeah, except I got 6 offices. I got 6 offices taken off of it. I'm sending you a memo. The only 3 people who need to see a memo from me to you is the OPSO, the logistics manager, and you. If it's a personnel issue, I send it to the first sergeant, the chief, the OPSO, and you, and I take the logistics manager off of it. I have custom routing sheets for depending on who needs to see it." He's like, "Well, who told you could do that?" AFSO 21 told me. I used to be the command AFSO 21 guy. I'm not going to ask you for permission to make a change." He's like, "This is great stuff. Teach all the other lieutenants how to do this." And I was like, fuck my life. I don't want to teach lieutenants. They all outrank me and they're all fucking stupid. They've all been out of the academy for like 2 months or 2 years, and they think they know shit. And the fucking best. I'm getting chewed out by a lieutenant who's been out of the academy. I first arrived at McConnell. I'm getting chewed out by a lieutenant who graduated 3 months ago. 3 months ago. And he was on leave for 2 of those months. He's got effectively 1 month. He has effectively 1 month's experience in the military. He's yelling at me in public. And I'm like, whatever, you technically outrank me. At that point, a chief walks up to him and says, "Are you stupid?" And he kind of looks, what? He's wearing a 7-level badge. He clearly has been in the military longer than you. Chief looks at me and says, "How long you been in the military?" "I've been 8 years. Looks at the kid and says, "How many years ago did you graduate 8th grade?" And the kid's like, 8 years. You're yelling at a guy in the military who's been in the military since you were in fucking 8th grade. Might want to rethink your priorities there, Lieutenant. I'm going to go talk to your commander. It's like, bad fucking day, man. Bad fucking day. What the fuck they teach at the academy? It's a bad fucking day. All right. Where are we at? Ashes of Creation. I don't want to draw attention to the NDA breaking post. But I do think I want to kick that over to one of the mods, I think. Oh no, it's gone. That one's already gone. See, we have great mods on the Reddit. It's just like, oh wait, no, is it? Okay, yeah, that one's gone. The one is gone. You threw it Alluring's way? Yeah, I was about to. Reddit, yeah, NDA broke post. Yeah, somebody here. Okay. You can talk about a lot of things. And if somebody once said, or somebody recently said, you can't really talk about Ashes of Creation because it's under NDA. And I said, you can't talk about Ashes of Creation because it's under NDA. I talk about Ashes of Creation all the time. The thing is, you got to be really careful when you're in the testing. And like last night, somebody broke NDA. It's like, guys, fucking pay attention. Pay attention to what you're doing. Who added me? Somebody at me? Oh, somebody added me and then got rid of it. I don't like Discord. I don't like the fact that you can at somebody and then take it down. But yeah, somebody broke NDA last night. It's like, guys, this isn't hard. Pay attention to what you're doing. Pay attention to what you're doing. Pay attention to what you're saying. Pay attention to what you're sharing. Oh, I like this. Somebody on I like the fact that somebody on my Discord said, "Thanks. Wow, you guys put a lot of effort into answering my questions. Thanks." I love my Discord. I love my community. You guys are great. You guys take care of people. It's great. It's amazing. People leaking NDA info should be liable. People that are leaking NDA info, I do want to tell you, they are losing their accounts. If they're breaking their NDA maliciously, they're losing their account. And they're not just losing their Alpha 1 access, they're losing their account. So that's why you guys see a lot of times I'll be like, okay, I can't go there. I like talking about leaked info. The problem is, oh, you know who I mean? Yeah. I think that if you're perpetuating media hype based on leaked info, you're part of the problem. You're not part of the solution. Somebody asked me why I think talking about leaked information is irresponsible. It's irresponsible because if you're a content creator and you make a piece of content and you're using leaked NDA info, you may think that you're being a responsible journalist, and you're reporting on things that the people have a right to know. The people have a right to know, except the problem is the people don't have a right to know because that information is under an NDA, and you're only telling one side of the story. You think that you're running with the I got a secret. What you're really running around with is the person who was disgruntled enough that they leaked it. The problem is that you're not being a journalist. you're running with something that nobody else can respond to because everybody else is bound by their NDA. It's like if you watch the episode, there's an episode of The Newsroom that I really, really like. And what it is somebody got a fabricated report about a trip. It's fictional show, but the Newsroom, the Obama administration and him going to India and how much it was going to cost. And it was going to cost $200 million a day. Well, first of all, it does not cost $200 million a day when the president travels. But one journalist ran with it, another journalist ran with it, and another journalist ran with it. And the statement was, Jeff Bridges' character says, I think that if you're going to be the kind of individual that perpetuates bullshit information, then you should come with a warning label. I think that if enough people prove to Twitch that you have a preponderance for sharing bullshit information, then at the bottom of your stream, and you can't get rid of it, and you have to build your overlay around it, that there should be a warning label that's like on the pack of cigarettes or like on a bottle of alcohol, warning, this individual has been proven to share bullshit, unsubstantiated information on a number of occasions. Because I think that would totally change the way streamers and content creators make their content. If no matter what you did, there was a big warning label about you on the video footage itself. Instead of having all of my stuff at the bottom of the screen, if there was a big thing that says, this guy has been proven 97% of the time to be accurate, that would change people's perceptions. But I think a lot of people build on negative publicity and negative hype. Because from the movie The American President, Michael Douglas at the end of the movie, he's Andrew Shepard, he's the president. He says, I don't care what your particular problem is. Bob Rumsfeld is interested in two things and two things only, making you afraid of it and telling you who to blame for it. That is how you win elections. You win elections by blaming other people and rallying people around that these are your problems and that's who you blame for it. I think that a lot of people get a lot of media coverage that they don't deserve because gamers are more likely to jump on the mob train than they are to jump on the positivity. That's why, and I know that I irritate people at Intrepid Studios. I know I hurt people inside of Intrepid Studios' feelings. I know that the stuff I say, I know the stuff I say can be demoralizing. I 100% understand this. I'm not your leader. So my job isn't to motivate the people inside Intrepid Studios. My job is to be the voice of reason outside the studio. And you guys noticed I did the video piece that I did, and it's not a hit piece. Some people think this is a hit piece. It's not a hit piece. It could have been a hit piece. But at the same time, on Monday, when we were in here, there were a lot of people that came. There were a lot of people that came to the party, and they had these way out there. And I was like, no, I gotta rein you in. I gotta rein you in. A lot of people like to run off with like all 50 yards of the leash. Well, I gotta reel you back in because I can only give you 38.4 yards of the leash. You're way out there. I gotta reel you in. Now, a lot of you make really good points. And you'll notice when you make a good point, I don't shoot you down if you make a good point. You bring me some facts, you bring me some figures, you bring me some concerns, you bring me some previous statements. We factor all those in. I don't think there's a problem if you're within the first standard deviation, positive or negative. I think there's more than enough about Ashes of Creation that you can focus on the negative. My job is to, when you want to focus on the negative, my job is to put positive on the scale and bring you back to zero. For the people that only want a white knight, only want to hype, only want to be positive, well, my job is to give you a hard dose of reality and say, that's great, but the really positive people have a habit of shutting down other people, and that's not your role. You think everything's great, but if somebody has a legitimate concern, it's not your job to shut down the person with the legitimate concern. It's your job to convince the person with the legitimate concern, okay, about what they can hang their hat on to feel better. Myths are more interesting than facts a lot of the time. Oh yeah, absolutely. That's why tabloids sell in America. I'm so ashamed of this statistic. Tabloid newspapers sell more print copies than all the newspapers combined. Shit rag tabloids sell more print copies than all other print newspapers combined. It's fucking horrible. It is unbelievably horrible that is the state of a country. And England, you're not much better. But people want to believe the bullshit. People want to believe the bullshit. People don't want to believe the good stuff. How often do these Q&As happen? Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. Sometimes I go a little off the rails. But if somebody puts an Ashes of Creation thing out there, we jump right back on Ashes. Right now, we're just kind of floating on the water. We're sitting on the beach. We got our toes in the water, our ass in the sand. Did you guys hear that the new SF-based MMO is going to either... the new SF-based MMO is going to be required to play with a rectal controller. No, me either. Yeah. Anybody traveling to China is going to have a rectal swab for their COVID test because they're keeping all the oral they're keeping all the oral swabs for their own citizens. Shit like that. And then people perpetuate that shit, and it's so ridiculous. It's so ridiculous. And you're just like, why? And then the worst part is that some people buy into it. Some people buy into it because they don't know any better. Some people buy into it because they don't know any better. And it's just so sad. It's just so sad. Jewel got kind of smoked there. You kind of like ran up and just didn't do anything. I love that I'm not doing anything. Fucking big ass artillery. Can't get into range to shoot anything. Can anyone tell me what I'm looking at there? You're looking at Stream Raiders. This is a little side game we play. This is what we played last night for PvP. This is just a little side game that we play. Gives my brain a break every 30 minutes. Also, when we go down a rabbit hole after a Stream Raiders battle, it always gives me an opportunity to tactfully disengage from a rabbit hole discussion. So that's always good. This is just something fun that we do. It's also gonna be a fun, entertaining thing during alpha when they're like, oh, we're gonna have a 30-minute downtime. Oh, well, let's just go do some Stream Raiders. But you guys did really good at the PvP last night. You guys did really, really good. I was really proud. You brought honor and glory and fame to the Paradox name. All right, this is gonna be our last one for the day. This is gonna be our last one. We need to finish this one strong. And so that we can, get out of here. I think I'm going to have to run my accounts solo today. I think Tamir is pretty much going to die in bed. I think Tamir is pretty much looking forward to getting home so that she can pop some painkillers and, literally die in bed. I will run my accounts today. And if I have to, I can run her accounts for... no, I can't. That'd be account sharing. And she's not 13. Will I do extended streams for alpha? Yes, of course I'll do extended streams for alpha. I plan on doing 7 12-hour streams during alpha. I plan on streaming every day, and I plan on doing about 12 hours a day. Now that'll plus or minus depending on if I'm in the middle of something good, I'm not going to stop at the 12-hour mark. If I'm, at the 10-hour mark, if I'm at the 10-hour mark and they say they're going to be taking the servers down for 90 minutes, then I'll just end the show there because there's no point in staying online for 90 minutes to only then get back online for 30 minutes. It's better if I just finish the show and then I can get up the next day, feel energized. What the hell? Oh. That means I can hunt you down live on stream. What are you going to do, Talents? Hunt me down and then die at my feet? I mean, the only thing I call you then is content. I mean, you feel free to hunt me down and wave at me or something. I'm sure people are gonna PK me during alpha. And then I'm sure Steven is gonna jump in a game and PK them. Steven's gonna be like, "You're PKing the streamer. you can just die." Steven's gonna teleport you across the map. Have fun. If you're gonna keep killing Jay, you can fucking walk back. Jay's only streaming for 30 more minutes, but I just made you have a 5-hour walk. Good fucking job. By the way, for those of you that weren't here earlier in the week, I am really stoked about this. Starting to see more and more of the cosmetics. I know some people earlier said we got to get past the point where Intrepid thinks that they can delay and then just show us cosmetics. I agree. So I can do that poll. Except I got to do this. I have this pack and I have the other one. Let's see. Manage poll. New poll. When will Ashes of Creation release? 2023, 2024, 2025. I've given up worrying when it's ready. And I'm gonna do when it's ready. I gotta do when ready. They need to give us like a little bit longer. And I took off the NDA one because you can even under an NDA, you can still guess on something like that. Let's see. Have an underwater location just to teleport someone to. Yes, that is how you need to do it. I also like this cosmetic. I own this one as well. I would like to see this one get a little bit more red. Action going. This is really, really good looking. I'd like to see a little bit more red. I would maybe I think the boots are goofy looking. I'd like to see the boots, at least the top part of the shoe. That's just weird. I'd like to see the boot become a boot, and then the other stuff looks good. Yeah, lava toes. You guys see what I'm saying? Like, you know, like I like the shoe. I like the part of the shoe to be flat. I like the shoe to be good looking. Yeah, little ninja lava toes. I mean, even if you rounded that like a Marauder boot tip, that would be okay. I'm sure if they were to stop selling cosmetics until they hit a non-NDA deadline, it would give them a lot of goodwill. At the same time, it sounds weird to do. No, I'm gonna be completely honest. Fuck. This is getting fucking expensive. I believe that if they had a better cosmetic currently in play, that they should delay changing it. But I think this cosmetic sucks to be your long-term one. Okay, this cosmetic is not a good one to have a long-term up there. The Edgelord one that they had, the blue one they had, the Necromancer one, the darker ones are usually the ones you want to have up there if you miss a deadline. It looks like there's a Shin armor in the art and not in the game. There is Shin armor. So I think if they had a different cosmetic currently up, they could go with, you know, I would agree with that. Hey, we missed our deadline, and so, because I don't want to be negative, but I have to, because it's a negative situation. You can't hit any other deadline. But you seem to make the deadline every single month of changing the cash shop over. Why is that the only... So you hit the monthly letter deadline, you hit the monthly live stream deadline, you hit the monthly cash shop deadline. why is it you can hit those, but you can't hit anything else? Like, and I understand that that's not a 1-for-1 correlation, and it's not fair to have a 1-for-1 correlation. However, what it is what it is, and that's what people see. It's like there's a shin armor. No, I don't think so. I don't think so. I think it's representational. I think it's close enough. Like I said though, I don't like, because you don't see that shoe boot. You don't see those like ninja toes. I think they need to solid the foot up. I definitely think they need to solid up the foot piece. The foot, it looks weird. I think everybody can agree this looks weird with lava toes. You know? I'd also say that maybe, I definitely would say the chest piece is designed differently. The chest piece looks way different. The shape of the light looks way different. So, I mean, this is the thing about a concept art versus a deliverable. But yeah, I wish they'd give a deadline where they'd stop doing monthly cosmetics after that deadline until release. Yes, I agree. A lot of people do. I wasn't thinking on lava when I saw the concept art, to be fair. I wasn't either until I saw it, and now I see lava toes. I was surprised they went with the actual changing of the character model, as I was thinking they were making armor cosmetics. Makes sense, though, looking at the concept art. Yeah. Because it's weird, because I really like the fact that this one is bald. So I find that funny. I thought the diagonal red lines at the bottom looked more like armor than lava to me. Yeah, maybe. But I mean, lava toes, sausage finger. I do like this one. Because I can see this shade of blue. So I bought this cosmetic mainly because I said to my wife, hey, that's blue. And she's like, you saw it? I was like, yeah, it's blue. I usually see blue as gray or white, but I can see this shade. I was like, I like it. I'm buying it. I wonder if that means the baldness would override our character. No, the head isn't in the cosmetic. That's just on the model there. That's just on the model they put it on. Now I will say this, and I know this is being petty. And I try not to have too many petty things. I try not to have too many petty things. But can we please, for the love of God, can we please custom craft 2 heads and 2 faces so that I feel more comfortable? So that I feel more comfortable with these previews? Because these faces, les ouf, man, les ouf. These faces are faces only a mama could love. These faces are faces only a mama could love. And the chicken man right there. They haunt my dreams. The faceless men, they haunt my dreams. I keep telling them the face is so bad. Yeah, I mean, and I get it. And so you guys know, I do want to make sure that I clarify. No, don't say still so bad since 2017. That ain't even fair because the quality of the faces has gone up. But I do want to let you guys know that it is not bullshit why faces in MMOs are usually bad until the end. Because there's so many other things you need to work on. And generally, a face artist is a very, very specialized artist. Okay? A face artist is very, very specialized. They're wasting way too much time on monthly cosmetics. No, they're not, because they don't waste any time. They don't waste any time on monthly cosmetics. So it's not because they don't build monthly cosmetics. That's the piece you have to realize. They build an asset. You're gonna see some of these assets in game. You're gonna see mobs, right? You're gonna see mobs of that RAM. That RAM will have a variation in game that you beat the shit out of. It probably won't have that coloring of horns, but it might be like the Cursed Charger in the 3 variants. They made the Cursed Charger for the Kickstarter package, but they made 3 variants for in-game mobs. I would imagine by the time you're said and done, you're going to see 12 different variants of a lot of these mobs. And you can't fault them for that. But how long do you take to make a variant? Not long, a couple of hours. So you remember, you spend the time, effort, energy, and resources to make the base model, the base mesh, and the base animations. And once you have that done, okay, re-skinning, remodeling it, that is, you just have the parameters and you just basically, you're taking the skin off and all you're fucking with is that piece. But the animation's already done, the model is already done, and your variant model, you know the min-max of what you can do because you have all of that done with the process. If it only takes a few hours to make a variant, it makes sense. Yes, and also realize the first several variants they make are going to take time because you're going to be like, okay, we made a variant on... Actually, let me go to the wiki. Oh shit, I didn't want to do that. Let me go to the wiki because I want you guys to see this because this is important because a lot of people, and then when you understand it, you can turn around and you can tell other people, hey, yeah, it's not what we thought. So what we do is we do Cursed Charger. Okay, so here's the Cursed Charger. Very, very, very sexy guy, right? Very, very, very good looking, right? And then we have this variant of the Cursed Charger, right? We have this guy. And we have this guy. 3 different variants. You put one of them in the Arctic, one of them in the desert. Desert cat, Arctic cat, somewhere else cat. Well, Plague Charger, right? Forest Charger, Dryad. I mean, what do we call this guy? So you are now you have, and I don't know, do they have the video up? No, they don't have the video up. They have the video up of these guys like playing and laying and sitting, and they're gonna have those assets everywhere in the world. And now I know some people are going to say, well, I don't want reskins of the models all over the world. I want unique monsters. Well, then instead of having 12 reskins all over the world, you're going to have one monster type for fucking, you're going to be killing fucking goblins in the same short little ugly ass goblin for like 20 kilometers in every direction. As opposed to you have different variations, you pull them in. We're going to be okay. The cash shop, if the cash shop was a problem, guys, I would tell you right now, if the cash shop was a problem, I would be speaking out against it because I speak out about everything that I think's a problem. I don't have any problem with so I don't have any problem with how they run their cash shop. Fundamentally, I hate how they run their business model. So is Intrepid paying artists that they don't have anything else to do until the team catch up? No, that's not how you build a video game. Let me grab those poll results. That is not in the slightest how you run a video game. What happens is this. They have art is easy. Okay. Not making the art. I'm not going to say that making the art is easy, but what I'm going to tell you is planning out art assets is the easiest part of the whole shebang. And why? Because you know what you need. You have a running list of what you need. Somebody creates a concept art and you're like, okay, somebody creates the concept art. And now we know what we need for concept. We've seen the concept. Now we make it. So where's the art for the Talnar? Why would they have number one, why would they have the art for the Talnar ready for you? Talnar aren't even going to appear until Alpha 2. So Do you think that they don't have concept art for the Talnar? Of course they do. Why would they release it to you? Because what's the value? What's the and then? Do you think that they don't have the Divine blog done? Do you think that they don't have the military node blog done? You think that they haven't had ideas for what to do with nodes 3? Of course they do. But they're learning that you don't release the big shebangs, right? You don't release the big shebangs until and then. If I had, say, Origin PC, no, fuck that. Say LG liked my story, right? Say LG liked my story, my Samsung story. They reached out to me and they said, hey man, we loved your story. We'd like to give you the same monitor you have as a giveaway. Would I give that away that's the first day I have it to give away? Or would I spend, I'm going to give away an $800 monitor. Would I spend 2 or 3 weeks building up to the $800 monitor giveaway? Of course I would spend 3 to 4 weeks building up on the $800 monitor giveaway, because my goal is to get a bunch of people into the channel because they want to sit around for when I might give away the monitor and convert some of them to viewers. Because it's 2021, I think it's a good time to show the game's race. Great, that's what you think. But you have zero experience in marketing and advertising. Because if you had any experience in marketing and advertising, you wouldn't say that. You would know that the Talnar reveal is a huge fucking reveal. You know when you're gonna see, you know when you're, you know when you're gonna see the Talnar? You're gonna see the Talnar reveal video like 3 days before Alpha 2 goes live. How about the Ranger preview? Again, what? I don't have experience in marketing, but I'm not the company that promised the game for 2020. Okay, have you ever turned in a homework assignment late? Have you ever finished a work project late? Have you ever been late picking somebody up? Have you ever been late to an appointment? If you've never been late to anything and you've always turned everything in on time, you've never forgotten something, you let me know. Steven has already owned the 2020 thing. We don't beat Steven up about the before 2020 thing because it's inelegant. What are you going to do? Beat up a guy that made a mistake 4 years ago and keep beating him up over that? No. You want to beat anybody up, you turn around, you beat them up for this mistake and say, you've had producers on the thing now for 2 years and you're still missing deadlines. That you can turn around and do. But it's inelegant to say your game is late and to take pot shots. Those are cheap shots. Cheap shots are easy. Cheap shots don't get you any points because they're the low-hanging fruit. You're like, I want to see it now. Well, my 8-year-old knows not to scream, I want it now at me. My 8-year-old knows that the moment she uses the word now with me, now becomes dad time. You want it when? Now? Okay. I'll get there. The water on the sand animation is bugging you. The fact that it doesn't leave the sand wet. Yeah, but when I'm late, I deliver the things I have. People say art is easy to make, so why are they hiding the races? Why are you saying the word hiding? And this is gonna be this is your last warning. Okay, this is your last warning because you're gonna go. I told people at the beginning of the show, the first band for the day is easy. The rest of the bands for the day or the first band of the day is hard. The rest of the bands for the day are easy. Why are they hiding the races? They're not hiding the races. They're holding them back because what's the and then? You're guessing that they're not done. Okay? What is the benefit to releasing them now? Is Alpha 1 for sale? No. Are the Talnar going to be in Alpha 1? No. Have the Talnar ever been planned to be in Alpha 1? No. Is the character going to have the Talnar in it for Alpha 1? No. You're saying that they should release something that they have never planned to release at this point. So they're not hiding anything. Hiding is what my kids do when they break a dish and they don't want to tell me. Showing us that they did something. It's been over a year and we still don't have Alpha 1. Okay. So now look at what you said. They're hiding the Talnar and you want Talnar because you're interested in Talnar and you think giving you the Talnar is a good idea, but we're not in Alpha 1 yet. What about all the shit they need to show us that's going to be in Alpha 1? Again, you want it because you feel entitled. That's nice that you feel that way. But as a marketing guy, if they came to me with a stack of shit that they had ready to release and the Tolnar were in it, I would take the Tolnar out, I'd hand it back to the marketing department, and I would say, absolutely not. Absolutely not. The Tolnar should absolutely not be released. You know what should be released in this order? Military node blog, divine node blog, an updated nodes blog on things that have changed to bring everybody back into the fold. Ranger, fighter, rogue, summoner, bard. I would say nodes 3 when we have an and then. Where do we release nodes 3? Nodes 3, better combat. That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. And I'll tell you why. But nodes 3, okay. I feel they haven't done enough progress since the Battle Royale shutdown. Haven't seen anything relevant at all. This background gameplay is the same we saw a year ago. No, it's not. Stop. You're fucking asinine. Ready? This is why people like you are the reason why other game companies don't do transparent development. Look at the quality of this. This is a year ago. What you're looking at the screen right now, this is the level of polish of a year ago. Okay? And this is last week. So you tell me that this and this look the same. Second of all, it's pretty clear that you don't know dick all about project management or game development. And you people like you are part of the fucking problem. They're not fixing the shit you can see. They're fixing all the shit you can't see. You want to talk about how they haven't made any progress? People bitched about the fireball, and within 2 months, they changed the fireball animation. Although that doesn't seem like a lot, let me tell you what goes into something like that. What goes into something like that is you have cycles of project management. They use sprints in agile software development. We use cycles in project management. That means somebody was in the middle of something. Somebody had to stop, go into that cycle, go into that project management stream. They had to take a person off of a task, give a new task in, and then change it. So, to say that they haven't made any progress is completely asinine. And when you want to go to that level of outside, you're outside of 3 standard deviations. You are to be just ignored. And when you get ignored, the argument you're making means there's no point in having a rational discussion with people like you. What I do for the project is I give people the opportunity to know that their argument is bad so that they can script it and bring it back in. I feel they haven't done enough progress since the BR shutdown. Haven't seen anything relevant at all. Then you tell me in game development what would be relevant. Because you probably have never alpha tested a game. You have probably played in marketing alphas, and you think a marketing alpha is a developmental alpha. Now, to the person that said that combat needs to get better, that's a ridiculous statement. The entire point of Alpha 1 is to get data on the combat. They're in the middle of a combat rework because the data they've gotten tells them they need to make improvements. If they got the combat improved without the player's input, what the fuck is the point of doing Alpha 1 then? If you're not going to wait until you have the data from the players to get beyond about the 10 to 30% solution, then you're not doing data-driven development. You're doing, I want it this way, and we're going to make it pretty enough that the players accept it. You absolutely positively don't want the combat to be any better than you're seeing right now. You don't. You want to be involved. You have a handful of people. You have a handful of people at the studio that have touched the combat, and they've said, okay, they have said, we think this is good enough to show the community. Great. And now the community's going to see it. They're going to touch it. You're going to see it. You're going to touch it. You're going to develop it. You're going to give them data. You're going to say this is too much or this isn't enough. And then they're going to change all that, which is why we have a 1 June to 30 June testing cycle, and then there's nothing after it for a while because they're going to have piles and piles and piles and piles and piles of data to parse through. Then they got to look at it. And then the worst part is that there's going to be 10,000 testers, and there's going to be a bunch of people that are giving feedback. And a lot of the feedback is going to be on par with what you're saying. I don't think you've made enough progress. The fuck sort of feedback is that? What progress are you looking for? What would make you happy? I honestly think the Battle Royale looked better on par than the footage on the screen. I get it. It's a development alpha. Still, it's been in pre-alpha for a year. And what? 1 year, still 3 classes. Okay, can we just agree that you don't know anything about game development? They have more than 3 classes. They're showing you what they think is ready to be seen. They take the data from the 27 abilities, and then when they add Ranger, they'll add in up to 36. They take the data from those 36 abilities, and they make a lot of decisions. What the fuck do you want them to do? Do you want them to make 400 abilities and have to have tack time on 400 things? Or do you want them to make 36 things, get data from that, and then show it to the players, let the players take it apart, and then build out the rest of the fucking skills? See, the problem is people like you. You're part of the problem. This is why I do my show, so Intrepid doesn't have to. You expect a finished... I want them to show us what they have, or at least tell us what they have, because that's transparency. And guess what? People like you are the exact reason they have dialed back the transparency. Because of people exactly like you. Because you want them to show you everything they have, but you don't understand any of it. That's like if I go into the garage and I get all of my biomedical equipment maintenance repair technician manuals and I show you the fucking schematics on a Pickard x-ray machine and I say, here it is, fix it for me. And you're going to say, well, what is it? I'm going to say, well, I've been fully transparent. I've shown you everything I have. I could walk you through the repairs of several things. I don't know what electrical engineering experience you have. Might be a ton, might be none. I could walk you step by step through all of the repairs, and you could get a big high five for the medical group commander because you're the guy that actually made the repair. However, if I give you all the books and walk off, chances are you're going to die. And that's not a joke, because that particular x-ray machine is very, very dangerous to the technician. That particular x-ray machine has a lot of hot points, okay? So when you say you want them to be transparent, that's great. You want them to be transparent. But then you're not going to understand it. You disagree that it would be nice for them to let the community know that they have the Tolnar art and model done, Ranger done, even though they aren't ready to show. Yes, I think it would be, I disagree with you. Because if you give a mouse a cookie, it's going to want a glass of milk. If they tell us right now that the Tolnar art is done, okay? If they tell us that the Tolnar art is done, what's everybody going to say? What's everybody going to say? Well, let's see it. So where's their win? Because you can't just say we have it done. If you say we have it done, now it's let's see it. Okay? The problem is, do you honestly believe the Tolnar concept art isn't done after Steven threw out the designs 3 years ago? Do you honestly believe, for me, would be reassuring? Here's the thing though, they don't give a fuck about reassuring you because you're unreasonable, you're irrational. You are what's known as outside of 3 standard deviations. Everything you've said so far is proven you're not the person they need to reassure. I don't, at this point, I don't give a shit about reassuring you. And that's what I do. I reassure people. You keep throwing fucking barbs. You keep throwing barbs at Intrepid. Honestly, you're the kind of person that when Steven says Ashes of Creation won't be for everybody, and that's okay, he's talking about you. He's talking about you. Because nothing's gonna make you happy. Absolutely nothing is gonna make you happy. Because you're gonna say, tell me that you have this stuff done. And okay, it's done. Your immediate response is gonna say, well, let me see it. Well, I'm back to the point then, as a marketing guy, as if Steven called me in, to run marketing, run operations, run logistics, run whatever, and they gave me the binders full of stuff that's ready to go, and Tolnar art was in it, I'm telling you, as a marketing guy, I would say, fuck no, that goes in the pile. That goes into the pile of holdovers, because you need every move you make, every marketing. The definition of marketing is every single action that a company takes to promote their products, to promote their brand, and get brand name recognition. Okay? Advertising is the actions you take in order to get people to buy. What is the and then of showing you the Tolnar art? That you're satisfied? That you're reassured? Okay, well, tell me that you're not going to be reassured if they give you the military blog or the Divine Node blog. The problem is none of those things serve any value right now because there's no and then. And then what? And you suddenly feel reassured, so you're going to buy another Alpha 1 pack, or you're going to buy $115 in cosmetics, or what? That's the problem. How do priorities 101? Yes, exactly. Priorities. The very first thing they need to get done is what they're working on. Getting the Alpha 1 build to a state that they can release it to the people so that people can test it, so that they can get data. Because they have chosen to not reopen Alpha 1 sales, I can continue to, in a very loud and vocal, full-throated defense of Intrepid Studios, say they are making all the right decisions. Because they're not opening Alpha 1. They're not trying to make the big fucking dick dollars, okay? Because hot diggity dog, Alpha 1 sales are going to go through the roof. Through the roof, okay? All they have to do is release a product that is testable, and doesn't run like dog shit. But if it runs like dog shit, you're not selling any Alpha 1 packs. So Intrepid is making all the right moves in that regard. Now, are people happy about the delay? No. But when people say, well, I want, I used to laugh when Steven said, well, why don't you come back in 6 months? But now I'm even worn out about people saying shit. I'm the guy that makes the most content about Ashes of Creation. I'm not asking for the Tolnar models. They serve no purpose. You want them to rush to put something together just to give to you? It's like this one. Ready? Where are we at? Do I need to have a map just to feel good about myself? No. Was getting the map nice? Sure. Are there people who think that this map is exactly the map we're getting? Yes. There are people who think that this map isn't going to change at all. And then there are people who say they can't change the map because they released it. And I'm like, dude, that's a conceptual map. That is a conceptual map. That is roughly kind of sort of what they want the world to look like. The world doesn't look like this. They've shown the Alpha 1 map on Steven's map. The world is a little bit different. And that's okay. It's called the developmental alpha. But man, when you say me, nobody gives a shit about you. You're not representative. You're not representative of the community. You're so far out there that you're the kind of people that you ignore as a business. If you think businesses, some of you think, well, businesses are all about chasing down every single dollar. That's not true either. I'm not going to spend $50 in advertising to chase down the customer who's only going to spend $5. That's a negative return on investment. If you're going to say, well, I want, I demand, I need, I would be reassured, I say, well, that's bullshit. You're going to be reassured over the Tolnar concept art. You're going to be reassured because they say you have it done. Well, fine, watch this. If all it's going to take is for them to say they have it and you're going to be reassured, they have the Tolnar concept art. You're reassured. Can I see it? No, because I told you that was exactly what you were going to say. What's my role with Ashes? Want to know how to best describe the stream to a friend. I am an official content creator for Ashes of Creation. I am an independent person. I don't work for Intrepid Studios. I'm just a guy who makes the educational show. I'm also the guy who does the educational website. I work with the wiki team to make sure that the wiki is up to date and there's a textbook people can go to read. Not everybody can read a wiki. This needs to be preached more often to startup companies. They feel like they need to grab every single cent and it does not want to lose even a single customer. Yeah, I agree, man. I 100% agree. That's why somebody asked me, this channel is a little bit unfriendly to new people. No, this channel isn't unfriendly to new people. This channel is unfriendly to people like you who come in and you say, I want, I demand, they need to do. You clearly didn't come in to get education. You didn't come in to get education. You didn't come in to ask questions. You came in to unreasonably bitch. You're not being educated right now. What you're being is schooled. You're being schooled right now because you came in with a piss poor attitude. I don't have time for that shit, and that's why it says it right. In order to chat in my channel, it tells you I have a swift and assertive reaction to bullshit, stupidity, whatever I put in there. When you walk into my channel and you say they need to, they don't need to do a goddamn thing. You want those things. They don't need to do those things. There are a lot of things that the community tells them they need to do. But your requests are so far out there that they're unreasonable. So when you want to come in to this channel and demand things of Intrepid, I don't pass those up. But when you say this channel is unfriendly to new people, I'll point you to the 45-minute conversation I had on the official Discord yesterday. We had a guy who had an honest, legitimate, honest-to-God question about how the bordering system and the zones of influence systems work together. Didn't come in with any preconceived notions. Didn't come in with any Chicken Little, the sky is falling. Didn't come in with any this sucks, it needs to change. He came in, he had legitimate questions. My point of view is I followed the game a few years ago, stopped following it over a year, came back, and pretty much nothing has changed. Okay? If you had come in and said that, if you had come in and started with, I followed the game a few years ago, I stopped following for over a year, I came back, and pretty much nothing has changed, you would have gotten a completely different answer. You would have gotten a completely different route. But that's not the attitude you came in with. That's not the attitude you came in with, and you could have laid out your arguments. You could have turned around and said, because I would have then asked, I would have said, when was the last time you followed Ashes? What was the last time you saw? But when I show you this footage, from March 2020, and then I overlay this footage on top, when I overlay this footage, right? Don't tell me the graphics haven't improved. Don't tell me the lighting hasn't improved. Don't tell me that the first generation passes haven't improved. Now, would I absolutely love it if they would go right back to this place? That they would go right back here and show us sure, I would love to have that side-by-side comparison. It would be amazing if they went right back here so we could get current footage of this place right here. If you say, I stopped following it for over a year, came back, and pretty much nothing changed, I'd say, yeah, that's what happens when you have a setback. I would say, when was the last time you followed it? Because if you said from the Battle Royale till now, you say the Battle Royale graphics look better. I think like 10% of people would agree with you. I would also say, I would go so far as to say there are people who still think this footage looks better. There are people who say this footage looks better. Now, this is stock footage. This is also stock footage unoptimized using an Unreal Engine library of resources, okay? However, they can't deliver you these graphics. They can't deliver this to you. This is completely unoptimized Unreal Engine 4 library assets. Number one, and let me tell you, they had one fucking stock tree. They had one stock tree. Steven paid $40,000 to save money on development, to speed up development. They had one stock tree and people flipped their shit. One stock tree. Well, what is it? Do you want everything organic? Or are you gonna allow them to use stock footage? If you're damned if you do, damned if you don't, well, you got to err on the side of caution. Do I think this footage looks better? Yes. Do I know what this footage is? Yes. This is proof of concept footage. I bet you think strippers like you too. They like my Benjamins. So if you want this game, realize what you're looking for is a single player game. You're looking for a single player game. Now, at this point, the only thing I can tell you is this is the old footage, right? And this is the new freehold footage. And all I can say to you is, if you don't like the direction the game has gone, Pantheon, Rise of the Fallen, ArcH 2, New World, Crowfall, Chronicles of Valyria is still back in development. But if you're going to come in as a hostile attitude and then you're going to get upset or wonder why you get hostility back, I don't know what the surprise is there. If you want to come in and ask legitimate questions are fine. But when you say this channel is unfriendly to new people, no, the channel isn't unfriendly to new people. Doesn't matter if you've been, because new, you don't have a new opinion. You're not brand new. You're not an android that just walked off of the assembly line and you haven't been programmed. You come in with hostility, you're going to get hostility. You come in with toxic, you're just going to get dunked on. If you want to say that you like the older footage, yeah, sure. About 10% of the community likes the older footage. They like the Unreal Engine library proof of concept footage. It's not going to be what the final product looks like. It also isn't representative. Remember, this footage, right? This footage is already pre-finalized. It's pre-polished. This is finished. These are stock things ready to implement not the freehold building in front, but all the scenery, all the landscape. That's all pre-optimized. However, it's pre-optimized to use, but you can't just plug and play. If you need to look up the reference for that, because I need to get out of here. If you need to look up the reference for why you can't just plug and play stock footage and put it in your game, look up Crowfall talking about using Unity pre-made assets. People were complaining about frames drops, and they used Unity library assets, pre-made graphical assets. They ended up having to recreate all those assets their own way because people were experiencing frame drops whenever they'd encounter those assets. They're really great if all you're going to do is put together like a bullshit MOBA or a bullshit first-person shooter game. But when you start talking about a game that's a lot more taxing, you can't just use stock assets. Anyways, I'm going to get out of here. My little one got home about a half hour ago. I'm normally done at 2. We had to finish off that map. Had a good discussion at the end. All I got to say, guys, is a couple of times today we've had people come in with, if you're going to come in, you want to pose a point. Number 1, be right. That's a big one. Number 2, don't argue with the guy with the microphone and the camera because you're going to lose. Come in with a logical argument. Come in with honest questions. If you want to come in with a jaded perception, that's fine. I guess you're not going to use my referral code is really all it has to, all